Hello, can you hear me? YouTube, is this working? Okay, if you can see and hear me, then please say... All I see is blackness. If all you can see is blackness, then I'll know this is working. Otherwise, I'll guess that you can't see anything. Okay, all I see is a new haircut. Yeah, haircut jump scare. Okay, excellent, it is working. Welcome! Okay, now you should be able to see the list. You should be able to see me. Should be able to hear me. And you should be able to hear the music. Jesus, mom finally made me get a haircut. The YTC interns have also been bullying me, telling me to get a haircut. It also was kind of uncomfortable, so I cut it off. My hair was always, it was always a filter, so I just turned the filter off, and now you can see my true form, that I have less hair. A little bright, I guess I could close the curtain, but we need the light from outside to purge the shadow. We do have music from the critically acclaimed MMO FF14. So, Cheese, you show your true form. Only I have the brains to rank Pokemon XD? I guess the developers from Genius Sonority might as well. Okay, if I do this, you should be able... Okay, you can see the cursor. Okay, excellent. I think everything is working. Only other thing I need to test is if I do this. And by this, I mean... this. Great. You can see the Brazilian flag, which is... not what I meant. I don't need this tab. There we go, okay. You can see all of the shadow Pokemon, and here you should be able to see all the shadow moves. Okay. I think everything is working, so in that case, we're just gonna chill for about 5-ish minutes to allow people to get in here. We will discuss our plan for today's list. Then we will begin crafting it. Don't you love crafting mechanics? I love when, instead of actually getting the content I want immediately, I actually have to just do extra busy work, and then after I make it, it breaks. Isn't it wonderful? I've lost my cool hair. It'll grow back, though. I believe that's how hair works. Why is there a small grunt on the tier list? Excuse me. Excuse me. This is no mere grunt, okay? This is the mighty Peon Low Bar. So, new mechanic for today only, because we love doing one-off gimmicks. Can you clear Cipher Peon Low Bar? And if you can't, I guess you're among the finest. It's my first time catching a tier list live, let alone for my favorite game, using the traditional battle mechanics. I'm so excited. I'm glad you're here. You might not be excited about what I have to say about the game, because we are going to include a mini review. But yeah, I was reviewing all the Pokemon yesterday, and it's really bad. It's really bad. I think I can say, actually, I think the roster is worse than Colosseum. So this is actually the new worst roster in the series. But geez, if you shave it bald, you can start doing solar flares. I feel like I'm missing something. It's okay if you bash the game, I understand. I'm genuinely dirty hipster with my game tastes. Don't worry. There definitely will be bashing. I think the roster is significantly better. There is a lot more variety. I think the main issue is the evil levels. We'll talk about this again when we officially record it, but at the very least, for the most part, in Pokemon Colosseum, although they gave you garbage, it was fully evolved garbage. And that is not the case here. You almost always get these completely worthless base forms that aren't even good if you fully evolve them, except the level curve is so atrocious that they will be stuck in their base forms for the majority, if not the entire game. So I think overall, it's worse. True, we did kind of cheese the final boss in our run by using Lady Buff. If we hadn't used Lady Buff, it would have been a lot more difficult. So I don't know if we actually need more tiers. We might. So I guess just to run through what we have here right now, the plan is we're going to talk about Gen 3 and Shadow mechanics first, because there are double battle mechanics specific to Gen 3, notably the spread penalty and how switch-ins work, which is that if you get KO'd, you actually switch in immediately, which means that you can just get killed without ever acting. There's that. We're going to talk about the Shadow mechanics. We're going to talk about something. Sorry, I just woke up. Shadow mechanics of the mini review of XD. Then I guess we'll talk about the ranking. So that's the plan for today. Are we talking about the Pokespot Pokemon? Yes, I put them on here. They're all at the bottom. We'll probably actually talk about them when they become available. I believe they become available right before Phenac, right? And the first Phenac Pokemon is, I think, Snorant. So after a while, we'll talk about the Pokespot Pokemon. They're all bad, by the way. Like, all of them. They're all bad. You believe they're available before Phenac? So it starts when you do the Orre news building arc, right? Aaron is good. It would be if you started with Aggron, but you don't. Trapinch is alright, I guess. You guys' standards are too high. You need to be less merciful. So, like, real quick lightning round. Like, super quick. I'm just gonna go through all of them. You've never seen a review this fast, okay? I'll talk about which ones I think are, like, good, okay, bad, and, like, unusable. Okay, ready? Bad. Great. Okay. Great. Unusable. Okay. Unusable. Horrible. Best Pokemon in the game. Horrible. Okay. Very bad. Horrible. 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 Good. Surprisingly good. Horrible. Horrible. Good. Bad. Unusable. 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 Okay. Bad. Horrible. Horrible. Okay. Horrible. Bad. Okay. Unusable. Unusable. Good. Unusable. Okay. Horrible. 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 Okay. Okay. Bad. Bad. Unusable. Okay. Unusable. Horrible. Unusable. Pretty good. Okay. Unusable. Horrible. Did I say this was horrible? Altar's not horrible. Actually, it is horrible. Bad. Bad. Okay. 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 Unusable. Okay. Okay. Unusable. Okay. Unusable. All the rest of the Pokemon are way too late, because this is all the final boss rush. The Trade Elikid is pretty good. And all of the Pokemon Spot Pokemon, all of them are horrible. So there you go. There's the tier list. Thanks for watching. Which is worse, unusable or horrible? Unusable is worse. So there you go. We did it. Thanks for watching, everyone. So please make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Forgot to rank low bar. Meditize is okay, but you have to go out of your way to get it. At least it gets trade XP. Yeah, so now I don't want to hear X minutes and nothing ranked, okay? So there we go, we did it. What about Shuckle? Shuckle's on here, right? I don't think I've missed anything. I think this should be everything. Where's Bonsly? Bonsly's not actually catchable. But it does appear in the game. For every Pokemon that's stronger, not purified, can we play a few seconds of the Black Suit Spider-Man theme? Probably not, because I've never heard it. I don't like Spider-Man. I don't like Batman either. In fact, I don't like most superheroes. So don't ever suggest that to me again, okay? Thanks for watching. Roughly 5 minutes and nothing ranked. So we probably need... There's a lot of Pokemon that are like way too late to actually use. So last time we called it Tyranitardi. What do we call it this time? Because they're basically, it's like the unranked area. Oh. I guess we'll play this one more time. Too slow, bro. Unfortunately, Slowbro's not in the game. You like Tyranitardi? But Tyranitardi... Well, I guess Larvitar is in the game, so I guess we would put it there. Can we name it after Citadark Isle? Gone of Darkness? Ooh. Snorlaite? Would you rather physical or special attack or special? Because the enemy does have Gale of Tardiness. Gale of... What's in the Gale? Salamenuses. Salatements. Exegutardi. Gone of Darkness. Mount Battle. Gale of Lethargy. Gale of Snails. Gale Wings? But then they'd be fast. How is there not an actual XD tier? Which one would it be? Where'd my hair go? I paid someone to cut it. Snails of Darkness. Citadark Exile. I really like that. Congratulations, Duerto. I like Citadark Exile. Very good. Citadark Exile, I think, is the winner. It's not actually going to be... I think it's probably going to be any Pokemon that is... in the final boss rush, I'll count as too late. So I think the first one that's... wait, that's not right. It's very unintuitive. You have to add a row. You have to add the row. And then you're not actually editing that row. You have to exit. And now you're editing the row. Citadark Exile. Very good. Let's change the color to, I guess, dark gray. Orre's finest. Should not be green, right? They're evil, so let's make them light purple. What's that in low bar? Are you telling me you don't know? Cipher P on low bar? There we go. Do we need another tier? This is probably good enough. This is only going to be about 4 Pokemon. The vast majority of Pokemon are going to be in either bad, low bar, or Orre's finest. Almost all of them. So is that enough? It's probably enough, because there aren't that many Pokemon. Guess we can change OK to, like, this, like, light green. Do we need... Do we have a better name than OK? Because they're really not okay. Almost every Pokemon in this game is terrible. Acceptable, tolerable, okay, medium, functional, usable, alright. I like alright. Although we're saying Orre, right? So maybe we can't do that. You'll live. A step in the right direction. A bit too long. Should we rank your new haircut too? If you want. Overrated and underhated? Don't worry, we'll talk about that. Could be worse. What if we just start with bad? So there's the S tier. Then there's bad, and then horrible, and then low bar. Now, some are okay. So I'm trying to think of who I would actually put in okay. So who would actually go in okay? I would actually put Booster there. I don't know if Teddiursa goes in okay or bad. It might actually be bad. I would put Mareep in okay. Teddiursa is really bad. I don't like Teddiursa. I don't like Teddiursa. It's super slow. And the main issue is that it's a level 30 evolution. And it's a physical attacker. So it gets intimidated, it's way too slow. And it does have good attack. But the best you can do is then, like, use a return, which is good. But you have to get to level 30. If it had, like, a level 20 Evo, I would put it in okay. I think it's actually bad. Carvanha would go in okay. Makuhita would go in okay. People are way too nice. People are way too nice. Could change okay to usable. I guess we could. Vaporeon's really bad. Voltorb's bad. It does nothing. Zangoose would go in okay. Ralts, top of bad. Ralts is in Orre's finest. It's so bad. It's so bad. Spearow would also probably be okay. At least it's not Leddyba. Growlithe. I don't know if Growlithe would be okay or bad. It would be okay, except it's like really late, right? It's the key layer. I know Unknown is stronger than Curly, but you get Gardevoir eventually. You won't get Gardevoir. You won't. It's so useless. You cannot get to Gardevoir. It's not gonna happen. Ursaring is slow, but have you seen the level curve in this game? You'll outspeed enemies due to sheer overleveling. It's like, it's so... Man, this game is really bad. I was too generous. I was too generous in the mainline games tier list. This game is better than Colosseum, but not by much. Change one of the tiers to Orre's Finest. And make a Purified Party tier. There is Orre's Finest, right? Already? Maybe it's kind of hard to see Citadark Exile. You can make this white, I guess. They've been exiled to the... There it is. That's easier to see, right? Oh, there could be a Purify Chamber. So what should the Purify Chamber be? Like, Pokemon that you should just keep as Shadow? There's quite a few. Orange and yellow are too similar. Low Bar's Purify Party. Yeah, Growlithe could have Intimidate, but Intimidate does nothing, right? Because the enemy shouldn't attack. And then even for Shadow Pokemon, you should just use Shadow Pokemon to wall them. So their stats don't really matter. I wish Growlithe got non-fire normal moves. What a wish. Are we ranking any of the wild Pokemon? They're all on here. But they're all terrible. All of them. They're so bad. Hoppip does nothing. Phanpy has really good physical stats, but it's really slow and its moves are horrible. Surskit is Surskit. Zubat is Zubat. Aaron evolves way too late, and it's super slow. Wooper has 0 stats. Sandslash has 0 stats. Gligar can't evolve yet. Trapinch takes forever to evolve, and Vibrava is a joke. And then these you trade for. Meditite is actually fine, and it gets trade EXP, so it's definitely the best of this whole crew. Shuckle can't do anything. Larvitar evolves way, way too late. They're all bad. They're all bad. Okay, I guess we're done playing this music. Alright, we're almost done, so we'll do the we'll do the war music, and once the war music ends, we'll start. What is this? There it is. There's gonna be plenty of arguments. Okay, bad. Let's see. I don't know if we need a Purify Chamber. So let's think about a Pokemon that you wouldn't want to Purify. So Pinsir. Pinsir is one you wouldn't want to Purify, because once you Purify it, its moves are useless. But while it's a Shadow Pokemon, it actually has the best single target Shadow move. It has Shadow Break. So where would that go? Would it go in low bar just because it's not in the game? It's not bad. So the issue is that almost half of these Pokemon are barely in the game. So Golduck to Dragonite. These are all essentially Citadark Isle. I guess Dragonite's right after. It's about half the game. It's about half the snags, but in terms of gameplay, you only have it for about, like, 2 hours. Yeah, maybe the Shadow Realm. Dragonite is post-game? Yeah. So it'd basically just be Citadark Exile, I think. Alright, so let's add the Shadow Realm. I think we can move this up. And then we'll add another one. Well, this one's gotta be evil, right? The Shadow Realm. Look how evil it is. It's purple. Does this work? Maybe. Because then people are going to complain about how stronger Pokemon are like below Pokemon that appear to be worse. I don't know if we need a Shadow Realm. So I'm thinking of starting Citadark Exile. Citadark Exile is this list version of Tyranitardy. Pokemon that are too late to actually use. They'll start with Solrock, which is the first one in the final boss rush. So Solrock to Zapdos are all essentially unranked, but I guess we will talk about them. The other Citadark Isle Pokemon are Golduck through Chansey. I don't know. Pokemon that are good when they aren't purified can probably fit into OK or higher. But they're really not in the game. Like, Pinsir can help you for like 5 battles. Maybe. It's like there's no content to actually use these Pokemon in. Put it below Exile? I'm not sure. I don't know if we need a Shadow Realm. There's a post-game battle tower thing, but I don't think we're gonna count that. Because this is an in-game tier list. It only goes to the final boss of Greevil. Spoilers, I guess. I don't think we need a Shadow Realm. We might bring it back. We'll see what it looks like at the end. When we get to the Citadark Isle Pokemon, I guess we'll consider adding a Shadow Realm. For now, we'll do this. I'll change, oh, well, I guess S, okay. We could name it Meh. Glad to see I didn't miss anything. Excuse me. You missed the hyper ranking of every... We already ranked all the Pokemon, so I don't even know why the stream's still going. I guess we'll keep OK just because it's 2 letters, so it's like XD. OD. Okay. There we go. Can we play? Probably not. Can we play Drive Your Funky Soul by James Brown when we get a lot of Shadow Pokemon? The audience will love the joke. Who's James Brown? I actually don't know what that means, I'm sorry. But almost certainly not. It's probably gonna get copyright claimed. I guess we could just make them... We could make them all emotes. Bad. Should we make a tier for, like... Pokemon that evolve... Pokemon that, like, evolve too late? Because that's a ton of them. Like, Pokemon that would be okay, except their evolution level is horrible. So, Baltoy is mostly... Well, I mean, it has bad stats, and it takes forever to evolve. Spheal is like that. Snorunt is bad no matter what, but it's really killed by the Evo level. Swinub, Grimer, Seal. Well, I guess it's not that many, but those Pokemon are worthless. Daycare. But, like, they wouldn't even be... Oh, yeah, Unova. Seal's not that late, is it? It's, like, 32, I think. Everybody disrespects Cipher Peon Lobar. Maybe like a daycare. Let's actually change these colors, right? Let's make this one yellow. And let's make this one orange. Because it gets, like, worse as you go down. Alright. This is probably good enough. So let's see. S is going to be Pokemon that I don't actually think have any caveats. I think they're actually good. So at the moment, I plan for there to be 4 Pokemon there. Then there's Pokemon that are in okay. I wouldn't call them good, but for this game, I guess you could use them without, like, instantly losing or feeling that bad about yourself. Pokemon in bad, I guess it's in the name, right? They're already not good. But I guess you could use them, because what else are you gonna do? Low bar is this game's version of horrible. Can you clear the low bar? Probably the final tier before actually being a total meme in Orre's Finest, where probably about half the Pokemon are going to go. So Orre's Finest is a Pokemon that I don't think have any use, and I don't think you should use them at all. And then Citadark Exile is probably Pokemon from the final boss rush that aren't really usable. Because if it was actually Pokemon from Citadark Isle, like, a third of the Pokemon would be unranked. I guess we can now play different music. So we'll play the real music. We've never done Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 3. But I guess if you have any requests that are not Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 3, you could suggest them now. X do not use. We could do Exile first to get them out of the way. I think we'll do it at the end, because we'll just go, like, in order, because we have to talk about what moves they get as well. Alright, I think we can actually start. So how long did that take us to start? 30 minutes? That's not that bad. Dupless theme from the 1,000-Year Door. I haven't played that game in a long time. In 1,000 years! I don't remember what it sounds like. Pikmin music solely because it was also on the GameCube. We could use the garden, right? Was it Garden of, like, Tranquility or something? Garden of... Oh, hope. Different positive adjective. I don't have any hope. Pikmin 3... Is this the same as the one from 1? I'm guessing it has the same motifs. This music's not going to be in the final video because it's on a separate track, but... Oh yeah, it does have the same motifs. We'll let that play for a little while then. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna start soon. How is everybody doing? I guess maybe we can start... Should we do any polls or anything? So I'm guessing people who watch this... Where does Crux of Fate rank? Why would you ask something that has nothing to do with the tier list? If it's not on the list, I'm not gonna rank it. Why ask questions you know I can't answer? It's not true. I've got an answer for you. I tap 3 Patreons, and I cast the Crux of Fate. Choose one. Destroy all viewers or destroy all YouTubers. Either way, I never have to deal with you again. Make your choice. There we go. So thank you for the... Frat, thank you for the $1.99 microtransaction. Hopefully I don't have to destroy people again. Oh! I've never heard this song before. Are we taking utility into account? Yes. Paris still goes in Orre's finest. Wow, are these the beats of hope? Where's the Gen 2 starters you won't use? I think they're so inaccessible, I didn't even bother putting them on. Okay, so we have to do the intro. We have to talk about Gen 3 mechanics. We have to do the mini review. And then we start. Okay. Is this game as bad as the original? It's definitely better, but that's really not saying much. So I guess people watching this are probably more inclined to be fans of XD, right? But then again, if you're watching this, there's no way that you've never seen one of my videos before, because YouTube doesn't recommend them to anyone. So you probably know me, or at least know the virtual version of me, and you know that I don't like XD. This is a good game, I disagree. But it's definitely better than Colosseum. I have a dislike record to beat, true. It is a game that runs and functions, I will agree with that. It was a product of its time. I don't even think that's true though, because other products released around the same time are better, so it's just bad. It is better than Scarlet and Violet. It is a product in time. True. Aren't we all products in time? Okay. I think we can start. Only a 40-minute intro. That's not bad. I love XD. It's in my top 3 Pokemon games. To me, that's insane. That's crazy. I have no idea how anybody could say that. It's not a personal attack on you, though. But we're just from different dimensions. The guy's played 3 Pokemon games. Well, they're a long-time viewer. I've seen their name a lot, so hopefully they know I'm not actually, like, attacking them. But having just played this game, I was pretty floored, blown away. They switched me out with Whirlwind at how bad it was. I knew not to expect much, but wow. I think I will repeat this during the list itself, but man, like, the game promises you a battle against Robo Groudon, but what you actually do is fight Sunflora. I think that sums up the game pretty well. I guess people just like doubles. I forgot Tropius. Unfortunately, Tropius, or do you mean Tropius is in the fight with Sunflora? I haven't played XD in a long time. Maybe it's worse than I remember. I classify, Seti the Wind Sage. I classify XD as fun, whether that means it's good or it's up in the air, but I enjoyed my time at the very least. You're not allowed to enjoy your time, okay? If I didn't like it, you can't either. Go back to using your ridiculous plus 20 speed Wind Tome, okay? Have you considered it might have been more fun if you didn't play using the Snag Swap rules? I had more fun with the restriction. If I had actually played it without any restrictions, every battle would have lasted, I guess, half as many turns as the enemy had Pokemon, because I just would have one-shot everything. Like, the actual game itself, I guess we'll talk about it during the review, so we may as well just save that for later. Okay, so you have to start by saying you're watching the premium version. So I guess from now on, you'll actually be on camera. Incredible. Only 40 minutes, only 45 minutes of intro. How long does the music keep going for? Another 8 minutes, probably good enough. Alright. Okay, I have to look at the camera, right? But I'm, like, not centered. Look at this. Can you tell I used to work in film production? Film production. Work. In. Everything's in quotes. I guess I should just put the whole thing in quotes. You believe I used to work in film production? Okay, here we go. Do we need, like, a special... No, they don't have, like, any lines from the game that we could say at the beginning, right? Snagged. Something about snagging. I have no idea. Hello there, you're watching the premium version. I have no idea. Hit a snag. Team Snag'em. Do kids know what snagging is? Brought to you by Team Snag'em Biden. This game is a snag. Team Snag'em does exist. Yeah, you encounter them. We can just say hello, right? That's probably fine. Deciphering how good the Pokemon are, we can say that at some point. I guess I don't even know what the actual intro is going to be yet, so I can't really change it. I'll just start with hello, I guess. Welcome to the wonderful world of Orre. Oh yeah. I should have bought Oreos. Hellore. Oh, that's good. We can do that. So everybody type Hellore so that people that are watching just see Hellore. Hello, Ray. And welcome to... Yeah, we can do that. Excellent. Good. So Sarasaland was the original. And I'll type what... Okay, here we go. Hello, Ray. And welcome to the Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness in-game tier list. I forgot to say premium. Hello, Ray, and welcome to the premium version of the Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness tier list. I hope you're having a great day, because this is definitely not a great game. Maybe it's too early to say that. Okay, enough Hellore, thank you. Very good suggestion on Hellore. I forgot to say Colosseum as a subtle retake. No more. Did the stream die or is it your phone? It's definitely your phone, okay? Don't use phones. Phone bad. So this is the premium. If you'd like to see the full version, if you'd like to see the live version of the tier list, you'll find a link to that in the description below. It's probably fine. We have to talk about Gen 3 mechanics. Yeah. Have to mention the cellar? Maybe I don't want people to join. But I'll mention it to you guys. You can join the cellar. Link in the description. This premium tier list is divided into 3 segments, all for your, I guess, convenience? We can just say how convenient. So I guess you can post quillfishes now. Quillfishes and segments, so put 3 quillfishes within the segments. That's the recipe today. So just plain quillfish. Excellent. Yes, exactly as Small Yoshi has done. Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. Okay. This premium tier list is divided into 3 convenient segments. We'll start by going over Gen 3 mechanics, including those specific to this game, such as... We'll start by quickly reviewing Gen 3 mechanics, as well as explaining mechanics specific to this game, as in the new Shadow Pokemon mechanics. Then we'll do a mini review of Pokemon XD, since this tier list is useless unless you actually intend to play this game. Should you play it or not? Ooh, you'll have to watch that segment. And if you're only interested in the actual rankings of the Pokemon, divorced from the context of the game, and if you're only interested in the actual tierings, divorced from the actual quality of the game, then you can go ahead and skip to the tier list itself with the timecode. But you wouldn't do that, right? You'd watch the entire video. Right? Okay, that's probably good enough, right? Thank you all for your contributions. My wife divorced me. I think we're gonna play Detective Pikachu next week. So then we'll have the, probably by the time the premium is ready, we'll be able to add in the image about I want a divorce. The skippers missed the part where you told them not to skip. It's true. Okay. So now we can talk about the Gen 3 mechanics. So I think the only ones we really need to talk about are the special split. Because, like, EV training doesn't matter because it's not like you can choose your fights anyway. Oh, I guess Pikmin's over. Goodbye, Pikmin. Oh! We've got Eastra with 5 imported cheese gift subs. Thank you for the gracious gift of convenience. Do you take requests for the OST? We're probably just gonna play this, because it goes for like 2 hours. Which will not be the full length of the list. It's probably gonna be longer than that, but... So we'll start with the Gen 3 mechanics. Pokemon Coliseum! Or it's not Coliseum. Pokemon XD! Gale of... I guess we can say, so, yeah, we can do that. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness is a Generation 3 game, which means it has Gen 3 mechanics. Cutting edge analysis only on this channel. The ones we actually need to know are that the main ones that you need to keep in mind are that there are no fairy types yet. Fairy types were added in Gen 6. And also there is no physical special split. Asterisk. Kind of. The main Gen 3 mechanics you need to keep in mind are that... The main Gen 3 mechanics you need to keep in mind are that there are no fairy types. Fairy types were added in Gen 6. And double battles are... No, let's see. We can talk about special split. We'll talk about that last, because then we can talk about the Shadow Pokemon. Double battles work a little bit differently. This guy knows my stuff? Yeah, it's a Gen 3 game. So let's see. Gen 6 mean... Oh, it's not Gen 6. Type chart wise, there are no fairies. Fairies were added in Gen 6, so that means that Togepi, unfortunately, is a normal type. If only it was a fairy, then it would be great, right? Double battles. This game is almost entirely double battles. There's a couple scattered single battle or sparse. This game is almost entirely double battles. There are some sparse, it's on sparse, single battles, but it's like 99% double battles. And double battles do work a little bit differently in Gen 3. The main differences between Gen 3 double battles and modern double battles has to do with spread damage and how turns work. So first off, spread damage in the modern games is a flat 70%. So spread damage in the modern games is a flat 30% damage penalty to all spread moves. So whether the spread move hits only enemies or whether it hits everything on the field, that move gets a 30% damage. I almost did it. Fumbled! Up. Spread damage in Gen 3 works... Spread damage in Gen 3 works differently. In the modern games, all spread damage moves have a 30% damage penalty. So whether the move hits only enemies or whether it hits the entire field, it will only deal 70% of its full damage. In Gen 3 only, asymmetrical spread moves, so spread moves that only hit the enemy, such as Surf in Gen 3 only hits enemies, gets a massive 50% damage penalty. So asymmetrical spread moves are really, really weak, but field-wide spread moves such as Earthquake or Explosion have no damage penalty, so they're really, really strong. Keep that in mind. Okay, that's good. I think that works. Only 2 tanks? That's not bad. That's it for spread damage, right? Then we just have to talk about switching. VGC, the Video Game Championship. I don't know why I'm so... VGC, the Video Game Championship. I don't really know why I said it like that. Is the official competitive format, and it's doubles. I think because it's faster. Well, in Gen 3, doubles were even faster because switch-ins happened immediately upon KO. That means if you use a spread move and you knock out both of your opponent's Pokemon, both of the opponent's next Pokemon switch in, and then they can get hit by the other move that you used on that turn. That's very important because it allows you to double attack one spot. Well, let's see. That's very important because if you're strong enough, you can knock out 4 Pokemon a turn. Or what you can do is you can double attack one spot and then kill a Pokemon before it even acts. It's kind of cheap. I can see why they changed it. Hopefully that's clear enough. Yeah, Earthquake in this game doesn't get penalized. It's actually just... it's full damage to the entire field. Oh yeah, we should mention that. Very astute comment by Ryan Bowen. Of course, the biggest difference between double battles here and in Gen 9 is that in Gen 3, double battles are actually in the game. Excellent. Is Call's change in XD getting a mention? I guess we haven't talked about that yet. We'll talk about it with Shadow Pokemon. It's just that it now boosts accuracy, right? If used on a just Pokemon that's not in reverse mode. You love my new hairstyle? Thank you! I paid money to a barber. I think that's everything for... I guess we'll mention the battle CD. There's actually a... and we do have footage of that battle CD as well. There's actually a battle CD. It's sort of a... there's also a battle CD, a mini puzzle within the game that showcases this mechanic because you have only 2 turns to KO 5 Pokemon. And it is possible. There we go. Yeah, and we'll show the battle CD's nuts. You got me. I guess we can also use my loss of hair to talk about how insane inflation is. So, previously, they would cut me for 1,000 yen. And that was the advertised draw, like, oh, the 1,000 yen cut. That was only about 2 years ago. This time, they charged me 1,300 yen for the cut. That's crazy. That's a 30% price increase. I'm not making 30% more money. Insane. This is the world we live in. Okay, now I think we can talk about the... It has a word. The physical special split. Yeah, 1,300 yen would be about 13 US dollars, but currently, the yen is in the toilet, so it would actually be like 8 US dollars. Streamer quits real job, then complains they make no money? How entitled, I know. Gen 3 means that there is no physical special split. Gen 3 means that there is no physical special split. What that means is that whether a move is physical or special is determined entirely by its type. For example, all ice moves are special, and all rock moves are physical. Is there a Pokemon that, like, can't use its stab because of that in this game? Sneasel's not in this game, as a catchable Pokemon. So what's a Pokemon that really wants to use its stab? Oh, all fire moves, right? Booster, right? Obviously, that has to be it. Yeah. Gen 3 means that there is no physical special split. What that means is whether a move is physical or special is determined entirely by its type. So unlike modern games where Fire Punch is physical and Fire Blast is special, all fire moves are special. I wonder if that'll affect one of the upcoming Pokemon in a negative way. Stay tuned to find out. There we go. Now, I just said that there's no physical special split, but that's not quite true. Because some Pokemon are evil. This is not the right aspect ratio. I guess we can be more dramatic about that, right? Yeah, we can be more dramatic. Now, I just said there's no physical special split, but that's not quite true. Because some Pokemon are evil! That's probably evil enough. We can make it more evil in editing. What's definitely not evil is this $49.99. I think we can say it. They're finally back, guys. We've waited, and now Megas are back! I love Megas. Huge thanks to Prometheus for the $49.99 mega transaction. What do you mean you make no money? I thought all streamers did was have their chair watch videos for them and make millions. Here you go. I have to actually lift the chair up so you can see it. $49.99 for this. There you go. Chair stream. This is now a charity stream. You got an ad for Pokemon Go? I'm so sorry. Okay, let's actually talk about Shadow Pokemon. Thank you for the donation. Soon I'll be making millions. I have to find... If I do this, it should go to the correct aspect. Yes, okay, here we go. Shadow Pokemon are in this game, and there's a lot more depth to them than in the original game Colosseum. Shadow Pokemon are in this game, and there's a lot more depth to the shadow mechanics compared to Colosseum. In Colosseum, there was literally one shadow move. You can see it here, Shadow Rush. It was physical. And Shadow Pokemon and shadow moves were always neutral against their target. Now that we're in XD resolution, you actually have a whole bunch of moves to choose from, and we should actually talk about all of them, because these are what you're going to be using on your Shadow Pokemon until you can purify them. Shadow Blast, this is Lugia exclusive. You'll probably never use this ever, but... Now that we're in glorious XD resolution, there's actually a lot of shadow moves to choose from, and as you can see here, some of them are physical, and some of them are special. So you actually got a sneak peek of the upcoming physical special split that was added in Gen 4. Shadow moves operate on their own unique type chart. Take notes, because it's pretty complicated. Shadow moves are always super effective against non-shadow Pokemon, and always not very effective against shadow Pokemon. And there's no stab bonus. Did you get all that? There we go. Have you ever talked about how amazing the music in Colosseum games is? Because the music is amazing. I don't think that's bait. I don't think that's bait because I don't think I've seen you ask that before. So I think that is a legitimate question, right? I think it is. And because it is a legitimate question, that means I do have a legitimate answer for you.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For questions about my thoughts on Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, type XD. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. Did you know that the developers of Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, knew something about Pokemon? I think XD is better than Colosseum in pretty much every way, except for the protagonist. But it's not like Wes said or did anything other than look cool in the first minute of the game. Compared to Colosseum, XD has more Pokemon, more content, and less tedium. Overall, even though I think Pokemon XD is pretty good, I would still say that it's overrated and underhated, especially the music. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? There you go. I feel like the pipeline has aged a bit poorly. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'd say pretty good. Yeah, that was basically the mini review. I could just let that play, right? And that can just be the mini review. Outsourced to AI, even though it was me recording it. That, I mean, I have more to say than just that, but... The music is definitely the most overrated. The XD001 theme is at least decent. Too bad nobody has ever heard it, because you always master Paul Lugia. Alright, let's talk about the shadow moves. Unfortunately, most of the shadow moves are kind of unexciting. They just... Let's see, shadow down, shadow half. What do I talk about here? Oh yeah, I guess we can talk about this. Unfortunately, most of the shadow moves are very unexciting. They just deal flat Unfortunately, most of the shadow moves are pretty unexciting. They are just basic damaging moves. These horrible base powers are actually a little misleading, because remember, they are always super effective. But if nothing else, this game will teach you the super effective swindle, because you'll be... Unfortunately, a lot of the shadow moves are kind of boring. They just amount to just basic attacks. But don't despair at these low base powers. These low base powers are actually a little misleading, because remember, they will almost always be super effective against the foe, meaning they're going to deal double damage. Don't despair because of the base power. Despair because... Don't despair because of the base power. Despair because... Despair because the low base power is combined with low stats. We'll get it to work someday. Don't despair because of the low base power. Despair because of the low base power and the low stats of the losers who are going to be using these moves. That's why you're going to learn the super effective swindle. Super effective text doesn't kill the opponent. Stats kill the opponent. We don't have any stats coming up. And unfortunately, there's not many stats to be found. There we go, that'll work. How unholy is this tier list? I think the roster is actually worse than Coliseum. It's actually worse. Mostly because Coliseum gives you evolved garbage, and XD gives you unevolved garbage with high evo levels. So if you want to learn how to be evil, pay attention. I guess we're in Skolamance now. Shadow Blitz, Shadow Rush, Shadow Break are the exact same. It's just your basic physical shadow move with increasing power. Shadow Blast, this is Shadow Blast, this is Shadow Lugia exclusive, so you'll probably actually never use this. Also, why isn't this a special move? Shadow Blast is just Evil Arrow Blast. That means it's exclusive to Lugia. You will probably never actually use this. Shadow End is Shadow End is evil double edge, so it's finally truly edgy, except it's got a miserable 60% accuracy. This is actually very, very good because it halves the user's health upon hit, which means that when enemy Shadow Pokemon use this on you, they make themselves much easier to catch. Shadow End's actually great when the enemy uses it. Shadow Wave, Shadow Rave, and Shadow Storm are all variants of the same move. It's just a special Shadow spread move. This will almost always deal 0 damage because it's a spread move, so you're just going to be very slowly tickling your opponents. Shadow Bolt, Shadow Fire, and Shadow Chill. So Shadow Fire is the exclusive... Shadow Fire is exclusive to Evil Moltres. Shadow Fire is exclusive to Evil Moltres. It's a single target, has a chance to burn. Shadow Chill is exclusive to Evil Zapdos. Oh, Evil Articuno, right? Shadow Chill is exclusive to Netball and Shadow Chill. How about that? Netball and Shadow Chill. This is exclusive to Evil Articuno. Its single target has a chance to freeze. Shadow Bolt? I know a lot about this because I did play a Warlock in the Burning Crusade, so you mostly just spam Shadow Bolt over and over and over and over. I never want to see this move again. But I guess in this game, Colosseum, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, Shadow Bolt is exclusive to Evil Zapdos. It's just single target, has a chance to paralyze. You will probably never actually use these moves because the game is over by the time you get these Pokemon. The Shadow status moves are probably the most interesting. Shadow Down is AoE Screech. Just reduces your opponent's defenses by 2. Shadow Down is Evil Screech. It reduces the defense of both your opponents by 2 stages. This is usually not worth doing because enemies are so weak that you can kill them anyway, but for some of the weaker Shadow Pokemon, this might be the best thing they can do, which is kind of sad. Shadow Half, also known as Graviga. This just halves the HP of all the Pokemon on the field, and it doesn't say it here, but it actually has a recharge turn like Hyper Beam does. This is usually good, because it means the opponent then loses their next action, and they've also just made themselves easier to catch. However, this can also be a nasty surprise, since you might not expect them to have their HP, which means that your attack then knocks them out when it wouldn't have otherwise. You gotta be careful. Shadow Hold. This is Evil Mean Look, so meaner look, I guess? It just traps you in. I imagine you're probably not going to be attempting to switch anyway, so for the most part, Shadow Hold just means that your opponent wasted their turn. It's worth noting that Shadow Hold is actually tied to the Pokemon that uses it, so if you knock out the Pokemon that held you, you are then free to switch. Shadow Mist. She's had enough of healing, and now Shadow Mist. She's had enough of healing, and now Shadow Mist. She's had enough of healing, and now she's inflicting stat debuffs, I guess. You can think of this not as Sweet Scent, but as Sinister Scent. It has the same effect. It simply lowers evasiveness by 2 stages. The enemy will usually do this, and then attempt to hit you with the inaccurate Shadow End. So, mostly it just ends up with them wasting their turn. You can mostly think of Shadow Mist as the enemy wasting their turn. Shadow Panic. Shadow Panic. I'm not missing anything, right? I can't believe Mist turned evil after FE10. Well, after the way they treated her in that game, I'd become evil too. Shadow Panic. It's... well, I guess it's not worse than Teeter Dance, because Teeter Dance actually hits your ally as well. Shadow Panic. It's kind of like an... Shadow Panic at the disco? We could say that. Shadow Panic at the disco. There is a disco character in this game. It's kind of like evil Confuse Ray. So Confuse Ray is 100% accurate and single target. Shadow Panic is only 60% accurate, but it hits both enemies. Usually you don't actually want to confuse the enemy because confusion damage is very unreliable and unpredictable, which means that enemies could hit themselves and then knock themselves out when you're trying to catch them. You're probably not going to use this move. But enemies might use it on you after they hit you with the Sinister Scent and lower your evasion. Shadow Shed. It's evil, ethereal brick break. That's maybe a bit of a stretch. All it does... Oh, I guess it's evil defog. Shadow Shed. It's evil defog? Kind of. It removes screens from the opposing side of the field. You actually will see screens a decent amount of time. You actually will see screens more than you might expect, because every battle is doubles, and the enemy does actually like setting up screens, in which case, wow, you can force them to Shadow Shed. I can't really think of a... Not so... Overall, not as useful as... Overall, not as useless as you might think, but still not very useful. And finally, Shadow Sky. It's evil Rain Dance, or I guess it's evil Hail. And finally, Shadow Sky. It's evil Hail, so I guess you could say, Hail, yes! Oh, so sinister. It's actually a unique weather condition. So it creates evil Hail that hurts all non-Shadow Pokemon by like 4 HP per turn. It's not actually a flat amount, it's percentage based, but the damage is so minuscule you can just ignore it. The much more significant effect is that it actually does increase the power of Shadow moves by 50%. So if there's a shadowy sky, so if the forecast is evil, then these spread Shadow moves actually do end up dealing respectable damage. Shadow Sky is actually, I think I would say, the most useful of these Shadow status moves. And because it is actually a weather effect, it both overwrites and can be overwritten by other weather moves. It apparently gets you a question. It apparently gets you a typeless question type Shadow Ball from Cast Form. And it does power up Weather Ball. It does actually have an interaction with Weather Ball. It powers up Weather Ball to 100 BP and makes it the question type, same as Curse used by non-ghosts. However, you don't actually get Cast Form as a usable Pokemon in this game. Although, let's be real, is Cast Form actually usable in any game? Horrible stats. There we go. Actually, you can use Cast Form in a battle CD, but does Shadow Sky also buff defensive stats? I don't think so. Other changes to Shadow Pokemon. Another change to Shadow Pokemon independent of the... Another change to Shadow Pokemon independent of the moves. We'll talk about Hyper Mode. Another change to Shadow Pokemon is... Hyper Mode has been replaced by Reverse Mode, which is both good and bad. Hyper Mode in Colosseum ate your turn when it activated, so you would sometimes just lose your turn. but it did actually come with some upside. When you were in hyper mode, the only move you could use was Shadow Rush. Your other moves would all fail. However, Shadow Rush then gained ridiculously high crit, like 70-80% crit. So sometimes it was actually correct to actually stay in hyper mode. Reverse mode in XD is actually just downside. So it no longer eats your turn when it activates. However, it just comes with a slew of negative effects. So you take recoil at the end of your turn. Almost zero recoil, though. You take recoil at the end of your turn, although it's pretty negligible. It's just kind of annoying. You can't use any items to heal, which is also very annoying. And I believe all of your non-shadow moves now have a chance to fail. So I really wish they had kept the increased crit chance on shadow moves so that there was actually a question whether or not you wanted to reverse the reversion or not. But no, there's actually no benefits. So you should use the call command to exit reverse mode as soon as you're able to without like losing the battle. Do we talk about purification mechanics here or in the mini review? I think we'll talk about it in the mini review. I think that's actually it for all of the Gen 3 mechanics, right? Can anybody think of any that we forgot to mention? I think that's it, right? We talked about the special split, we talked about double battle mechanics, and we talked about all of the shadow moves. So I think then we would just talk about the game itself, right? Do you wish out Shadow Panic does not affect Pokemon with soundproof? Oh, I didn't. Don't forget to buy lemonade. We can talk about, remind me when we talk about Mr. Mime to talk about Shadow Panic soundproof. Isn't Special Split a Gen 2 feature? There's 2 special splits. So Gen 2 was the literal special split, the special stat, and Gen 4 was the physical special split. Some specs like Sturdy is much worse and Hail and Sand don't give buffs. I guess we could talk about that, right? Well, Sturdy probably doesn't matter, but we can talk about... Should we talk about how terrible Sand and Hail are? They don't come up that much. I mean, we can mention it. Since there are so many Pokemon on the field, at some point somebody might set up some weather. So you should, since there are so many Pokemon on the field at all times, at some point someone might set up some weather. So just keep in mind that Gen 3 Sandstorm and Hail really suck. Sandstorm doesn't do anything aside from the chip damage. Rock types do not get the special defense boost until Gen 4. And Hail... And I believe the only thing Hail does is buff Blizzard accuracy, along with the chip against non-ice types, so it basically does nothing. Oh, it doesn't give Blizzard perfect accuracy. Okay. Hail is also even worse than you remember because it only does the chip damage to non-ice types. It doesn't even get the Blizzard accuracy buff until Gen 4. I thought old Blizzard was supposed to be good. I guess you could interpret this as me saying that Blizzard bad, which is true. There we go. Okay, I think that's all the mechanics. So now let's talk about the game, right? Lazy streamer? Excuse me? Now that you know, now that you've been primed on the mechanics, how is the game itself? Now that you've been primed on the mechanics, how about the game itself? Nice haircut, thank you. How do we do this? Bald. Bald. I have hair. How do we do this? Okay. Now that you've been primed on the mechanics, let's talk about the game itself. If you've never played this game, which I imagine is... Now that you've been primed on the... Now that you've been refreshed on the Gen 3 mechanics, that might be important later. Now that you've been refreshed on the game mechanics, you'll understand that in about 15 minutes. Oh, should we talk about the unique, purification? I don't think Pokemon in Colosseum actually had unique moves. We should also talk about... Should we talk about purification now, or in the review? Yeah, most of them don't matter. They did not get unique moves in Colosseum. No, we'll talk about it when we actually talk about the Pokemon. So... Now that you've been refreshed... I guess you can all post lemonades. You can post lemonades now, because then they'll show up as I'm actually saying this. So go ahead and type lemonades. Now that you've been refreshed on the mechanics, I swear this will make sense by the end of the video. Should you actually play Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness? Now chances are, if you're watching this list, you've probably already played it at some point in the past. But overall, far fewer people have played Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness compared to true mainline games, since these were full-priced GameCube releases. HyperKing64, welcome to the YTC Institute. Enjoy your unpaid internship. Thank you for all the lemonades. That's enough. Now, YouTube, a wonderful website that everyone loves and has no issues with, made the executive decision to remove the dislike bar. You can still dislike a video, it doesn't really do anything, but the creator themselves can actually see how many dislikes a video has, and if you have a certain extension, I think you can see an approximation of how many dislikes there are, but it's not exactly accurate. I will show you the exact number of dislikes that my Pokemon Coliseum tier list has. Here it is. Go ahead and compare it to the dislike app. My Coliseum tier list is my most disliked video of all time because I think Pokemon Coliseum is garbage, and I stand by that. It's a terrible game with almost no redeeming qualities aside from the fun animations. Is XD any better? Is Pokemon XD any better? Me and Tamahiro should do a collab? She commented on my video. Is Pokemon XD any better? Yeah, but that's really not saying much. If I had to describe XD in one word, as the kids say, it's medium. Sandwiches are now a core mechanic of the... Now, most people have not... Sandwiches are a core mechanic of the Pokemon series by this point. So, normally, I think you're supposed to do criticism. They call it the poop sandwich. I mean, they use a more rude word. But you do good news, bad news, good news. So, we'll start with good news so people don't get too angry and, like, click off immediately. So, good news... The game does look good. So good news, the game does look very good. It actually does have high quality animations. Bad news, everything else. So there actually is no bread on... Bad news, everything else. So I guess it's an open-faced sandwich. I'm not a huge fan of open world games, but surely there is a point where I actually really like linear games. I generally don't like open world, make your own fun games. But man, this game makes Final Fantasy XIII look like Breath of the Wild. It is so boring. All you do is, you don't even walk from point A to point B. You just watch a little hover bike cutscene, hop from spot to spot, read some incredibly boring text, fight some incredibly boring enemies, and just do that for, I guess, about 10 hours until the game ends. In a lot of ways, they did fix some of the most egregious issues from Coliseum, namely how Shadow Pokemon were completely pointless, and how purifying them was incredibly tedious. Shadow Pokemon are still pointless, but you can at least get them purified much more easily using the Purification Chamber, which is a fun type matching minigame. I actually do like it. I think my number one complaint with the game has to be how pathetic the enemies are. The enemies are so weak, it's insulting. I think my number one complaint with the game has to be how pathetic the enemies are. The enemies are so weak, it feels like the game is mocking you. Now, you might say... Now, you, the viewer, are probably saying, oh, come on, Cheese. You're exaggerating for views on the internet. It's not that bad. Oh, it is. I do not think you could... I don't think you could actually make worse teams if you tried. We're talking Lediba. We're talking Sunkern. We're talking Lediba. We're talking Sunkern. We're talking Smeargle. Oh, come on, Cheat. Okay, but that's early game, right? Like, at the end of the game, things ramp up, right? Don't exaggerate on the internet. In the final dungeon, you fight a Spinda. I am banning Tropium, okay? The teams in this game are horrible. The teams in this game are unacceptable. There we go. I think we can cut together something that works out of that. We should probably say, did you know the developers of this game knew something about Pokemon? Did you know that the developers of this game knew something about Pokemon? Oh yeah, we can say that. Did you know that the developers of this game knew something about Pokemon? It's better than Colosseum in almost every way, except the protagonist is kinda lame. Genius sonority. More like remedial sonority. Can I say that? Genius sonority. More like dumb sonority. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. And we can put the Titus laugh there. Can I say remedial sonority? Is that offensive? I guess that maybe we can just say dumb. A dingus sonor, a doofus. Oh, maybe doofus. Is there anything that rhymes with genius? I wouldn't risk it. Yeah, it's probably too risky. I think remedial sonority is funnier. I agree. It's probably too edgy. We'll just call it dumb. Meaningless. The sacrifice you have to make to appeal to the woke audience. I know. I can't believe this. Sick of catering to decent people. Does Genius Sonority still exist? They do. Genius Sonority still exists, by the way. Genius Sonority makes nothing but stinkers. Pokemon Battle Revolution is trash, by the way. But Genius Sonority does still exist. Who else but them could make Pokemon Cafe Mix? They make Cafe Mix, right? Oh yeah, I've talked about the recycled locations. One thing I can say that is in this game's favor. One thing I can say in this game's favor is that it's very environmentally friendly. The amount of recycled content in this game is obscene. I'd say maybe 2/3 of the game is a straight up acid flip. The first major dungeon, Cipher Lab, is just ripped from the first game. They didn't change anything. It's really only the last third or so of the game that actually gives you 2 new, unique locations. At least the lava looks better than Legends Arceus. Hey. I think that's almost everything, right? And then we have to talk about the music, and then I think that's it for the review, right? Looking sharp, Cheese. Get it? I do get it. Thank you. Well, let's finally talk about the tier list. Just kidding! Did you really think I could talk about this game without talking about the music? Now, I said earlier this was an open-faced poop sandwich, right? That means I don't actually have good things to say about the music. I said earlier this was an open-faced sandwich, right? I said earlier this was an open-faced poop sandwich. That means I don't have anything good to say about the music. I am actually giving an award to both this game and the music. It is the most overrated and underhated thing I have ever experienced. So this is, I think, my third year on YouTube. Since pretty much the beginning, non-stop, the comments have been relentless. What about Pokemon XD? That game really deserves a remake. Have you heard the music in Pokemon XD? Certified banger. Can we all agree that these games deserve a remake? Say what you will about the games, but at least the music rocks. I could jive to this all day. Shut up! I don't think music is that good. To be more specific, the music is okay, like it's totally fine. The main issue is that the loops are way too short. The loops are like 40 seconds long. So if you're actually playing the game using like the 2 or 3 good Pokemon and just one-shotting everything, then maybe the music actually sounds kind of good. But if you try to, I guess, play the game using a variety of Pokemon, like actually building a team, then you will very quickly realize how you will be stuck in the endless now. I've tried to use Pokemon XD music in my videos, and the main reason why I don't is because the loops are... The main reason I don't is because you're gonna be stuck in the endless now. Why are the loops so short? Like, actually listen to it. Probably during the premium, I'm going to have one of the XD tracks playing. Try and count how many times it's looped by the time I've said this. Probably multiple. Probably multiple times. Deranged bald streamer reveals horrible music taste. If I had to describe the music in the language of the... If I had to describe the music in the language of the filthy Zoomer youth, I would say It's MIDI. There we go. Assuming you haven't already clicked off the video by now, I guess I can just summarize the entire... Assuming you haven't clicked off the video by now, I guess I can just summarize the entire review as this. The game promises you a fight against Robo-Groudon, but what you actually do is fight Sunflora and Tropius. What a great game. What a great game. Underrated! There we go. I think that's it for the review. We've been very thorough. Wow, it hasn't even been 2 hours. XD001 is a legitimately good song that nobody hears. It's true, I didn't hear it. Wow, XD001, the ultimate shadow Pokemon. Here's a Master Ball. Is the tier list for decoration? The pipeline really is dated. Yeah, I think after playing the game, I guess, Now let me be clear, because I think people were under the assumption that I didn't like Colosseum because the Pokemon were terrible. Now, I didn't like Colosseum because the game was terrible. In this game, the Pokemon are even worse, but the game itself is better. There we go. Almost 2 hours and still no rankings? Excuse me, we ranked them all at the beginning. We already did the speed ranking. Hey, welcome to this Pokemon XD tier list. Let's actually talk about it. Previously, up until now, Colosseum had the worst roster in the entire series. You mostly got a bunch of absolute Johto garbage. I think that Colosseum has been dethroned. Congratulations to Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. I believe it has the worst roster in the entire series. Not only do you get horrible Johto Pokemon, you also get horrible Hoenn Pokemon. Amazing! The main thing... Now let me be clear. A lot of the Pokemon in XD actually have more potential than the Pokemon you were given in Colosseum. The issue is that Colosseum gave you the garbage in its final form. Here, you get baby garbage that has to ferment for like 20 levels before it finally ripens into its final sinister scented form. Maybe this metaphor has gone too far. What I'm trying to say is, you get a lot of unevolved Pokemon that are incredibly weak, that evolve into other Pokemon that are just barely better in like their 30s and 40s. That is not happening because this game is incredibly tight on XP. One of the consequences of your opponents having joke teams is that when you kill a Hoppip, you get like 50 XP. So you don't actually get much XP. You barely have enough XP to just use 2 Pokemon for the entire game. If you try to actually level up all of these losers sitting on the bench, you're gonna end up criminally underleveled, just like how this game is criminally underrated. To the point where the game becomes like unplayable. So Pokemon will be getting a pretty severe penalty on this list if they have a hefty XP requirement. Unless you get some sort of real payoff for the investment. I really don't know why I said that, because I already know that no Pokemon is actually worth investing in. Having recently replayed Pokemon XD, would you change the position of the game in your main series tier list? Where did I put? I put it in, like, C, right? I'd probably put it at the top of D. I think I was too generous. What else to say before we actually describe the tiers? Two hours in and every Pokemon ranked? Every Pokemon was ranked very early, about 15 minutes in. Oh yeah. I guess we'll talk about it with tiering criteria. So what are the So this is an in-game tier list. So what that means is I am ranking the Pokemon based on how well they help you get to the end of the game. And in this case, I'm considering the end of the game to be the final battle against Greevil on Citadark Isle. Just as with every other Pokemon game, the best strategy is to just kill your opponent using strong attacks. So that means that Pokemon that strike first and knock out the opponent will do well, whereas Pokemon that don't do that will do poorly. In Colosseum, wall Pokemon, normally on my list, defensive Pokemon are absolutely useless. In Colosseum, wall Pokemon were mostly useless because catching in this game is very high stakes. Every catch happens in a trainer battle. Most catches, all Shadow Pokemon catches happen in trainer battles, which means that there's going to be several turns where you're probably just going to be chucking Pokeballs and not actually attacking. And in those cases, you might actually want a defensive Pokemon out on the field. In Colosseum, defensive Pokemon actually had some utility because catching was extremely high stakes. You could not afford to actually miss a Shadow Pokemon snag, so you would probably be very conservative when reducing your opponent's health, then send out a defensive Pokemon and like chuck balls until you caught them. In XD Gale of Darkness, defensive Pokemon are completely worthless. Now that's not because you don't have to wall, it's because of the way that Shadow Pokemon work. Every Shadow Pokemon takes half damage from enemy Shadow Pokemon. Enemy Shadow Pokemon only use Shadow moves. So any random Shadow Pokemon that you have functions as a wall. That means that pure defensive Pokemon are just worthless. You would never use them because you can just use an offensive Pokemon that's still Shadow and they'll actually do a better job. You can think of an offensive Shadow Pokemon as having quadruple the defenses of a purified defensive Pokemon. So you should just never use defensive Pokemon. Amazing. Great balance. Any disagreements about that? I think that's fair. What's the name of the soundtrack playing? It's Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 3. I think you have to search Fire Emblem music to grind supports to. I think that's it, right? Then we could talk about the tiers. Oh, we can talk about unique moves. Although the Pokemon and their stats tend to be pretty miserable, often they actually get very good moves because of the way that purification in this game works. When you purify a Pokemon, they all have full movesets. Sometimes they have unique moves that you can't... Although the stats of the Pokemon you use are pretty miserable, often they actually have very good moves, which doesn't save them, but it is some consolation. As you purify Pokemon, they gradually unlock more and more of their original moveset, and unique to this game, some Pokemon, when purified, have moves that they cannot get any other way in the series. There are some patterns in those moves, and those patterns repeat so frequently that I was actually able to make graphics for them. The least useful one by far is when you pass. A lot of Pokemon get Baton Pass, which is totally useless. The most it does is pass an Intimidate attack drop to your other Pokemon. I don't know why you would use Baton Pass in this game. Sometimes you can help. A lot of Pokemon get Helping Hand, which does make sense because almost every battle is a double battle. Helping Hand does allow Pokemon that can't otherwise attack to contribute, but you know what's better than attacking at 1.5 power with one Pokemon? Attacking at 1 power with 2 Pokemon. So I don't actually give Helping Hand users that much credit. And most infamously, a lot of these Pokemon are refreshing. For some reason, a zillion Pokemon in this game get refreshed. Look, literally the first Shadow Pokemon, Teddiursa, has refresh. Why do they have refresh? It's especially weird because, look, Poochyena gets Heal Bell, which is almost strictly better refresh because it's AoE and it also heals you. Did you know the developers of Pokemon Coliseum... Did you know the developers of Pokemon XD knew something about Pokemon? I would really love to know what was going on at Genius Sonority when they decided, you know what move we should give to all these Pokemon as an exclusive move they can't learn otherwise? Refresh. What's the Japanese name? Refresh. Oh, and if you don't know what refresh does, which you might not, because who has ever used refresh, it just heals your current status condition, which does nothing. And if you don't know what refresh does, which I can't blame you, who has ever used refresh, it just heals your current status condition. This is almost never useful because, 1, you can just heal it with an item, and 2, the most debilitating status conditions, sleep and freeze, prevent you from acting, so you can't refresh when you most want to. And even paralysis, there's a 25% chance your refresh fails. Refresh is really bad. Okay. We talk about the actual tiers. So what are the actual tiers that we're going to be talking about? So at the very top we have S, short for Espeon. I gotta skip this song. Sorry, no offense to the composer, but there's too many lyrics. Should they buff refresh to always work no matter what? Yeah, if you were like asleep or frozen, and then you could refresh to clear that, I think that would actually make refresh very useful. Not even overpowered, because you still have to dedicate a move slot to that. It would be way better if that's how refresh worked. I think that'd be fine. So what are the actual tiers we're going to be talking about? At the very top we have the S tier. It's short for Espeon. You'll never guess what Pokemon goes there. So, the S tier is for Pokemon that... I don't even know if they're good for this game. I think they're actually just good Pokemon that you would use even if you were playing a real game and not XD Gale of Darkness. Pokemon that are really fast, go first, kill the opponent, and they do that every time. They might even have extra utility. Wow. And then immediately there's a very sharp drop-off to... okay. I don't want to be too kind to these Pokemon because the vast majority of Pokemon in this game are unusable in a real game, and it's only because the pickings are so slim in XD that I even deign to grant them the title of okay. Then we have bad. These Pokemon are... I mean, it could be worse. Then we have bad. It could be worse. You're not weeping when you're using these Pokemon, but you really wish you were using something else. Then, to answer a question you've probably been asking yourself this entire time, what the hell is this? How dare you disrespect the mighty Cipher Peon Low Bar? The names in this game are pretty wild. I don't even think they're AI generated because AI would probably make more sense than this. There literally is a Cipher Peon called Low Bar. Can you clear the Low Bar? Well, if you can't, Low Bar is what we're calling what I think in Low Bar is what we're calling what I believe in Colosseum was the horrible tier. These are Pokemon that are extremely bad, but there's probably something redeeming about them. They have been dredged up. If you're in the Low Bar tier, at the very least if you're in the Low Bar tier, there is a shred of hope within you. If you're in the Low Bar tier, there is a shred of hope for you. It's not all over. If you're in the Low Bar tier, there is a shred of hope for you. A glimmer of light. If you can't clear the Low Bar, then you're going in Orre's finest. These are for Pokemon that are truly, truly hopeless. And you should not use them under any circumstance. I think we might actually be going to 2 rows of... I don't know yet, but it's very possible that Orre's finest might actually go to 2 rows. There's a ton of Pokemon in this game that are just unusable. And at the very bottom, but not actually, we have Citadark Exile. A ton of Pokemon in this game are actually in the final dungeon of the game, Citadark Isle. It's actually from Golduck to Zapdos here. All of these Pokemon are in the final dungeon. They're not all going to go in Citadark Isle. They're not all going to go in Citadark Exile. Citadark Exile is for Pokemon that I think are too late to actually be ranked. It's basically unranked, but we're gonna have some fun and theory craft about where they would be if they were actually in the game. So I believe the true start of Citadark Exile will be the final boss rush, which starts with Solrock. So Solrock to Zapdos, and I guess Dragonite, 'cause that's post-game, will all be in Citadark Exile, unfortunately. And just to reiterate, in case you haven't seen one of my other tier lists, availability does matter to me. So the more of the game a Pokemon is in, the higher it's going to rank. Okay. I think that's everything, right? Are we penalizing the trade Pokemon? I think not really. I mean, a little bit, because it's tedious to get the wild Pokemon. I think that's everything, and it only took us 2 hours. Anything I forgot? We talked about Gen 3 mechanics, we talked about the game itself, we talked about the tiers, we talked about all the criteria. I guess we can talk about the Pokespot Pokemon. One difference from Colosseum is that there actually are wild Pokemon in this game, but in the spirit of it being an Orre game, the mechanics are super clunky, annoying, and not at all worth it, so... From Hoppip to Larvitar here are Pokemon that actually require the Pokespot mechanic. It's like wild battles mixed with It's like honey trees before honey trees were actually in the game. Everyone loves honey trees, right? Oh! How Pokespot Pokemon work is that you set up bait at a location, and then at some point, a wild Pokemon will show up, and you can go catch it. Do you like using under-leveled Pokemon that wouldn't be good even if they were the appropriate level? I don't, but we'll talk about them anyway, when Pokespots actually become available. Alright. I think that's it, right? Can you do what you did in the Coliseum tier list and tell us how your experience with the game was when you were a kid versus replaying it now as an adult? I probably won't include it in the actual review, but I'll include it just for you. As in, I'll answer the question now. It's pretty much the same as Coliseum. So, when I played Coliseum as a kid, I didn't like it. And when I played it as an adult, I didn't like it. When I played XD as a kid, I thought, oh wow, this is alright. And when I played it as an adult, I thought, yeah, wow, this is alright. So, pretty much the same. Most of my opinions have not actually changed. I think the only game I've replayed as an adult and actually changed my opinion on was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. When I was a kid, I thought it was great. Now I think it's terrible. I mean, the actual game is terrible, but the lines are still really fun. So, Battle 2 does live on as a meme factory. And hey, at least it had voice acting. Honey has to be the absolute worst encounter method, right? Yeah, I think so. Roaming legendaries, at least there's the thrill of the hunt, right? I don't think roaming legendaries are that bad. I think honey is worse, because honey you literally just wait. It's terrible. I'll make you eat those words! Found you, fake... Whoa, what is this song? Who made this? Eye of the Sandstorm. Okay, I really like this one. Alright. Is it time to start ranking the Pokemon? There's a move I have to use before that. Refreshed. Every time we play Refresh, I have soy milk in my fridge. I should drink some soy milk, I think. Let's just... How many times are we gonna have to talk about refresh. Hang on. We'll do that when we actually talk about the list. I'll get the soy milk out of the fridge now. But first, why not regular milk? I mean, I don't have any in my fridge. But I guess, like, why not buy regular milk? I guess the answer would be the soy milk is cheaper here, and it, I think it has fewer calories. But it's literally soy. What do I have to do this? I have to hit this button. Because I have to thank Solomon Kearns for the $5 microtransaction. Fake streamer omits facts from review. Where's the bingo? The battle CDs. The AI Earl. Outraged moderator protests by generous donation. Very effective protest. I did read the message. We did mention battle CDs. We didn't mention battle bingo. Should we mention battle bingo? I guess we can mention battle bingo. This game does have a kind of fun minigame. We do have the graphic. I'd be remiss not to mention a kind of fun minigame that... I'd be remiss not to mention a kind of fun minigame that XD does feature. Where's everybody going? Battle bingo? I guess battle bingo is okay, but I don't want to talk about it, okay? I got some bad memories. And we'll stitch that into the review. And yeah, obviously we'll talk about the Tropius incident there. Okay, I gotta go get the soy. So I'll be right back, and then we will start the... Then we'll start the list. Look at this. Soy. Muchose. Unedited. It's not unedited, but I guess it's like not altered. Not tampered with. So, I think you would just say unsweetened, basically. Whoa. $10 donation from King Rex Comics. If thought of doing an aesthetic tier list for each gen, I would watch. Thank you for the... Where is it? What color did we say macro transactions were? I think macro transactions are orange. But I'll play it anyway.
We need
I think
more
for the
gold.
$10 macro transaction. I probably wouldn't, is the answer, I guess. So I'm playing the expensive graphic because my answer was negative. I have thought about it. I probably would not do it unless I'm running out of ideas. But it's not like a never, but probably not. Maybe on like an April Fool's Day or something. But there's a lot of stuff I would do for April Fools. Next April Fools is probably Pokemon Channel. So you're getting a sneak peek here at what the Pokemon Channel April Fool's Day stream would be like. So the current plan is... It would be Pokemon Channel, one of the worst games ever. And I think I actually can't show you the main thing about Pokemon Channel is that you can watch like a couple episodes of the anime, but I can't actually show them to you because I would just get copyright claimed. So what I think it would be is that I would just describe what's happening on screen and then there would just be like a blank screen for you guys. So I think that would actually work as an April Fool's Day stream. Wow, Pichu, watch out! That's a high building! Ooh, Houndour is chasing Pichu. Ooh, really tense. I wish you guys could see this. I think that's going to be the whole thing. Yeah, build your own anime. Horrible game. It's probably the worst Pokemon game of all time, although Detective Pikachu Returns might actually be worse. We'll see. Alright, are you ready to talk about... You ready to talk about the Pokemon in this game? Get ready. I'll finish this terrible coffee and then we'll start. Roger Smash. Is it truly worse than Hey You Pikachu? Usually when you talk to Pikachu, he just does whatever he wants, right? Interesting maneuver. Nice PFP. I'd love to replace my bookmarks of Smogon's 10-plus-year-old in-game tier list with yours. Do you have PDFs of these? Of my tier list? I don't, unfortunately. But they're also completely different than the Smogon ones, right? Because Smogon is competitive, and these are not competitive. Obviously, I might do competitive tier lists someday, but competitive is very different. Very different. In competitive, setup moves are actually useful, and defensive Pokemon are actually useful as well. It's like, if this was competitive, like, Fortress would be in, like, S, but it's not, so... Spoilers, Fortress is not in S. Alright. How many turns have... Okay, so... Crasher Wake. Whack. Smogon War Part 2. Can't wait for the Chomp review to hit with the unfortunately in Gen 9. In real time, the YTC Institute interns will wait patiently for their revenge, but only for 2.5 hours, and it has been 2.5 hours, so let's actually start the tier list. How about that? And if you're watching the premium and you skipped here with the time code, nice to see you. Go back and watch the criteria. Go back and watch the criteria. Eevee fans rejoice because Eevee is your starter in this game. Eevee fans rejoice because this is the only game where Eevee is your actual starter. You get Eevee right away, and then you very quickly get a choice of 5 elemental stones you can use to evolve your Eevee into either Vaporeon, Jolteon, Boosta, the fire type, Espeon, the psychic type. I guess I should say the types. Eevee fans rejoice because this is the only game where Eevee is your actual starter. I know there's literally a game called Let's Go Eevee, but Eevee can't evolve in that game. Eevee, a Pokemon that is all about multiple evolutions, can't evolve. Great game. In this game, Eevee can evolve almost immediately into one of 5 forms. You can get Showers, the water type, Thunders, the electric type, Boosta, the fire type, Effie, the psychic type, or Buraki, the dark type. Those are all the Japanese names. Those are all the Japanese names, okay? Please don't get mad. The Eeveelutions' main issue is that they're all filthy pure types, which is almost all downside. You generally want to be a dual type because that means you have generally a wider move pool and you have 2 stab types. Eevee never gets that. However, Eevee's stats However, the Eeveelution stats are actually quite good. I guess I have to actually get Vaporeon here. I can probably just hit stats, right? Here we go. And then change the ratio here. Here we go. We're using showers here as an example, but all of the Eeveelutions actually have the exact same numbers. They're just arranged in different ways. So Vaporeon has the 130 in HP, but for example, Jolteon would have the 130 in its speed stat instead. Is the Vaporeon level 5? Is level 5 Vaporeon here? If they're in the chat, say hello. We have emotional support Jolteon. You'll have your moment soon. Oh. If you look in the chat, you'll see a level 5 Vaporeon. Luckily in the game, the Vaporeon is... Luckily in the game, Eevee is a bit higher level than that, so I believe you'll start with a level, like, 13 Vaporeon? That's not right. Now, looking at Vaporeon stats here... Looking at Vaporeon stats here, the only one we actually care about is special attack at 110, which is actually pretty good. 110 special attack is really good. That's one more than Charizard. And you can use that 110 special attack to soak the enemy with a devastating... Water gun. There is no surf There is no way to learn surf. There is no way to learn surf in this game, by the way. Not that you'd really want to anyway because of the spread penalty. We'll move it in one We'll move it in one movement and fix the... Not off to a great start. Very unfortunate. I mean, okay, we can put it in bad, okay? We can put it in bad. At least you can get the Water Pulse TM. And that's about all you're going to be doing. Worthless fake bulk where you take a zillion damage because you have a lot of HP, but you don't have any defenses, so while you probably won't die, you're going to be chugging lemonades all day to actually heal up. And you're very slow, so you're going to be taking damage almost every turn. Very unfortunate. But hey, it could be worse, and don't worry, it does get worse. Oh yeah, I guess we could say... You could give it the Ice Beam. Vaporeon probably say... I think the main reasons Vaporeon does clear the low bar is that you can give it Ice Beam, which is okay. And your starting Eevee actually does have Bite, which in this game is special. So 60 base power... non-stab special move, like, it's okay. And you do get Vaporeon at the very start of the game. So, clears the low bar. It's just bad. It learns Ice Beam on its own? Learns Ice Beam on its own. Do you really think you can get away with this? You think you can just lie on the internet? The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You can't get away with lying. I won't let you. Your punishment comes now. I tap 3 Patreons. And this is not a water move. Oh, it's fire. I cast the Crux of Fate. Choose one. Destroy all viewers or destroy all YouTubers. I've made my choice. Either way, Vaporeon doesn't learn Ice Beam. I don't even think it learns it naturally in the modern games, although it might. No, it doesn't, so I don't know what you're talking about. Although, you probably meant Aurora Beam, which it does learn. 199 donation from Fred. End him, streamer. Thank you. #1 Crux of Fate fan, Frat. Thank you for the... a microtransaction. But yeah, I think that's it for Vaporeon. Am I in the right aspect ratio? I am, okay. So what do we say here? All Eevees get Helping Hand. None of them have Helping Hand. I guess you could move relearn it. Not a great start. Not a great start. Showers isn't bad, but it could be worse. Not a great start. Showers pretty firmly in bad. Probably top of bad. Don't worry. Not a great start. Showers does land in bad, but it's probably going to be almost the tippy top of bad. It does get worse. But hey, it could be worse. And it does get worse, don't worry. But before it gets worse, it does get better. A lot better. We've got Thunders. It's not Espeon itself, but I think we can say that Thunders goes in the... But I think we can say that Lightning Strikes the tallest object, which I guess in this case is the top tier. Jolteon. Lightning Returns. People love that game, right? I want stats. Stats? Here it is. .130 base speed, lightning fast, so you will always go first. And you've got 110 special attack. Hey, that's the same as Vaporeon. Do you get actual moves? Well, you get Thunder. Well, there is a shock... I know this looks grim, but you do get the Shockwave TM, and notably, Thunderbolt is actually a TM in this game, so you can get Thunderbolt. Main reason why Thunders is all the way up here, while Vaporeon is the main reason why Thunders is all the way up here, while Showers is all the way down here, is that Jolteon will guaranteed go first. And it eventually does get better moves, and also, it actually does have catch utility. You are going to be doing a lot of catching in this game. The catching is fairly high stakes, because they're all trainer battles that are difficult, if not impossible, to repeat. And Jolteon can get Thunder Wave. Its natural Thunder Wave is like level 42, so you can just forget about that. But there is a move tutor that will give you Thunder Wave for free, so you can just give it Thunder Wave. Pretty good offense, and some utility. In this game, that's S. Congratulations. We want to talk about call accuracy boost? We'll talk about call accuracy boosts probably when we talk about our first inaccurate move, so maybe, it's coming up. We'll talk about it at some point. Maybe with Shroomish and, like, Stun Spore. Alright, get ready. And you've probably noticed, quite a few of the Pokemon on this list don't have their... Now you've probably noticed by this point, quite a few Pokemon on this list don't have their normal icons. Instead, they have these very unflattering Cheems edits that implies that they're quite bad. Our friend Boosta here, he is available in this game. He also runs a reputable... He also has a side hustle decent ability, as a... He also has a side hustle reputable ability, running one of the most respected level boosting services on the web. Please consider climbing Boster's Tower if you have the... Please consider climbing Booster's Tower if you ever feel like the gameplay is dragging a bit and you just want to get to the fun part. How high can we boost? It's okay. Okay feels like kind of a weird way to... Okay feels like kind of a weird way to describe a Pokemon that has... Stats. Where are the stats? It's... Here it is. 130 base attack at the very start of the game. In almost any case, in almost any other case, like, this is actually a crazy number. This is actually a crazy number. But you already know why this is not as good as it appears, right? 130 base attack. With what moves? Everyone knows Flareon has no moves. 130 base attack tackle. Hey, fun fact, in Japanese, Senator Armstrong, instead of saying played college ball, you know, he says, how'd you like my tackle? We got FE4 music in the background. This is what? Strife in Augustria, I think. Look at this. In the modern games, Flareon learns Burning Jealousy. It does actually get Flare Blitz starting in Gen 6, I think. The main reason why Flareon is actually okay, despite being unable to use its best stat, is that 95 special attack is still perfectly fine. And you do get the Fire Blast TM quite early. As soon as you reach Realgam Tower, which is, I think, after the first main dungeon, you can buy Fire Blast. That's perfectly fine. There is another world out there where these numbers were arranged differently, and Flareon was actually good. The main issue with Flareon is that it can't actually use its best stat, and 65 speed is quite slow. 130 special attack, 110 speed would have been great. There's a lot of other stat spreads that would have worked a lot better. 130 special attack, 110 speed, that would have been great. 95 speed also would have been great. What I'm trying to say is, I don't want 110 special defense! Is the Shadow Ball TM in this game? No. It's post-game, right? Closing thoughts. Boosta is only okay if you're doing a vanilla run, but if you're doing the Coliseum XD Shadows over Orre Snag Swap, look at the description. I'd say that Boosta is S for sure. Never forget. I guess you can post Flareon emotes here. And then I'll say that again, but then you can actually see Flareon in the chat then. If you're doing a vanilla run of Pokemon XD, then I'd say that Boosta is just okay, but if you're doing the XD Snag Swap Challenge, Shadows over Orre, link in the description, then Boosta is definitely S tier. Never forget. Especially because he's the only thing you can see in the chats. Thank you for your sacrifice, Boosta. Okay, it's probably good enough for Booster. What's the minimum speed to count as fast enough for XD? 70 or 80, probably. I don't expect, but Shadow Ball is not post-game, it's in Snag'em? Oh, okay. I guess we can mention that here and I'll splice it in earlier. Hey, 130 base attack. Shadow Ball is physical in this game. That's something. It's probably the best... It's probably the single best physical move you can use with Flareon, which is kinda sad. But being kinda sad is like the legacy of Flareon, right? Very in flavor. Espeon! You'll never guess where this goes. That's not right. Espeon! You'll never guess where this goes. Stats. You can describe Espeon as great value Alakazam. Same great psychic typing you know and love. Fewer stats per serving. It's basically just bad Alakazam, but it's not that much worse. And hey, Alakazam's not in this game. You also get Espeon, super early, right? It's basically your starter. It's a Sunstone evolution, which doesn't carry through to the rest of the series for some reason. But these stats are actually very good, and you get them immediately. In fact, you could say that Espeon is one of the strongest starters in the entire series, just because of how early you access these stats. It pretty much only has psychic attacks, but this is Gen 3, which is not very removed from Gen 1, and Gen 1 has a zillion garbage poison types that are absolutely everywhere. And there are still very few opposing enemy steals and dark types, so Psychic is actually one of the best attacking types in this game. And Espeon has got the Psychic hookup. Gotta make sure to thank Vio for the $5 Canadian donation. Thank you for the generous microtransaction. I usually don't show up for streams, but today's my birthday and your channel is awesome, so here's a little gift. Oh, happy birthday. To me, I guess, for the money. Hope you have a good birthday, thank you. Why do I think Espeon is better than Jolteon? It's stronger. I think Psychic's better than Electric, that's why. Anything else to say about Espeon? Friendship evolution though? Not in this game. In this game it's a Sunstone evolution, so it's instant. Remember that Espeon's Japanese name is F.E. Remember that Espeon's Japanese name is F.E. And he's got great stats at the beginning of the game, so I guess you could consider him a Jagan, which is definitely a real archetype. But it also has good stats throughout the entire game, so maybe it's actually an Oifi. Is that a real archetype? Maybe, or maybe not. Alright, you're gonna guess Orre's Finest for Espeon? Orre's Finest is not actually a good thing. Where's Patreon trying to get me to use Crux of Fate again? Effie in Conquest is good, Effie in Echoes. There's a lot of characters named Effie. I totally forget who Effie is in Echoes. Who is Effie in Echoes? I have no idea. Am I like going crazy? Effie is not an Echo. Okay, alright. Other people don't know either. Faye, right? Yeah, Faye is like the cleric. The text on the Eeveelution selection screen still says they need friendship to evolve. Oh, she's Effie in Japanese. Okay. Is it not? Wait, is Espeon not instant? Oh, this should say okay. Okay. So we'll mention the We'll mention the Sunstone thing here. Espeon and also Umbreon actually have a unique... Is it a held item or is it like a use item? It's like a use item, right? It's a held item, okay. It's the Sun Shard and the Moon Shard, right? It just has to be in your bag? Ah, okay. Interesting. Espeon and also Umbreon have a unique evolution method that's never repeated. There is no day and night in Orre. I guess it's always sunny in Orre. It is a desert. They're still friendship evos, but you basically choose day or night by choosing either the Sun Shard or the Moon Shard instead of one of the other evo items. And then, if they level up while the appropriate item is in your bag, and they have high friendship, they then evolve. But Eevee loves you, so it evolves in, like, 2 battles. It's basically instant. It's a held item, or... I'm getting conflicting... Time for research. Time for research. Here we go. Bulbapedia. Sun Shard. Key item. If an Eevee levels up with high enough friendship while the Sun Shard is in the player's bag. It's not a held item. There we go. So we get to say...
Research complete.
So thanks to intern Icarus Avery for the true information. Those of you who said it was a held item. So who is it? I want your names. Douglas Taylor, Some Gaiden, Ultima Power. You know what comes next. For the crime of lying on the internet, we judge you to be guilty. You know the penalty. I tap 3 Patreons. And I cast the Crux of Fate. Choose one. Destroy 3 specific viewers, or destroy all YouTubers. Make your choice. I've made mine. I guess if you're one of the ones who's going to be destroyed, you would choose destroy all YouTubers. I guess the music's over. We can play this one more time. I really like the lo-fi. I don't think anything actually changes about the rankings. I did get a haircut. It cost me 1,300 yen. I also have to thank Frat for his $2 microtransaction as everyone was dying. #1 Crux of Fate fan. Alright, let's fix the aspect ratio. I don't think there's actually anything else to say about Espeon. So I think everybody okay with Espeon as almost the best Pokemon in the game? Not quite. I do think there's one Pokemon who's better, and we'll be getting to them very soon. Alright, next. Umbreon. Umbreon. Umbreon, a creature that lurks in the shadows. And so we place it where the sun doesn't shine. That's unfortunate. Great defenses. Hey, great defenses. Too bad defenses don't matter. 65, 60, 65 in the only stats that actually count in this game. Horrible! Oh! I hope you like Bite. That's all you're gonna be doing. Now, Umbreon in Colosseum actually did a lot better, because Umbreon did have some utility in that game. It started off as one of your only purified Pokemon, and purification was much later in Colosseum, so Umbreon had a real advantage, and also, you might actually give it XP and use it as your wall, because defenses were useful for standing there as you chucked Pokeballs. In this game, Umbreon is severely outclassed as a wall by literally any Shadow Pokemon. Because a Shadow Pokemon will take... Because Umbreon, unfortunately, takes quadruple damage compared to any Shadow Pokemon, because it takes effective damage instead of resisted damage. And notably, those Shadow Pokemon that you're going to be using to wall don't need any XP. And Umbreon does. So if you love Umbreon and you want to have it as your dedicated wall, it's going to be eating XP for the entire run. It is not worth it. Unfortunately, Umbreon in this game is, I would say, unusable. Unfortunately, Umbreon in this game, I don't know if I would say it's truly unusable, but it is most certainly not worth using. I might put it in low bar, if not for the fact that these Eeveelutions are exclusive, right? So if you get Umbreon, you are not getting one of the two best Pokemon in the game. So for that crime, I'm afraid I do have to sentence Umbreon to Orre's finest. Sad. Not Bracky's lucky day. Looks like it's not Bracky's lucky day. That's probably it for Umbreon, right? Wow, there... I just noticed, we have 3 different Eeveelutions in the chat. We have Espeon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. If all 3 of them are here, can we get them to, like, put messages next to each other? Can we get the Eeveelution chatters to assemble? There's Espeon. So Espeon is actively here. There's Vaporeon. Is Jolteon all... Okay, they are here. I've snapshotted the chat. You can see all 3 of the Eeveelution chatters here. I wonder why the Eeveelutions are so popular. Must be because they're cute. I do think the Eeveelutions are cute, although all that matters in this world is strength. Luckily, 3 of the Eeveelutions actually do have that. Alright, next. Teddiursa. Now the shadows have fallen across the land. It's time to talk about the actual shadow Pokemon that you're going to be using. The very first of which is Teddiursa. This is a guaranteed catch. It's sort of the tutorial, but you don't even have to weaken it. You just throw the ball, you catch it immediately. How good is Teddiursa? How good is Teddiursa? It's pretty good. I think it's actually the Pokemon that speedrunners use, so that's a good sign most of the time. Guess we should highlight this, I guess. So Teddiursa... We should probably look at the stats, maybe. Stats first. Teddiursa, despite being a first stage Pokemon, actually has 80 attack, which is kind of reasonable. And Ursaring actually has a gigantic attack stat of 130, tied with Booster. And we know Booster's a good Pokemon, right? One of the best things... Unfortunately, I guess I'll mention that later. One of the best things about Teddiursa is its move pool. It gets the best normal type move in the game, Return. So as soon as you purify, it's already going to be ready to go, dealing big stab normal damage. The normal part is a little unfortunate, but it's going to do big numbers. Lick is very disappointing, but it actually can be a way to chip down while also potentially paralyzing the opponent. Not useless. Metal Claw, not the greatest, but hey, you could get an attack boost. And of course, Teddiursa is the very first to be. Teddiursa is the very first. And of course, Teddiursa is the very first... I gotta get it ready. And of course, Teddiursa is the very first Pokemon to wield the mighty Refresh. Gotta make sure it's like on camera. Ah, oh, it's not playing. Refreshed. It's soy milk, unsweetened. We can see how many Pokemon actually refresh, right? Control F. Refresh. I spelled it wrong. No. No. Okay, this is actually perfectly... it turns out the screen cropping makes this very dramatic because you can't see it, but I can. Do you know how many Pokemon in this game are refreshing? Get ready. $26. Refreshed. Good lord. Teddiursa is Teddiursa is overall pretty good. The main reason why I don't quite think it's in S is that it's a bit slow. 55 is unfortunate. It is a physical attacker, which is actually bad because enemies will actually intimidate you. And probably, I would say the biggest strike against Teddiursa is that Ursaring is a level 30 evolution, which normally isn't that big of a deal, but 30 is like almost the last dungeon. The last dungeon goes from level 30 to 50. Now, if you're actually using Teddiursa, you'll probably reach level 30 before then, but in terms of the level curve of enemies you face, 30 is literally the last dungeon. Teddiursa is not hurt as much by that. Teddiursa is not hurt as much by its late Evo as other Pokemon will be. You'll see Pokemon that wish they evolved earlier. They're coming up, don't worry. Also, it's pretty funny that Refresh has anti-synergy with Guts. You would never use Refresh on this thing. Lediba. Do I even need to show you the stats? It's Lediba. You like special defense? Well, have I got the Pokemon for you. If you want a Pokemon with 110 special... If you want a Pokemon with 110 wasted points in special defense, just use Booster, okay? Does it get any useful Shadow moves that might give it a niche? Well, you've got non-stab Psybeam, Aerial Ace off of what at the time of Purification was literally single-digit attack. We didn't even reach 10 attack. Supersonic, so 55% chance to give the opponent a 50% chance to lose their turn. Guaranteed 45% chance that... With a 45% chance that you wasted your turn. And of course, But let's not forget the utility provided by the mighty. I guess I should just leave the cap off. Refresh. Cheers. 24 refreshments to go. $10 donation from Silver. Thank you for the generous microtransaction. And I guess we can play it again, because Silver was the one responsible for the $100.
We need more gold.
Oh, that's not right. Mega transaction. Megas are back, by the way. To use Ladybug in the final battle. Which we will mention here. Now, I know you can see on screen now footage of Ladybug in the final battle of the game. People say this game is hard, by the way. Let me just say, but you shouldn't trust everything you see on the internet. While this did actually happen, I believe that Ladybug was a paid actor, okay? Under normal under normal circumstances, you would not bring Ladybug to the final battle. You can see here that even with screen set up, which is what I brought it to do, it still dies! 2 special attacks! So, yeah, for actual in-game performance, Ladybug is Orre's finest. No questions asked. Terrible Pokemon. The final battle is Lugia? No, Lugia comes before the final battle. Poochyena. Poochyena. I debated for a while, and the debate may continue. Is Poochyena in low bar, or is it among Orre's finest? I thought about it. I think he's a fine choice. Now, you do actually, points in Poochyena's favor. It's a level 18 evolution, so you do get these Might Yena stats pretty much immediately. Unfortunately, Might Yena's stats. 90 attack is actually not that bad. 90 attack is actually not that bad, but remember, this is Gen 3, and Dark is a special type. If it could actually use its Dark Stab off of Physical, then I would maybe put this in bad? But no, it just has 0 moves that you can actually use. Bite off of 60 base special attack. I'd rather use Buraki. Horrible. Now I know, you're thinking, but what about Intimidate? Now, I know what you're thinking, but what about Intimidate? Intimidating a game with only double battles. That would be good, if not for the fact that Shadow Pokemon are basically invincible against. That would be good, if not for the fact that your own Shadow Pokemon are basically invincible. So you don't actually need Intimidate, it doesn't do anything. But maybe it gets useful but maybe it's actually got useful moves from Purification. Dig, 2-turn move, that's really bad because it's my damage and I want it now. Heal Bell is Refresh Plus, wow. Poison Fang, you can inflict toxic poison, which is actually bad because you actually don't want to toxic the Pokemon you want to catch. And if you're trying to kill the opponent, why would you try and toxic them? Just actually hit them with a good move. And Howl has not yet been buffed. Howl in the modern games actually has a very fun effect where it actually also boosts your partner's attack, but in this game, it only boosts Poochyena's. You can Howl to boost your Bite, which is just a waste of your turn, because Bite is special. Oh! Oh! Bad dog. Orre's finest. Any disagreements about Poochyena's placement? Poochyena's my dog. I'll do it. Perfect? Alright. Should be below Ladybug? Let's be reasonable, okay? No. It's definitely better than Ladybug. Put it back in Kitakami. Alright, next. Don't look so... Alright, well... We are already filling out the worst tier in the game. We're ready. So we're making great progress filling out the worst tier in the game. Don't look so dour. We've got Hound Dour. We're making great progress filling out the worst tier in the game. Things are looking pretty dour. Don't worry. A smile better suits you. Or what is it? Don't look so dour. A smile better suits a hero. What's up, dog? Hound Dour. Best Pokemon in the game! Wow! The best part about Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness is that it actually gives you Hound Dour at the beginning of the game. Yay! I love it. So these are Houndoom stats. You only have to get to level 24 to get these. Very reasonable. Unfortunately, you get the unbuffed stats. So you... Wow. Wait, what? Oh, that's Mega Houndoom. Oh, R.I.P. Look at these stats. These are so good. 95 base speed, more than enough to go first. 110 special attack, that's great. You have amazing dual stab because Poochyena's loss is Houndour's gain, right? The fact that Dark is special actually helps Houndoom. Fire Dark Stab is amazing. Paired with Espeon, you kill pretty much everything. In terms of starting moves, you have Feint Attack, which is mostly bad crunch. In terms of starting moves, you have Feint Attack, which is mostly bad bite. You'd rather have bite, but Feint Attack is okay until you get crunch. Charm is kinda useless, but I guess you might use it on a Shadow Pokemon. Maybe. Ember is not the greatest, but you can get both the Flamethrower TM eventually, and the Fire Blast TM almost immediately, very soon after, so don't worry about this. And Roar is useless, but whatever. You have good enough moves already without... And Roar is useless, but you don't need it anyway. You just have your Fire move and your Dark move, that's all you need. The main weakness, I would say, for the Houndoom Espeon combo is that it's too strong. The only thing you can do is kill your opponent. So when you don't want to do that, as in when you want to weaken and catch them, you probably have to switch out to someone else. What a downside. I believe Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam are in Mount Battle 4K battle points. I believe you pick them up during the main story, and I believe I'm right because that's literally what I did during my playthrough. A fact that you would know if you actually watched it instead of just trying to lie on the internet. You know what happens to liars around here. Let's not waste any time. Say goodbye. I tapped 3 Patreons. You want Flamethrower? Here it is. 95 base power of fire damage as I cast Crux of Fate. Choose one. Destroy all viewers or destroy all YouTubers. Make your choice. I've made mine. Now, they might actually be available in Mount Battle as well, but you definitely can pick them up during the story. So I think you're not actually wrong, but I don't want you to mislead the people. Anything else to say about Houndoom? I think we covered it. It's just really good on offense. Oh yeah, good dog. 199 donation from, or sorry, 199 microtransaction from Frat. Thank you for the generous microtransaction and all viewers. It's like an infinite money glitch. Every time you play Crux of Fate, you get $2 from Frat. I guess every dog has its day. Yeah, we can say that. Can we give Scooby-Doo its own tier? No, I don't think it's that much better than Espeon. Because you do have to purify it, and you do have to get it to level 24. Which is a cost over Espeon, but I think it's still overall better. Every dog has its day. And today is Houndoom's day. Good dog. It's probably good enough, right? All right. Ball toy. Going to bed now. Thanks for the refreshing stream. Thanks for joining. I totally forget what these, I think they're called Haniwa. Let me just check this. What the dolls are called. They are called Haniwa. Man, I'm so good. Okay. I totally didn't have to look this up, okay? Because I did know the term, right? So I'll just pretend that I knew it to begin with. Ball toy. Ground Psychic, so pretty decent dual typing, and it's got Levitate, which is very useful. What are Baltoy's stats? Ugh! Horrible! But it does evolve into Claydol, right? Okay. But it does evolve into Claydol, right? Hopefully pretty early? I gotta find the evolution. Trying to highlight the level. There you go. 36 levels. For this. 70, 70, 75 in your offensive stats. Levitate makes you float. Not very high, apparently. Oh! Also, shoutouts to Claydol for having one of the worst names in Pokemon. So they're based on Haniwa, which are an ancient clay doll. Found mostly in northern Japan. You can excavate them. Which I'm sure will be a fun mechanic in the upcoming Hearthstone expansion. Be sure to pay $80 to get no cards. What should we call this Pokemon? How about Claydol? But let's take one L away from the word doll. It's like a seal tier name. Horrible. Now, its Japanese name is actually much better. Its Japanese name is actually much better. It's Nendoru. So the doll part is the same, and Nen? So its Japanese name is actually much better. So, Nendoru. Nendo is clay, and doll is doll. So it literally is clay doll, but also Nen is from Nendiki, which is like psychic power. So it's psychic and clay doll. But in English, it's literally just clay doll. Terrible. Well, maybe get some good moves. Rock Tomb, not stab. Mud Slap, 20 base power. Psybeam, that's alright, but you have terrible offensive stats. But it's not all doom and gloom, right? At the very least. It's refreshing. I'm gonna run out of soy milk. Yeah, terrible Pokemon. Terrible Pokemon. Orre's finest. You're gonna need to dig deep to excavate this thing. Put it below Lediba? No, it's not that bad. I don't think it's worse than Lediba. No, it's not worse than Lediba. It's not worse than Lediba. We're back to the Jomon Jidai. Yeah. Jomon Jidai. Jidai means era. Jomon is, I guess you'd call it, it's like before feudal Japan. It's like a while ago. Alright, next. Mareep. I think people have been suckered in, brainwashed, by how cute Mareep is. And Flaffy and Ampharos, because they're all really cute. They really like Mareep. Everybody would insist that, oh, it's so good. You've got to put it in S. Wake up, Mareeple. Wake up. It's not that good. Put at the top of okay. Respectable bulk. Really great special attack. 55 speed. Can I have more speed, please? Please? That's its main weakness. Otherwise, I would probably put it in S. Level 15 to Flaffy. Level 15 to Flaffy, so pretty much immediately as soon as you purify. And then level 30 to Ampharos, which is not that bad. I mean, same as Ursaring, right? In terms of moves, you get Body Slam, which, hey, that's not bad. You can deal okay damage, have a chance at paralysis. You could Heal Bell, so Refresh Plus. We know Refresh is a great move. Thundershock is a little disappointing, but just like with Jolteon, you can get Shockwave or you can get Thunderbolt. And then Thunderwave is actually very, very useful. So this is your first access to reliable status, which is worth a lot. I would actually say that if you didn't pick Jolteon, then Mareep is much better. In fact, if you don't pick Jolteon, maybe Mareep is at the very bottom of S. And I do think that the best evolution to pick is Espeon, because Espeon Houndoom is so good. I could see a world where Mareep is in S. But for now, count those sheep and keep dreaming. You think Teddy Ursa is better? I think Mareep's better, because it also does a lot of damage, but it also has utility. Hits harder, but it's normal damage. And it can get intimidated. And Ampharos hits hard enough. Fake tears. More like fake utility, no thanks. Alright, next. Seedot. A Pokemon that was bad enough that it does have its own Cheems emote. Despite that, get ready! Our very first addition to the low bar. So these are shift tree stats. Wow. What region is this Pokemon from? Can I have an actual attacking stat, please? What is this mixed attacking nonsense? So these stats are not that great. The main reason why Seedot is able to clear the main reason why Seedot actually gets to hang out in low bar is because it is a stone evolution. There's a dog outside. You can see here that Seedot evolves into Nuzleaf at level 14, which is actually higher than the level you catch it. So it goes to Nuzleaf immediately, and then you can immediately go to Shiftry, because the Leaf Stone is actually in the first dungeon, the Cipher Lab. So this is pretty much instant. One of the worst things about Seedot, and the main reason why Seedot is pretty much useless in the main games, at least the older ones, is that Seedot can only bide. But the Shadow mechanics actually make Seedot kind of usable. So you actually do have Shadow Wave instead of Bide, which eventually becomes Giga Drain, which unfortunately is going to be your only move. Now, you might be thinking like, okay, you're exaggerating, right? There's no way that Giga Drain is your only move. Here's Nuzleaf's Learn Set. I guess you get Fake Out. You're not gonna wait till level 31 for Feint Attack. So what's Shiftry's level up move pool? Well, it's a Stone Evolution, back when Stone Evolution was a downside. Is this not... Where's Shiftry? Here's Shiftry. Wow, great level up move pool. And very, very few TMs that you can actually access in Coliseum that you would consider giving to Shiftry. You can get Brick Break fairly early, but you would never give that to Shiftry. There are much better users. Did I say Coliseum? And pretty much no TMs you can get in XD that you would actually give to Shiftry. I guess Brick Break you can get fairly early, but you're not giving that to Shiftry. No way. So yes, Giga Drain actually is your only real move. And it's only 60 base power and 5 PP in Gen 3. Very, very underwhelming. You get Bullet Seed, which is only 10 base power per shot. You get Bullet Seed, which is only 10 base power per shot. If you hit all 5, it's still 10 base power less than Giga Drain. Absolutely pathetic. Secret power. Is this secretly good? $70 base. Oh, there's a plane outside. I'm just gonna wait for the plane to pass. $70 base power normal move, so 70 base power normal move with a chance of an added effect based on terrain, so if it is secret, if it is good, I don't know the secret. But hey. But hey, after you're done sucking, you can refresh. C-Dot overall. So C-Dot gets to hang with low bar only because it can instantly escape its terrible starting stats with the Stone Evo. Otherwise, it would probably be in the finest. It would actually maybe even make it to okay if it had actual moves, but unfortunately it doesn't. So, enjoy the low bar. So we're setting the bar pretty low here. Anything to say about Shiftry, I guess? It's pretty ironic that this thing is setting the low bar, since Tengu apparently can fly. That is part of the mythology, and that's why it gets Wind Rider in the modern games. Why is Vaporeon so high? You can give it Water Pulse, that's why. I love how you're saying, why is it so high when it's bad? Snake Man versus Arbok. Hey there, Cheese. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. I am. Welcome. Not sure if you're going to make it to Arbok, but just for you, quick review of Arbok, Orre's finest. Terrible. Feel extremely cute. The cutest Pokemon in the game, maybe? Spheal. Extremely cute. The cutest Pokemon in the game, maybe. You don't want it to suffer from... You don't want it to suffer as a Shadow Pokemon. Cleanse it as soon as possible. Cleanse it. And put it in the box. It's actually water ice, right? Yeah. Spheal actually starts as a water ice type with these stats. 25 speed. Why is it so... It doesn't even have 300 BST. But of course, this is a first stage, right? This is a first stage. But of course, it is a first stage. It does evolve twice. $32 levels for Celio. 44 for Walrein. 44 levels. For this. 65 base speed. Unfortunately, we don't even get good moves. Aurora Beam, I wish that was Ice Beam. Charm, very thematic, I'm definitely charmed. Adorable Pokemon. Water Gun, pathetic. Mud Slap, maybe you can do some accuracy cheese, but nothing good here. Nothing that can redeem the horrible starting stats and the absurdly high Evo levels. I think the main reason why the Evo level is so high is because when you get them in Shoal Cave? In Hoenn, they're at a much higher level, so you can pretty quickly go to Celio and then go to Walrein. But in this game, when you get it at level 17, no. Celio you only get at the final dungeon, and Walrein you never get, so unfortunately you are stuck with Seal. Unfortunately you are stuck with Spheal. But hey, it is really cute. But on the bright side, it is really cute, and you can just have it dance in the Purify Chamber for the entire game. Most Pokemon in the game don't even have that. But hey, it is really cute. And you can put it in the Purify Chamber, so that every time you open the Purify Chamber, you get to see Spheal dancing. That's a lot more than some other Pokemon in the game contribute. Alright, anything else to say about Spheal? I think that's it. Do people want Spheal in low bar? I would put it in low bar if the evolution level wasn't so horrendous. Worse Vaporeon? Yeah, much worse Vaporeon. We'll see. We might end up dredging some things up to low bar, but it's really bad. Okay, yeah, next. Gulpin. Gulpin? These? Nuts. Horrendous Pokemon. Of all the worthless, pure poison piles of trash, I think Gulpin is actually the worst. It is worse than Muck, and it is worse than Garbodor. What an achievement. Level 26 Evo into Swalot, which isn't that late, so you could reach Swalot. None of these numbers mean anything. They're all useless. Pure poison type, by the way. In terms of moves, we get Shockwave, very odd choice, not really going to do any damage. Sing, 55 accuracy, so you can forget about that. Sludge, I guess it's stab, but it's poison, so the worst stab in the entire franchise. And toxic. You don't want to toxic your enemies, because if you want to kill them, you want to use an actual attack. If you want to catch them, you don't want to toxic them. Because this is the first time we're talking about a super low accuracy move, we should mention that the call command in this game, it replaces the run command. Call snaps your Pokemon out of reverse mode, and if they're not in reverse mode, it'll actually increase their accuracy. So you can make Sing not 55% accurate. It's still not worth using, though. Open wide! What should I actually put in my mouth there in the edit? I guess Q-Nuts. I think it's better than Ladybug. Lemonade, Brunette's cooking Q-Nuts, maybe Q-Nuts. Tropium. A sandwich, a Pecha Berry. I'll think of something. Spinarak. How many times do we have to do this? Spinarak. Horrible stats, horrible moves, horrible typing. Just awful. It's better than Gulpin. Now, Ariados in the modern games is a premier special wall. With its 70 special defense, special attacks just ricochet right off, a mere scrape. But here in Gen 3, it only has 60 special defense, so it's totally worthless. In terms of moves, it's actually not that bad. So you get Dig, which is not the best, because it's a 2-turn move, and it's my damage and I want it now. Signal Beam is actually one of the best bug moves in the entire game. It's no Mega Horn, but it actually is a usable bug move. Nightshade is the most damage you're ever going to be doing with Spinarak, which is pretty unfortunate. But it does get a special move you can only get through Pokemon XD. Refreshed. You want to know something really sad? This is probably the best Ariados will ever be. It's only downhill from here. Yikes. Nummel. Coliseum Ariados is better? No, I think this is better than Coliseum Ariados. Because you get it way earlier. And Nightshade, at the very least, you have Nightshade. Nummel. Adorable Pokemon. One of the cutest in the entire franchise, and its hit react is also really funny. Part of the actual high-quality animations that are in this game. Fire Ground is a really, really good stab combination. I'm so sorry. So Nummel has horrible stats. What is this? But at least Camerup's an early Evo, right? $33 levels. For this. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker. Fire Ground is especially bad because in this game, a ton of random Fire Ground is especially bad because there's a surprising amount of enemy water types. They pop up quite often. And also a bunch of random Pokemon have Water Pulse for some reason. I've gotten Water Pulsed a lot more than I would have expected. And any one of those is instant death for Nummel, okay? Quadruple. In terms of moves, Takedown, non-stab normal move with a mischance and recoil. Thanks. Charm. I am charmed. Very cute. Dig, it is stab, but it's 2 turns. It's my damage and I want it now. Ember is really bad, but you can actually give it Fire Blast, so you can give it Fire Blast pretty early. Unfortunately, you have 65 special attack. And also, you died because you got hit by Water Gun. I won't call it Cold Comfort because this is a fire type, but it is oblivious to the shame of being placed in Orre's finest. Sorry, Nummel. Carvanha, a vicious Pokemon that knows nothing but how... Carvanha, a vicious Pokemon that knows nothing but carnage. It's alright. Wow, what our defense... Wow, water defenses, we don't have those. You will die instantly to everything. But hey, 90 attack, that's pretty good. 65 special attack, that's the same as Nummel. That's not good. 65 base speed is a lot better than Nummel's, though. And at the early part of the game, 65 is probably fast enough to go first. And you definitely have to go first, because if you get touched, you will explode. And explosion in this game hits your partner too, so your partner will also die. You gotta watch out. Level 30 evolution? It's kind of suspicious. But Sharpedo at least does have real stats. 95 special attack, probably good enough. 95 speed, definitely good enough. Why did I ignore its best stat? Because Water and Dark are both special types in Gen 3. Imagine if this came out one gen later. It would have like 140 attack and like 60 special attack. It would be a way better Pokemon. Unfortunately, this is a Hoenn Pokemon. At least it's not slow. In terms of moves, you get Water Pulse, which is... I guess it's the... In terms of moves, you get Water Pulse, which is actually slightly stronger than a Spread Surf, so it's not that bad. You get Scary Face. I don't know why you would ever use this. You get Bite. Hey, that stab could flinch the opponent. Not bad. And of course, after you're done gnawing off your opponent's face with Bite, or even Crunch at a higher level, you can wash it all down. It's not centered. With a refresh. Hey, it's a water type. Anything to say about Carvanha? In fact, if anything, I think people would say it's overrated. Oh, hello, Akira. Yeah, I got a haircut. Do people think that Carvanha's overrated? Someone said to check its level up move pool. I don't think it's going to change anything, because it has moves already, right? This is Sharpedo. Let's go to Carvanha. Haircut tier list when? Where is it? Learn set. Gen 3. Wow, level 22 Crunch? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Seeing level 22 Crunch, I think bottom of okay is fine. If you're worried about Carvanha's frailty, don't be. So let's talk If you're worried about Carvanha's frailty, don't be. So let's talk a little bit about... If you're worried about Carvanha's frailty, don't be. So let's talk a little bit about enemy compositions. The most common enemy composition is that all of their Pokemon are useless. So in that case, your Pokemon just kill the opposing Pokemon each turn. Enemy never acts. Sometimes, the enemy will have one dangerous Pokemon. In that case, you leave one useless Pokemon on the field, don't worry, there will almost always be one, and then you double attack one slot. In that case, because of the way Gen 3 battles work, where the replacement switches in on the same turn, you can kill the only dangerous Pokemon before it ever acts. So don't worry, Carvanha will never get hit by a Pokemon that has an actual attack stat. Even with its non-existent defenses, I think it can still tank an attack from Smeargle, okay? What about when you need to keep a Shadow Pokemon alive to capture it? Switch to your own Shadow Pokemon to wall it. In that case, you don't use Carvanha anyway. I guess we should mention that Carvanha's rough skin is mostly downside because you actually don't want to deal uncontrollable damage to your enemies, right? You don't want Shadow Pokemon to hit you, get a boo-boo, and then faint themselves, but you would never keep Carvanha in against a Shadow Pokemon anyway, right? Because Carvanha's just a killing machine, so switch out to your own Shadow Pokemon to wall in that case. Alright. I think that's it for Carvanha. Shroomish. It's a pure grass type. Ugh. Are you ready? Shroomish is one of the best Pokemon in the game. Don't call me biased against grass. Now, Shroomish, of course, is complete garbage. Like, Shroomish is terrible. But Shroomish does evolve. "23 levels. For this, 130 attack. And unlike Boosta, it has actual moves. And unlike Ursaring, it has an actual speed stat. 70 is good enough. Wow! So, in terms of... I believe Mach Punch is level up. Mach Punch, I think it's upon Evo, even in Gen 3. Well, yeah, because you'd have to be level... It evolves at level 23. You unfortunately only have Mach Punch to start with. You learn at level 23, which is when you evolve. But you can get Brick Break from the first Coliseum. And the first Coliseum has a bunch of normal types. I wonder how you're going to beat them. Aside from Brick Break, what moves do you get? You've got False Swipe, which, despite what the anime might tell you, cannot be used to finish them off. It will always leave the opponent at 1 HP. Very good in a game where you have to catch a bunch of Pokemon. And notably, the Shadow Pokemon don't deal recoil to themselves anymore. Even Shadow Down, the recoil move, is half their current HP, so they can't die. You can swipe them down to 1. Mega Drain, this is completely useless, but maybe you'd use it as a Shroomish, I would guess. Stun Spore, it's bad Thunder Wave, but hey, you can Stun Spore ground types, and you can use Call to make it perfectly accurate, although that's not worth it. You should just Stun Spore. 75% is good enough. And after you're done with your bout in the ring, Brick Breaking your entire... And once you're done with your bout in the ring, Brick Breaking your opponent's hopes and dreams, why don't you kick back, relax? I have to get the graphic ready every time. And refresh. And hey, Poison Heal's not in this game, so no anti-synergy with being poisoned. Finally, refresh is useful. It's, what am I drinking? It's soy milk. Unfortunately, Breloom does not learn Spore. Only Shroomish does at some ungodly level, like level 50. There's no way you would keep it unevolved just for that. It's not gonna happen. Just evolve to Breloom, enjoy Brick Break in the opponents, and Stun Spore is good enough. In some ways, it's even better because they can never unparalyze themselves, right? You don't have to keep reapplying it like you would with Spore. Breloom is notably the... Breloom is probably... I would think I would go so far as to say that Breloom is one of the most useful Pokemon in the game, because it is the only Pokemon that can both kill with Brick Break, but it also has a ton of catching utility, because it can both status and false swipe, and it's not a Parasect, so it has real stats. Really, really good Pokemon. It's basically a pure fighting type, though. Because grass in this game is special, so you can't really use grass moves. I think Breloom is still more than good enough. Has the same attack as Machamp, by the way. Why is this thing so strong? Question chat, is some sort of electric TM that Jolteon can get? Shockwave. And it also gets Thunderbolt later. From the TM as well. It can also get Thunder. Delcatty. Skitty's pretty cute. Shame about Delcatty. Awful. I gotta skip this song. These stats are barely better than Farfetch'd. This is a fully evolved Pokemon. There's no moves that could possibly save it, but here they are anyway. Secret Power, 70 base power, normal move. Thanks. Sweet Kiss, worse than Confuse Ray. Attract, literally does not work against half the Pokemon in the game. On the half it does work against, it's not worth using. Shockwave. Non-stab, 55 special attack. No thanks. This is the first fully evolved Pokemon in the game, by the way. And they give you a Delcatty. I guess we can check the level up moves. Well, maybe you can get some useful moves through level up. Oh, I think it was on the wrong aspect. Well, maybe you can get some useful moves through level up. It's a Moonstone evolution. No. At least it's not yet been nerfed by Normalize, one of the worst abilities in the entire franchise. So things are looking up for Delcatty. Things were better when it was a skitty, okay? Ah! Put it below Lediba? I think Lediba's better. Is Lediba better? Can Delcatty set screens? I think it can. No, it can't. Upon further review, Lediba can set screens, and Delcatty can't. This is the world we live in. Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. Also, unironically, Lediba is useful in the Purification Chamber because it dies to everything, which is very useful because that means a lot of your allied Pokemon are super effective against it. Being a normal type is very, very annoying because in the Purified Chamber, it's only treated as super effective against normal. So it's very restrictive and not very useful. You want to play a game where Delcatty is... You want to play a game where the Delcatty line is... Is there a game where the Delcatty line is actually good? It's a mystery. Voltorb. How bad is Voltorb? It's either low bar or finest. I think it's finest. You can give it Thunder immediately, though. Yeah, low bar, I think. Voltorb. I guess... Voltorb. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Pretty miserable stats, but it is really fast. Level 30 evolution to Electrode. Electrode, unfortunately, doesn't really do anything, but it could be worse than 80 special attack, and you can give it Thunder with a TM, and, like, hope that you hit. For Purification moves, you get Mirror Coat, which always moves second, so great use of your amazing speed stat and your exceptional bulk. What? Spark, 60 base power, stab electric move, 30% chance to paralyze. That's not that bad. Swift, I don't know why you would ever use that move. And after you're done, zoom! And after you're done, getting the jump on your opponent by setting up a fast light screen, and probably missing your Thunder. Go ahead and take a break. Oh, how do we say this? And after you're done getting the drop on your opponent by setting up a fast light screen and maybe dropping a Thunder that probably missed. Well, actually, you can ensure that it doesn't miss by starting a rain shower. Some people would describe rain as... refreshing. Why do so many Pokemon get refreshed? Anything else to say about Voltorb? I think we can talk about the Voltorb you get at a Pokespot, right? Is this when... This is when the Pokemon are... This is when Pokespot Pokemon become available, right? Yeah, so now we should talk about the Pokespot Pokemon. Although Voltorb is not a wild Pokemon, this is when Pokespot Pokemon become available. So I think now is when we should talk about them. Pokespot Pokemon are not Shadow. You can level them up immediately, but that means they don't have any special moves. They also range from level 10 to 20, so they're pretty under-leveled for when you get them. It sounds like the odds are stacked against them. Maybe some of them will be good. The very first... To begin with, I'm giving all Pokespot Pokemon a minor penalty because they are very annoying to get. It's RNG, you have to set up a trap and then just wait. And maybe you'll get one. Great gameplay. But it's worth the wait for such champions as our first Pokespot Pokemon, Hoppip. Ugh. Worthless stats. The only thing it can possibly do is fast status your opponent. Something you can do far more easily with other Pokemon that are available in more convenient locations. Unlike Colosseum, there is no reason to ever use this thing. I guess we can put it above Ledybug because it can actually status. Cool. Oh, true. Shoutouts to Hoppip for its use in the Purification Chamber. As with all other grass types, it is very good at dying, which means it's good in the Purification Chamber. I don't think we need to see the stats, right? It's just terrible. Just to get ahead of the Hoppip lobby, who might try posting some insane comments about possible offensive strategies that Jumpluff could do. "55 offenses. Leave me alone, okay? I will never bend to the Hoppip lobby. Hoppip's terrible." So the first Pokespot Pokemon was kind of a dud. Next is Phanpy. Phanpy's got... So the first Pokespot Pokemon was kind of a dud. But it can't get any worse, right? The first Pokespot Pokemon was kind of a dud, but there's nowhere to go but up, right? The pronunciation. The first Pokespot Pokemon was kind of a dud, but there's nowhere to go but up, right? Why can't I say that? The first Pokespot Pokemon was kind of a dud, but there's nowhere to go but up, right? Well, it is a higher tier. You're probably a bit confused by that. You're probably a bit confused by that placement because these are Donphan stats. These are some really good physical stats. They're basically about as good as Ursaring's, right? It's a little bit less attack, but not that it really matters because 120 still kills everything. So what's the problem with... And the evolution is not even that late. Like, 25 is 5 levels earlier than Ursaring. So what's the problem? This is a problem. Can I have some moves, please? What is this? I wouldn't say he's a great Tusk. I would say he is, as the youth these days would say, a medium Tusk. There is an Earthquake TM, but it's basically at the end of the game. It's the very end of the key layer, which is the second to last dungeon. So for most of the game, you don't have Earthquake. Even when you get Earthquake, you're still super slow, and Earthquake kills your teammate, so you need to use a flying teammate. And so far, there are no flying Pokemon worth using. In fact, the only two Pokemon that don't instantly die to Earthquake that we've ranked so far are Hoppip and Ledian. Oh! Donphan, more like Don't-Fan? I guess we could say that. Donphan, more like Don't-Fan. Oh! I've got to scroll up because I missed a $5 donation from Boss Ross LP. This game literally gaslit me as a kid into thinking Refresh was an awesome move. Unheard of pre-XD slapped on everything technical. Bungus. Thank you for the $5 microtransaction. I'm glad that you've finally seen the light regarding the mighty Refresh. Oh, I forgot. Baltoy also levitates. So there you go. The perfect partner. Makuhita. What if you could get Breloom, but worse? Get Makuhita. Oh wait, that's not. Oh, there's still more Pokespot Pokemon. Surskit. It's a Surskit. It's Evolution Masquerain. This is a Pokemon they gave a 40 BST stat boost to. They gave it almost half a mega, and it's still one of the worst Pokemon in the entire franchise. Don't use Surskit. Surskit. More like Sir Skip. Bad. Zubat. Zubat. Well, Crobat is really fast, so it moves first. And then what? Zubat has absolute dumpster tier stats. These are unusable. Gotta get to level 22 for Golbat. Good luck with that. Golbat stats are also terrible, and I'm not even going to show you Crobat stats because you're not reaching Crobat. Increasing friendship in this game is almost impossible. We'll talk more about it later. Oh, don't worry. All you have to know is Zubat, more like Zubad. Ugh. Aaron. Really cool Pokemon. Coolness does not count for anything. These are Aaron's stats. Could be worse. Get used to it because... $32 levels to Lairon? 42 to Aggron. Yeah, you're probably not seeing either of these. But it definitely could be worse. It's worse than Baltoy? Nah, it's better than Baltoy. And of course, you all know it by now, but Rock Steel is a deceptively horrible typing. Takes quadruple from everything. So don't actually count on surviving attacks. This probably should go in Orre's finest, but I like Aaron. And hey, he's in the Elite Four next gen, so show him some respect, okay? What moves is he using anyway? It's got Metal Claw. Gotta go, friends. About to do a level 87 Endwalker dungeon. Have fun. Next. Wooper. Colosseum at least had the decency to give you Quagsire. At a level that's on par with everything else. In this game, you get a Wooper. Ugh. Level 20 Evo, that's not bad. Nice and early. Can I have some stats, please? What is this? This isn't Wooper, by the way. This is Quagsire. Maybe we get some good moves. Level 42, Earthquake. Yeah, it's not happening. Wooper. More like Pooper. Water Ground is a very good typing. We'll put it next to Nummel. They both have Oblivious, so they can be friends here. Dude, look how happy the first three are. Very wholesome top of Orre's finest, I would say. Sandshrew. Sandshrew. It's a pure ground type. Slow. One of the most boring Pokemon ever. How early is Earthquake? Level 22. Sandshrew. It's a pure ground type. Level 22 Evo to Sandslash, which is quite fast. And Sandslash does have 100 base physical attack, which isn't great, but for this game, I guess that's kind of okay. So the question is, how early is Earthquake, or any reasonably usable move? Level 24 Slash. And no Earthquake ever. It's probably better than Mightyena. Horrible. He doesn't even get Dig. Any mean things to say about Sandshrew to end it? Sandshrew, more like... I have no idea. Sandshrew is cute at least. Blandshrew? Oh, maybe Blandshrew. Oh, wow, 2 independent Blandshrews. Okay. Or like Sandew. He cannot dig it. We can combo that. It doesn't even get dig. I can't dig it. Sandshrew. More like Sandew. Oh! Oh, I like Sandshoe with, oh, that's it, right. That's a good one. So who was that? Just Ryan. Okay, good suggestion, Ryan. You're supposed to lure these... It's a wild Pokemon, so you have to actually go through the effort of luring it to the Pokespot. And you can't get another Pokemon until Sandshrew leaves. Sandshrew. More like Sandshoe! Get out of here. Horrible. Gligar evolves into Gliscor. We just talked about how much I like Gliscor in the previous Teal Mask tier list. Gliscor, very well balanced physical stats, excellent typing, one of my favorite Gen 4 evolutions. Oh, okay. Well, you guys all know what's coming. Gligar evolves into Gliscor. We just talked about in the Teal Mask tier list about how much I love Gliscor. It's a very well-balanced tank Pokemon, takes hits, and dishes them out. As soon as you can get Gliscor... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What? It might actually be worse than Ladybug. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Come on. Gligar's not worse than Ladybug. Oh, it is. Ladybug can at least set screens. Trapinch! People really love Flygon, including me. Trapinch. People really love Flygon, including me. Unfortunately, you don't start with Flygon, you start with Trapinch. We'll put it above Aaron. The Trapinch line has very strange stats. So, these are Trapinch's stats. 100 attack is a lot. LOL 10 speed. It's actually not the slowest Pokemon in the game, by the way. Level 35 evolution to Vibrava. 35 levels. For this. Its stats arguably get worse. What? And Flygon's stats are okay, but it's level 45. You're not getting Flygon. Trapinch. More like Crapinch. Oh. It's out of flavor for an antlion to not be at the bottom, right? It's bad. I'm sorry. We'll put it at the top, though. So if you... He's lurking beneath the low bar. And then he'll get you and drag you down. Oh. And we get the sad music as we start talking about trapping. These Pokemon are actually special. Is it really worse than Aaron, though? Should we drag Aaron down? Aaron is bad? Yeah. And Trapinch's first victim will be Aaron. Takes quadruple damage from ground. Trapped. We actually have to talk about, if I just search Pokespot, that might work. Or maybe it's actually in XD. So let's see. Pokespot. No, because these are like special trades. So I think if I go to, I want to go to XD and then maybe I can find it. It doesn't say XD. Okay, if I just search Pokemon XD. There's a list here that shows all of them. Here it is. Okay. Now these three at the bottom, Meditite, Shuckle, and Larvitar, are actually not at the... These three at the bottom here, Meditite, Shuckle, and Larvitar, are actually not at the Pokespots. What happens is you catch a certain Pokemon from a Pokespot, and then you trade with Duking for them. And they are trade Pokemon, so that means they get 1.5 experience, which inherently makes them a little bit better. How good are they? We'll start with Meditite. What is this? You have to trade Trapinch. And it has pure power. First up is Meditite. You trade a Trapinch for this. Should you pick up Meditite? Yeah, you might. They all come at level 20, no matter... They all come at level 20, no matter what level the Pokemon you traded for it was. It comes with an almost functional moveset. Confusion is stab, but unfortunately, you are a physical attacker, so it doesn't actually do anything. Dynamic Punch does massive damage 50% of the time. You should probably just give it Brick Break, although I'd rather give Brick Break to Breloom. And Shadow Ball is, it's not stab, but it is 80 base power, and the big draw of Meditite is that it does have pure power, so it effectively has a really big attack stat. I think considering the 1.5 EXP boost, yeah, I would say that Meditite is okay. The main thing is that there's RNG in whether or not you can actually catch the Trapinch. So Trapinch has to appear, then you have to catch the Trapinch, and then you can trade it, and then get the Meditite. It's okay. It's probably worse than these guys. Hey, you can high jump kick them at level 32. That's not bad. Although keep in mind, it's not the modern high jump kick that actually deletes the enemy. It's just a pretty good fighting move. if this was just a shadow Pokemon that you snagged, I think we would put it at top of okay, but because of the extra hassle you have to go to get to it, I think if this was just a shadow Pokemon you were guaranteed to snag, like it was in the first game, I'd probably put this at the top of okay. But because of all of the extra layers of RNG and hassle, it's probably just bottom of okay. If you can get it, it's probably pretty good. What's next? Shuckle. Shuckle! If you can... Shuckle. If you can catch a Surskit, you can then trade it for Shuckle. You got scammed. Met in a fateful encounter when? They didn't finish the... Met in a fateful encounter when? It doesn't finish the sentence. Substitute, useless, toxic, not what you want to be inflicting in this game. Sludge Bomb does 0 damage, Encore does nothing. Useless! Trapinch had 10 speed. Shuckle's got 5. It's not... Now let me be clear. Walling in this game is useless because any shadow Pokemon can do it. And Shuckle is not even a good wall because although it has insane defenses, it has 20 HP. So it still dies to everything. Horrible. What the shuck were they thinking when they made this thing? Rated PG. Larvitar. Evolves into Tyranitar, who of course needs no introduction. Amazing stats. Shuck Everlasting. Has anyone seen that movie? The real movie is called Tuck Everlasting. Larvitar. Tyranitar needs no introduction, right? One of the best Pokemon ever, has insane stats. And this one does have a 1.5x experience boost since you do get it from a trade. Unfortunately, it is still Tyranitardy. You give up a Wooper, you get this thing. Outrage is only 90 base power, it's also not stab. Dragon Dance, why are you setting up? Just kill them. Sandstorm becomes useless once you actually reach Tyranitar, but that's the problem, right? You're not reaching Tyranitar. Even with the 1.5 experience boost from the trade, it's not happening, okay? Larvitar is in the slow XP group. It's not happening. You're just not getting Tyranitar. So don't think of this as me putting Tyranitar in the finest. It's not Tyranitar. It's a Larvitar. That's all you're getting. Maybe a Pupitar. Sandstorm is also most likely actively bad because it's going to be hurting your team. probably better than Trapinch. So that's every Pokestop Pokemon. The single highest placement was bottom of low bar. Wild Pokemon must be destroyed. Meditite's like a trade, though. So that was every Pokespot Pokemon. Barring Meditite, who I don't know if it counts because it was a trade. Every single actual wild Pokemon was in the finest, except for Phanpy, which begrudgingly is in the low bar. Wild Pokemon were a mistake, okay? They can't be saved. Let's embrace the shadow by returning to shadow Pokemon, such as Makuhita. A Pokemon that is very okay. Level 24 Evo to Hariyama, which is surprisingly early. I thought it would be later. 120 attack, that's great. 50 speed, that's not great. In terms of moves, we get Stab Brick Break. Hey, I'd rather have that than Return, right? Arm Thrust, absolutely atrocious. You would never use this once you're fully purified. Rock Tomb, you might actually use that, and 80% of the time, it does actually deal damage. And Hariyama actually gets a very powerful ability in the form of Guts, which increases your attack when you are statused. But you'll never be statused because you can purge your own status. With Refresh. Great anti-synergy. Now we can actually move it up, right? We'll put it next to Teddiursa. I think Hariyama is better, but you get Teddiursa earlier. But you also might evolve into Hariyama earlier. It's pretty close. Oh, the OK tier is getting heated. Vulpix. Oh. We can loop this again. I like this, I like these beats. Vulpix. Rejoice. The first Pokemon, Vulpix. Rejoice. Yet another Pokemon that vaults clear over the low bar. I'd say Vulpix. It's just bad. Vulpix's stats are here. Really couldn't give it 300? No, we'll just stop at 299. Pretty terrible. It is a Firestone evolution. I believe you can do that... Actually, it's a little while, right? It is a Firestone evolution. You can go immediately to Ninetales once you get the Firestone, which is in the SS Libra, which is, I think, after the Phenac arc. So you are stuck with Vulpix for a little while. At least Ninetales has actual stats, right? Ugh. At least it's got 100 speed. Main reason that Vulpix actually clears the low bar is it does have Heat Wave. Now, Heat Wave is not nearly as good as you're thinking because it is a spread move, so it only does 50 to both enemies. But that's not that bad, or 45. Heat Wave is 100, right? I think Heat Wave is 100. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's 95, but it was changed. Oh, it was 100. I was right. Now, the main reason Vulpix actually clears the low bar is that it gets Heat Wave. Heat Wave is not nearly as good as you're thinking, because it is a spread move, so it only does 50% of its full damage, which means that it's 100 base power, it's 100 base power in Gen 3, gets cut to 50, but that's not that bad. It is Stab, and Fire is a good type, and once you get to Ninetales, it's okay. If you both use spread moves, you might actually knock out a Pokemon. Wow. Gets Charm, probably not that useful. Ember, you would never use this once you get Heat Wave unlocked, because even spread Heat Wave is stronger than Ember. Dig, it's a physical move, I don't know why you would use that, also it's a 2-turn move, and it's my damage, and I want it now! At least Showers finally has a Shower buddy in the form of Vulpix, although they probably don't want to shower together because Vulpix would take super effective damage. At least it's got a good special attack. But it might be okay because it's got a good special defense stat, and we all know special defense is the best stat. Duskull. Do you like slow defensive Pokemon? I don't. Oh. Oh, we should move it down. Duskull. You like slow defensive Pokemon? With late evolutions? And worthless unevolved stats? I don't. Ugh. So these are Duskull's stats. Worthless. Do they get any better when you evolve to Dusclops? Oh, I guess Dusknoir is in this game, right? So I guess we have to redo that. Dusknoir! A very mediocre Pokemon that at least has a usable attack stat once you get up to that. Duskull evolves into Dusknoir. A very mediocre Pokemon that at least has a usable attack stat, so if you can somehow reach the Dusknoir stage, you get something kinda workable. It does take a lot to... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What? Ugh. So these are Duskull's stats. At least you can get to Dusclops, right? $37 levels. For this. 70 base attack, 25 base speed. But hey, you do have Shadow Ball. And wow, this is actually the first Pokemon where we can say helped. Duskull actually does have a useful on-paper combination of Levitate and Helping Hand, which means you can Levitate and Helping Hand your Earthquake user. Quick question. What Earthquake user? What Earthquake user? You don't have any for a very long time. And when it evolves to Dusclops, which it won't be doing, by the way, because you have to get to level 37, it loses Levitate and it gets the mighty ability, Pressure. Other moves it can get, Astonish, worthless. Other moves it can get, Astonish, astonishingly worthless. Confuse Ray. Hey, it's reliable confusion, which is a bit of an oxymoron because confusion is not reliable at all. You shouldn't use this. What else do we say? Claydol, if you stick with it, that's about it. Claydol doesn't have Earthquake, does it? Can learn Ice Beam, Lamau. Let the dead rest, okay? Leave Duskull alone. Maybe we'll reverse the order of that. Leave Duskull alone. Let the dead rest, okay? Ralts into Kirlia. You should make sure that you get the male Ralts. Because Kirlia is horrible. It literally has worse stats than Unknown. Like, that is not a joke. It is unusably bad. But thankfully, you can evolve immediately to Kirlia, and then if you have the male one, you can immediately Stone Evo it up to Gallade, who is really good. So you can sort of skip the dud stage, go straight to one of the best Pokemon in the... I can't evolve into Gallade? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What? So these are Gardevoir stats. They're actually quite good. 80 speed, good enough. 125 special. 125 special attack, really good. You are never getting Gardevoir. It's not happening. These are Curlia's stats. It's literally worse than Unknown. No thank you. The only reason... What do we have for moves? Shockwave, non-stab. Thanks. Sing. 55% chance to sleep, 45% chance to do nothing. Reflect. How about you just attack them? Confusion. Well, here's your stab move. You actually learn Psychic, I think, at level 26 as Curlia, so you'll have a good move. But unfortunately, you're not making it the 10 levels to Gardevoir. You're not. Now, it could be much worse than level 30. Because of that, I'm being very merciful, and I'm putting it at the top of Orre's finest. Once you get to Gardevoir, it's fine. And it is feasible. But if you're getting to Gardevoir, you're leeching XP from something else for what is essentially bad Espeon. Just use Espeon. But if you picked Jolteon, and if you really like Gardevoir, you could make the investment. I don't think it's worth it. You do at least get the EXP share almost immediately after you get Curlia. It's just not worth stealing XP from your actual good Pokemon. I wouldn't recommend it. This is an L take? Would you like to make an argument against it? Go ahead. Go ahead. Do I need to show you Curlia's stats again? Oh, okay. You're joking. Mawile. Mawile. One of the first steel types you get access to, you'll probably meet this before you meet Aaron. Steel is one of the best types in the game. Typing only goes so far. So these are Mawile's stats. This is it, by the way. It never evolves. This is it. It doesn't actually get better than this. Maybe we get good moves. False Swipe. Okay, 40 base power, but I guess there's the utility for catching. Sing, 55% chance to sleep the opponent, 45% chance to do nothing. Mawile, use your Vice Grip, 40 base power, non-stab normal move, and Iron Defense. Useless defensive move. Cool. Don't worry. Don't worry, Mawile will be good someday. All they had to do... Oh. I guess I should repeat that then. Vice Grip. Mawile, use your Vice Grip! 55 base power normal move. Non-stab. Cool. Don't worry, Mawile will unironically be good someday. All they had to do was give it a secondary typing, that typing being the best one in the entire franchise, and also give it a 100 BST increase, and also swap its ability into one that cheats BST to give it more attack than it would otherwise have. And then it'll be good. Just keep waiting. Monty A. Hey buddy, I've been watching your channel for a few weeks. Have you thought to do some ROM hacks, or maybe you did some? Oh. Am I gonna do any ROM hacks? It's a good question. I do have an answer for you.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For fan games, including ROM hacks, press 5. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... eventually. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? Well, thanks to Soapy Sudsy, and I guess Monty A, for becoming unpaid interns. I guess that did answer your question. Alright. Snorant! Make sure that you get a female Make sure that you get a female Snorant. Frostlass is pretty terrible. But at the very least, you can instantly evolve it into Frostlass. Frostlass has better speed, which is pretty much all you care about. And it does have the secondary ghost typing. Under no circumstances should you go to Glalie. Make sure you evolve into Frost... If you go the Frostlass route, at the very least, you get the stats immediately. So with Frostlass, I would say... Oh, it can't evolve into Frostlass? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! Oh! Now you might be thinking, oh come on, it's not worse than Shuckle. Oh, it is. These are Snorant stats. 50s across the board. So they're all useless. But at least it does have an evolution, right? It can evolve into Glalie. $42 levels. Wait, that's not right. For this, it maybe moves first. And then what? Worthless. Maybe we get some good moves. Non-stab Water Pulse. Sing, 55% chance to put the enemy to sleep. 45% chance to do nothing. Non-stab Bite. Hey, stab Icy Wind. It's a spread move, so it's effectively 20 base power. And you're not moving first anyway because you have 50 base speed. Snorant. I'm about to go on a snorant! But I don't want to get banned from YouTube, so I'll end it here. Horrible! How long have we been going? 5 hours. Is it really worse than Shuckle? At least Shuckle can Toxic. And it gets the... XP boost. I think Snorunt might actually be the worst Pokemon in the game. It's so bad. And Shuckle at least doesn't instantly die. Pineco. Pineco. You like slow defensive Pokemon without any utility? I don't. Could be worse. These are Pineco's stats. 65 base attack. Ugh. Level 31 to evolve into Forretress. And hey, Forretress has got 90 attack. That's not bad at all. Too bad it's got 40 speed and no moves. What moves does it get? Pin Missile and that stab! Watch out! Spikes, which I guess if you use it on the first turn will end up dealing 12% to your opponent's backliners if they don't fly. Wow. It gets counter, so huge chance to just waste your turn. The enemy has to not attack your partner, they have to attack you. It has to be a physical move, and you're not going to take damage anyway because your best stat is defense. I don't know why you would ever do that. But after a hard day, setting spikes and countering incoming... But after a hard day, setting spikes and countering incoming punishment, I think you deserve to refresh. Anything else to say about Pineco? I think this is fine, right? Forretress. I wish we could see this Pokemon for it less. Oh, that was bad. Pineco, more like Pine. How about that? Oh, Pineco. More like Pine. No. Oh. Do you know Natu? Great news for Natu fans. I'd say that Natu does actually clear the low bar. What an achievement. Now, Natu's stats are actually kind of okay, right? 70 attack, 70 speed? Sure. And you evolve into Natu, and you evolve into Xatu at level 25, which is pretty soon. Hey, 95 special attack, 95 speed. It's not that bad. Do we get good moves? Future Sight. I guess we don't get good moves. But at least you can do set damage with Nightshade and Aerial Ace off of 75 base attack. It could be worse. Hey, look at that. Passed. Might actually be better than Vulpix. If this thing had a real psychic move, I would probably actually put it in okay. Unfortunately, it has Future Sight. Well, here's my prediction. Pokemon are gonna get worse from here on out. I hope that doesn't come true. Unfortunately, it has Future Sight. Well, here's my prediction. The worst is yet to come. Actually, that might not be true, because we did rank Snorunt. Soapy Sudsy says, I don't need Future Sight to predict where Roselia goes. Orre's finest. Where did you learn? Never trust psychics on the internet, okay? They're just lying to you. Roselia is not an Orre's finest. It's in the low bar. Oh, wait, no. Soapy Sudsy says, I don't need Future Sight to predict where Roselia goes. Orre's finest. Don't trust fraud psychics on the internet, okay? It's true that Roselia is not very good, but Roserade has amazing stats. Excellent special attack and good enough speed are more than enough to patch up its, I would say, mediocre typing. And it's even a stone evolution, so you can actually get Roserade's amazing stats immediately. Considering that, I think this is... If it wasn't for the typing, it would go in S. As is, it's just at the top of Oak. Roselia doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's probably better than you think. Goes in the low bar. A 100 special attack and 65 base speed? You know what? In this game, I'll take it. You got any good moves? Magical Leaf. It's better than Razor Leaf because Razor Leaf is a spread move. So Razor Leaf does no damage. Magical Leaf just does a little bit of damage to one target. Focused, okay? And it never misses, and sometimes enemies do use evasion strats. Normally that doesn't matter because you'll just kill them before they act, but if you're using Roselia, yeah, they might get a double team off. Sweet Kiss is bad. Confuse Ray. Confuse Ray is not good. Grass Whistle, 55% chance to put the opponent to sleep, 45% chance to do nothing. Leech Seed. If only you could combo it with Toxic. Is Grass Whistle actually 55? It is. It's like the exact same as Sing. Oh! Look at that! The signature move of Roselia! A signature move that's just a Sing clone. Cool. Should you stop and odor sleuth the roses? Ugh. No. It stinks. I missed a microtransaction? Oh, I did. $2 microtransaction from Silver. L1 has Natu. And Elon killed Twitteratu. It's called Twitteratu, that's right. No more X. Thank you for the microtransaction. Grass Whistle can hit ghost types. I think Sing can also hit ghost types, right? I'm pretty sure it can. Next. Meowth, that's... Oh. Wow, look at all this Meowth data. I made a mistake. Terrible. At least it's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Level 28 to evolve into Persian. 28's not that bad. What are Persian stats? Surprise, surprise. They're terrible. 70 base attack, pure normal type. What are you gonna do? Nothing. But at least you'll do nothing first. Maybe we get some cool moves. You do actually get Slash upon Purification. It is Stab, even though it is a slashing move. Sing, 55% chance to put the enemy to sleep, 45% chance to do nothing. Payday, infinite money glitch. You don't really need money in this game because all you would use it for are Pokeballs, which you actually get a fair amount of during the story, or Lemonade. You don't really need to buy Lemonade when most of the Pokemon in this game have Refresh anyway. Bite is special, so not very good. But hey, you could flinch them. You are faster. If this was actually a Persian, if we were in Pokemon Coliseum, this probably would be a Persian. And if it was a Persian, I'd probably put it in bad. But it's a Meowth. You gonna give this thing 5 levels just to get a Persian? And purify it? I don't think so. Payday, more like Mayday. Can I get some good Pokemon? Swinub maxes out as the mighty Mamoswine. Amazing stats. Swinub maxes out as the mighty Mamoswine. Amazing stats with a pretty good stab combo, although keep in mind that it doesn't actually get physical ice stab in this generation. Even without that, it does still have stab ground, which is very valuable, and with 130 attack, that's pretty good. Pretty solid. I think a pretty uncontroversial S tier placement. Does require grinding, but it is worth the This thing doesn't evolve into Mamoswine? Oh my god, this thing's... Are you sure? Look at this, it literally has ancient power. Are you sure it doesn't evolve into Mamoswine? Well, I'm choosing to trust you. If you say so, I'll believe you. Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What? Here is something to believe in. At the very least, Colosseum had the decency to disappoint you with Piloswine stats immediately. Level 33 to get Piloswine. Until then, good luck. It can't be. It can't be. These are Swinub stats. These are Snorants. Swinub is strictly worse than Snorant in terms of stats. Well, we get Ancient Power. We do get Charm. I am charmed. Swinub is very cute. Mist is useless. Mudshot. At least it's stab. You're probably not reaching level 33, right? It's worse than Ladybug. But at least if you reach level 33, you can use Piloswine. Which has these... Which has these stats. What a reward. And of course, it doesn't get Natural Earthquake by level up, so... Don't think that's gonna save it. Spearow. Never have I been so excited for such a mediocre Pokemon. Thank you, Spearow. It's okay. So, quick question. Spearo's... So, quick question. Spearow evolves at level 20... So, quick question. This Spearow's level 22. But evolves into Fearow level 20. Why didn't they just give you a Fearow? Is Fearow too strong? These are Fearow stats. I wouldn't call them too strong. But hey, 100 speed, 90 attack, stab, flying, and normal. It's not that bad. For moves, we've got False Swipe, and it is stab. I think even with stab, it's still weaker than Breloom's False Swipe. You've got Leer, so you can give him a menacing look. And I guess reduce their defense. I don't think you would ever use that. And you get Aerial Ace. Really wish that was Drill Peck. But I think you do get Drill Peck from level up. Where are the moves? Where are the moves? Oh, it's because this Pokemon is unavailable, so that's why it doesn't show the moves here. Well, you do get Drill Peck at level 40. Good luck. But hey, if you don't want to use... But if it turns out you don't want to use Fearow... But at least Fearow has unique utility of being able to pass Intimidate drops to your next Pokemon. Passed. Next. Grimer! You like slow defensive poison types with no utility? I don't, but at least it has an attack stat. These are Grimer's stats. 80 attack, okay. Terrible defenses, which only matters because you have 25 speed, so you are gonna get hit. Mono Poison, terrible type. How long until Muck? $38 levels. For this. Actually okay stats, aside from the speed. You're not reaching level 38. For moves, you do actually get stats. For moves, you do actually get Stab Sludge Bomb immediately upon purification. If only this wasn't a pure poison type, maybe that would do something. You get Shadow Punch, very strange, but it hits a decent amount of Pokemon. It's not the worst thing ever. Minimize can be okay for some cheese if you want to try walling the Shadow Pokemon with that, although you really should just use a Shadow Pokemon. And worst comes to worst, say you can't actually do anything to your opponent, at least you can help. might be able to ooze up to the low bar if it didn't have such a late evolution, and if it wasn't just a useless defensive mono poison type. So basically, if it was a different Pokemon. Terrible. Don't spell muck backwards at 3 a.m., okay? That's my wisdom that I'm gonna impart to you. Seal! One of the worst names in the franchise, rivaling... One of the worst names in the franchise, really only rivaled by Claydol. Do we clap for Seal? Put the seals together. These are Seal stats. Terrible. Terrible. But it does evolve into Dugong. Level 34. I hope it's worth it. It is not. 70 special attack. Unironically, though, you do get good moves. You get Surf upon Purification. It does have the spread penalty, but it's not that bad. Safeguard is worthless. Why are you getting hit? But maybe that could save you at some point. Ice Beam actually really good. Unfortunately, Seal is only a water type, so it doesn't actually get stabbed until it evolves into Dugong. And, yeah, if you just want your partner to do the fighting, that is possible. Helped. It at least does have good moves. You're not reaching level 34, and once you do, you get a Dugong. Should you... I don't know what to say. I can't say do it. I can't... I don't know how to end this. I can't say do it, because I don't want you to do it. Don't do it. I guess that's the joke. $4.80 donation from Rhyme. I guess Rhyme is ice, right? 1 like equals 1 prayer for Snorant might get a good form. Well, thank you for the generous microtransaction. I don't know if... I don't know if 1 like equals 1 prayer, but feel free to pray by smashing that like button to increase the reach of the stream. And of course, we tap them quite often. Wait, that's not right. I think you heard the ding, but there you go. There's the Patreons on screen. Thanks to the Patreons for sponsoring all of this content. Although I think one is missing. So in Pokemon Masada Mansion, Aunt Jemima should be there. You'll be there in the premium. Please forgive me for now. It's an old version. Currently have 88 prayers. Hey, I mean, 88 is more than any of the stats that Glalie actually has. I guess the prayers are working. Seal, more like see you later. Oh, I guess we should say this. Seal. This thing should be sealed away. Ugh. Lunatone. Lunatone. A Pokemon that is so forgettable and unimportant. They didn't even add it to Pokemon Moon. Welcome to the Orre region. These stats are nothing special. 95 special attack, 70 speed. You would never use this if you were playing a real game. But hey, in XD, I'll take it. And it's not, you don't even have to evolve. You just get these stats. Sure. Compared to everything else we've seen, looks pretty good. And look at these moves. You get Stab Psychic immediately upon purification. Pretty good. Rain Dance, I don't know why you would ever use that, but I guess you can. And Rock Tomb, that is Stab, although you have 55 attack, so... I guess you're using it to lower the opponent's speed. And if you want to share your Intimidate drop with another member of your team... There you go. No real reason to use this when you could be using Espeon, but at least it's acceptable right out of the box, which is way more than you can say about Ralts. Oh, good point. Maybe it has Rain Dance? Oh wait, no. Moon controls the tides? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. How do we end on Lunatone? It does control the tides, but that doesn't have to do with the rain, right? I guess it's just water. Yeah, it probably has... You're right. The reason why it has Rain Dance is to be the counterpart of Soul Rock, who has Sunny Day. Did we land on the moon? I can't answer that question for you. But I can say that this moon lands in... Okay. Togepi. Togekiss does not actually have its Togepi. Togekiss is missing a lot from its eventual kit. Modern Togekiss is actually quite good because it has the amazing fairy type, way better than normal, and also it can flinch with Air Slash, which was added in Gen 4. Even without access to Air Slash or the much better typing, you can't really go wrong with Togekiss's special attack, and it has a really good special move pool. You can give it Fire Blast. I'd say it very much is worth the effort to get this thing up to Togekiss. Maybe not an S tier, but it's a very competent special attacker. We can maybe put it above Fearow. You do have to get it all the way to Togekiss, though, so if you stop only at Togetic, it's absolute trash. Well, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! Ugh! Ugh! And when I say this thing doesn't evolve, I mean that it doesn't even evolve into Togetic. It's gonna be a Togepi. Hope you're okay with these stats, cause they're all you're getting. And keep in mind, it's pure normal. Do we at least get good moves? Follow me. Perfect for getting Togepi killed, which is probably what you want to have happen. Try attack, worthless. Ancient power, well, you actually have Serene Grace, so if you get, I guess, 3 ancient power procs, that will then maybe bring you to the stats of a normal Pokemon with no boosts. You gotta get a bit lucky for that, though. If you just give up on fighting with Togepi, which I think is correct. Least you can help. Now you might be saying Togepi is a friendship evolution, right? There's no way that... Now you might be saying Togepi is a friendship evolution, right? There's no way it's that hard to get it to Togepi. You might be saying Togepi is a friendship evolution, right? There's no way it's that hard to get it to Togetic. There's video evidence. I think I might actually be able to say that I have used XD Togepi more than anyone else on planet Earth. That might actually be true. You can check the footage. It had a Soothe Bell the entire time, and it never evolved. We eventually did force it to evolve using an unsavory, illegal third-party boosting service. And what was the reward? There was no reward. Check out this footage. And then we'll cut to a clip of the comparison between Togetic and Zangoose. Now, I'm gonna be generous. I don't think you're actually supposed to use Togepi. Because Togepi, you don't actually steal it from an enemy trainer. It's actually given to you. You're supposed to purify it, and then you're supposed to give it back. When you give it back, you get Zaprong the Elekid. Is that a reward? Yeah, it's really good. Is Electabuzz a... Electabuzz is a level evolution, right? I remember because it's really annoying. To breed them. Yeah, starting at level 30. This thing, Zapron, is really carried by this. Look at these moves. Triple elemental punches, they're all special in this gen, and 100 base power cross chop. Look at that. This is a traded Pokemon, which means it gets boosted XP. Starts at level 20, has to reach level 30 to get to Electabuzz, but I think you might be surprised by Elekid's stats. Smoochum, Magby, and Elekid, all these Gen 2 baby Pokemon, have, like, surprisingly good stats. This is better than some stuff we've seen. This is better than a lot of the stuff we've seen so far. You only have to put up with this for 10 levels? You only have to put up with this for 10 levels? 10 1.5 boosted levels. And then you get Electabuzz. Sure. I'll take that. Last things to say about Elekid? I guess Zappy, right? Yeah, of course. You think higher than Ampharos? Ampharos is still significantly earlier. Usually in a trade, you'd only agree to a trade if you get something in exchange. The other guy's getting a Togepi. You're getting the Elekid. You're definitely winning on this exchange. Zappy. Nosepass. Probopass is a pretty terrible Pokemon. But it does gain a Steel type, and the offenses aren't as bad as you would think. It's definitely still among the finest. Oh wait, no, Zangoose is next, right? No, it's Nosepass. Probopass. Nosepass into Probopass. Probopass is a pretty terrible Pokemon, but at least it does have dual stab, and its offenses are probably better than you think, although I wouldn't call them good. It's definitely among the finest. Maybe about here-ish? Probably more useful than Poison. Probopass is... If it wasn't for Probopass, it would... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! How bad are Nosepass's stats? Worse offenses than Snorunt. Thunderbolt is a good move. Wish it wasn't on Nosepass. Thunder Wave is actually some okay utility, but you have other Thunder Wavers. No reason you would ever use Nosepass for that. Rock Slide, its stab hits both enemies. It will never flinch them because you are never moving first with 30 speed. And you only have 45 attack. You know who else has 45 attack? Onyx! Onyx! You don't want to be drawing parallels with Onyx, okay? Wouldn't recommend fighting with Nose Pass. But Nose Pass itself doesn't have to fight, right? Helped. What a worthless Pokemon. It's hideous. It's not actually good at walling, and it doesn't do any damage. Nose Pass. More like nose ass! Terrible. Zangoose. Mortal enemies with Seviper. Seviper's dead. Viciously ripped apart by 115 base attack and 90 base speed. Excellent. Look at these moves. You get Brick Break, not Stab, but 115 base attack. It's gonna hurt. Counter. I don't know why you would ever use that. Crush Claw. Awesome sounding name. I'd rather have Return, but I'll take Crush Claw. And Zangoose actually does not have guts. In modern gens, it actually gets Toxic Boost, which is, I think, just strictly worse guts. It's guts, except it doesn't work on burn. So if you get statused, you would be in trouble. If you couldn't refresh. Pretty great Pokemon overall. I'd say it's much better than Ursaring, because they're both strong enough, but Zangoose is fast enough, and Ursaring is not. You also don't have to evolve Zangoose. The only reason they're even comparable is that you do get Ursaring much earlier. So in that sense, Ursaring is better, but I think Zangoose is great once you get it. You get Zangoose at the very beginning of the key layer, which is actually about halfway through the game. Even though, story-wise, it's like 2/3 of the way through the game. Plenty of time for the goose to get loose. Is that the right phrase? The Zangoose is loose, and no one is safe. Unless they're a ghost type, I guess. You can also move tutor it to give it Body Slam immediately, which is probably better than Crush Claw. Smurg the Dragon. How strange my last message didn't appear in chat. I think you were asking about what the music is. The music is called Fire Emblem Lo-Fi Music to Grind Supports to. If you just search Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 3, you should find it. Geez, after seeing the refresh GIF enough times today and hearing the discussion the other day, you reminded me, is Pocari Sweat worth buying online to try? No. It's nothing special. I do like Pocari Sweat, but I wouldn't, like, pay extra to import it. If you happen to be in Japan, though, definitely give it a try. It's alright. Or if you find it at maybe, an Oriental supermarket, yeah, I would definitely give it a try. It's got a very unique flavor. It is very refreshing. You can probably find it overseas. I think you can say Oriental Supermarket, right? That's what they're called. My mom and I used to go to one all the time, and we called it the Oriental Market. Insensitive YouTuber uses term Oriental. You definitely can't describe people as Oriental. That's terrible. I think that's it for Zangoose, right? I think there's some East Asian markets in my state city. Yeah, if you happen to come across Pocari Sweat, yeah, give it a try. It's pretty good. Paris. It's a Paris. It's a Paris. It's terrible. You catch it at level 28. Evolves into Parasect at level... You catch it at level 28. Evolves into Parasect at level 24. Why didn't they just give you Parasect? Is Parasect too strong? These are Parasect stats. 95 attack, actually not that bad. 30 speed. Unfortunately, it will never act because it takes quadruple from everything and dies. Is Grass Bug the worst type in the entire franchise? It's like bottom 5. In terms of moves, you do get Spore. That's something. You get Slash, you get False Swipe. That's some catching utility. And you're the master of inflicting status. If they want to turn the tables and status you, well, you've got the counter. Refreshed. Seeing that it has instant Evo and 95 base attack and Spore, you know what? I think it clears the low bar. Congratulations, Paris. You're a cut above. Oh. Horrible. Gotta move this song. There is good news, though. We can celebrate. The gracious gift of convenience. Duking is the guy who trades you 3 of the Pokemon for Wild Spot Pokemon. But the Dukester is the one who granted us 50 gift memberships. Thank you. Now 50 more of you can be refreshed. Not with Pocari Sweat, apparently, though. Did you need to reset the recording anytime soon? Thank you for reminding me, but technology is incredible. I figured out how to do it automatically. Every 1 hour, it automatically cuts the recording. How convenient. Growlithe, my loyal companion. evolves into Arcanine with a Firestone. There is only one Firestone. You can either use it on Vulpix or you can use it on Growlithe. You should definitely use it on Growlithe. Oh. Stats window. Arcanine, the legendary Pokemon, has a ton of stats. They're not the best distributed, but they're definitely good enough. Instant 95 speed and 100 special attack. But the main reason you don't want to Firestone immediately is because you miss out on all the good moves you could learn through level up. Turns out that's not a problem because, hey, Flamethrower upon Purification. That's all you need. Decently fast, decently strong Flamethrower with no effort. Sure. Is it charming? Yeah, Growlithe's pretty cute. You get Bite, so that's some coverage. 60 base power, but you might flinch them. It's not that bad. Takedown. I wouldn't use this, but it's on your moveset. Really wish that you got Arcanine earlier, but it's not bad. A lot less work than other Pokemon for a lot more reward. Good dog. Shelter. Shelter. I think this might surprise some of you. I think it's actually good enough to be in bad. So Shelter into Shelter is a stone Evo into Cloyster, and there are no other water stone Evos. Well, I guess there's Poliwrath, but it starts as a Poliwrath. So the only thing you would use your water stone on is this thing. Cloyster is traditionally thought of as a defensive Pokemon, and it does excel at defense, but if you look at its offensive stats, probably a lot better than you thought, right? I don't know why it's so fast, considering it's like a shellfish. 70 is not that bad, and 85 special attack, and 95 attack. Like, that's not bad at all. As for moves, you get Takedown off of that 95 attack. Wow. You get Surf? Hey, that stab. Spread is unfortunate, but it's not that bad. Aurora Beam, there is an Ice Beam TM, so you can give it Ice Beam. Aurora Beam is actually kind of okay, though. If they try to cut into your 95 base attack using something like Will-O-Wisp, don't worry, okay? You could use Cloyster defensively, but I think it's time for a different take. Using a traditionally defensive Pokemon on offense? How refreshing. Cloyster might not even be a defensive Pokemon nowadays. If you remember Gen 5, and who could forget Gen 5? It's so overhated and underrated. The main thing Cloyster did was Shell Smash and kill your team. I guess it's been doing that for longer than some Pokemon have been playing Pokemon. It might have actually been Shell Smashing for longer than some viewers have been alive. That's kind of sad. I'm not old, okay? You're too young. How about that? Let's frame it that way. Beedrill. We established earlier that Espeon is the Jagan of this game, right? Has good stats immediately at the beginning. Beedrill. If you play Poke Emblem, a wonderful fusion of Pokemon and Fire Emblem, Beedrill is the Jagan. Really good stats at the beginning, falls off. Why do they give you Beedrill in the second to last dungeon of the game? What do we call this? It's like a Nega Jagan. Can we please get this at like the beginning of the game? If you got this in the first dungeon, I'd probably actually put it in okay. But as you can see, it is not okay. It's among the finest. As you can see, its Japanese name is Spear. Maybe this is a Jaken. He's got the Silver Lance. $80 attack, 75 speed. BST doesn't even break 400. Are you kidding me? Worthless typing with worthless moves. Sludge Bomb, worst attacking type in the game. Twin Needle, 25 base power per hit. Worthless. I guess you can spend a turn Swords Dancing and then give it to another Pokemon that has actual moves. Because although I do think that Beedrill fails, I guess in a technical sense... Passed. No idea what possessed them to put this thing at... No idea what possessed them to put this thing at the end of the game. Murdered by placement. If you were being really generous, maybe you could put it in the low bar. I don't think so. I think it probably is possible to make Beedrill better. You'd have to give it a lot more stats, maybe about 100 BST more, but that wouldn't even be enough. You'd have to give it 100 more and then like tweak its original stats. Like, just get rid of all of its defenses, get rid of all of its special attack, min-max it to the max, and then maybe it might actually be worth it. Think they'd ever do that? Pidgey. Now, this Pidgey, Now, this icon is a bit disingenuous. I only have the icon made for Pidgey, but they don't give you a Pidgey. They give you a Pidgeotto. Thanks. It's very weird that they give you a Pidgeotto because it's a level 30. And of course, Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot at level 20. Oh, I messed up. It's very weird that they give you a Pidgeotto because it's level 30. Why would they give you a Pidgeotto when Pidgeotto evolves at level 20? 36 levels. For this. These are Pidgeot stats, by the way. This is Pidgeot. This is Pidgeotto. This is what you actually get. Is this acceptable? As for moves, we get Wing Attack, 60 base power, Stab. Thanks. Steel Wing, 55 base power, not Stab, but it could boost your defense, wow. Feather Dance, reduce the enemy's attack by 2 stages. How about you reduce it to 0 by killing them? At least they can't stop you with Will-O-Wisp. Can't clip these wings because I've got. Refresh. Stealing is 70 base power. Steel Wing, 70 base power, non-stab, but hey, it could boost your defense. Yeah, I think this is actually maybe about here. I'd rather use Poochyena. For me, at least, one of the great mysteries of Pokemon is why is the Pidgeline so bad? Compared to Fearow, you have to get in... Compared to the Spearow line, you have to put in more work for less reward. Why? Tangela. Tangrowth is one of the strangest designs in the franchise in terms of how its design compares to its stats. There's a lot of dissonance because you would expect this, big burly grass caveman to have really good attack. It has okay attack, but its better offense is special attack. I'm sure somebody can make some sort of million-view video essay about why Tangrowth's design is some sort of dissonance, and then put it on their application to Harvard. That mini rant aside, Tangrowth actually does have really good stats. Even though it is a pure grass type, I think the decent offenses combined with utility through powders does at least land it a spot in bad. We've certainly seen... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What? I think I'd still rather use this than Beedrill. Wow. Completely useless stats, except for 100 special attack, which isn't that bad. Too bad it's a pure grass type with 60 base speed. Outclassed by Roselia. Let me repeat that. It's outclassed by Roselia! As for moves, Solar Beam, which you can use every turn after you waste a turn setting up Sunny Day. They'll never force you out because you're hanging on tight with Ingrain. Wow. And hey, Morning Sun. Although, we haven't talked about it yet. Healing moves in general are useless because you can just use items, which are more effective, not dependent on the weather. And they also go first, right? Because healing happens instantly, whereas Tangela has terrible base speed, so might actually die before it gets the healing it needs. I guess if you're not actually using items because you're doing some sort of challenge, then yeah, you might use Morning Sun. Although, the question before would you use Morning Sun is, would you use Tangela? And the answer is... no. You wouldn't. Gotta get some sleep in. Can you wake me up in 6 hours? Should be at Rhydon by then. Well, once we get to Soul Rock, they are actually all going to be in Citadark Exile, so not much to talk about there. So actually closer to the end than you might think. Butterfree. Butterfree. So Beedrill was our Negajagan as an early game Pokemon they inexplicably give you at the end. Couldn't let his friend have all the fun, so you get Butterfree. Luckily for Butterfree, it is a lot better than Beedrill. Fastest, most reliable sleeper in the game. That's something. "70 speed. That's not great, but hey, it's better than Parasect, and because of Compound Eye Sleep Powder, it basically has Spore. You can technically miss, but I've never seen it. For moves, you get Non-Stab Psychic off of 80 special attack. Wow. Morning Sun, pretty useless for the same reason that Tangela also doesn't use Morning Sun. Sleep Powder, your best move by far. The only reason Butterfree manages to flit into bad. Aerial Ace. It is Stab. Wow. You gotta use it. 45 base attack. May as well not have a fourth move. Imagine your only saving grace being your reliable sleep move, and then imagine being outclassed by Butterfree. That is the hell that is Paris's existence. Congratulations, Butterfree. Magneton. Once you get in the zone, Magnezone, you get some pretty incredible stats. Massive special attack. I think with that, we can put Magnezone, although it does come quite late, maybe at the bottom of okay. Actually, I think we're going to put it with maybe just below Growlithe. The Magnezone power... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing is perfectly fine. It's actually better that it doesn't evolve. Because when you evolve, you actually lose speed. And I don't need... You don't need the extra power. Magneton is strong enough. You really want every point of speed you can get. And Magneton gets that. Look at this! Great stats! There's no caveat there. Great stats! It's the end of the sentence. I can't believe I can actually say that. Great stats. For moves, Double Edge, I don't know why you would ever use that. Rain Dance and Thunder combo. Unfortunate you have to use 2 turns for that, but it's only 1 turn per battle, right? You could always give it Thunderbolt, especially if you didn't pick Jolteon. It's not bad at all. If you ever get... And this is a mechanical Pokemon, right? It doesn't really make sense for mechanical Pokemon to suffer from status effects. But if they somehow managed, maybe they had like corrosion, and they were able to inflict you with some sort of disease, don't worry. You can refresh. You do have to be a little bit careful, though, because they give this to you right before the boss whose main strategy is to spam Earthquake. So you can't actually use it in that fight, but in all the other fights, yeah, it's pretty good. Well, I wouldn't say it's pretty good. It's okay. We had to search far and wide for this rare coil, but I guess it was worth it. It's okay. Venomoth. Venomoth. It's a bug poison type That's a pretty bad start. But it is fully evolved. And it does have stats. Low bar. Gotta turn this off. Hey, 90 speed, 90 special. It's okay. You get Stab Silverwind, although Silverwind is physical, so that's gonna go off of your mighty 65 base physical attack. You do get Substitute, which you might actually use because the enemy wastes their turn a lot, so you might be able to get a Substitute up. You do have Psychic. It's not Stab, but you do have 90 special attack. This is a very underwhelming low bar, but I think it does actually make it to low. I'll say that later. One of the effects of Substitute, in addition to blocking damage, is that it blocks status. So you have a very reliable way to keep your Venomoth healthy, but let's say maybe the enemy was really fast, and they managed to Thunder Wave you before you were able to set up your defenses. Well, don't despair. In that case, you can refresh. Man, they thought of everything. This is a very lukewarm low bar. I think you could definitely put it in the finest as well. But at least you don't have to evolve it. At least you get your terrible stats immediately. I think that clears the low bar. Weepin' Bell. Weepin' Bell. Let's say that you saved your Leaf Stone, didn't use it on Shiftry to immediately cash in your slightly slow, frail, mixed grass attacker. You saved it for Weepin' Bell. Do you achieve victory? Not really. These stats aren't that bad. 105 attack, 100 special, 70 speed. It's actually pretty good. I wish it wasn't a grass poison type. These are Victory Bell stats, by the way. So if you didn't save your Leaf Stone, then yeah, it's terrible. Wow, look at that. You actually do get your dual stab. Magical Leaf. Wow. Single target grass move. Sludge Bomb. I wish this wasn't a poison move. Poison's terrible, but it is stab. Oh, sweet scent. So even if you don't have access to the sinister scent from the Shadow Pokemon, you can still lower their defense so that you can hit them with your 100% accurate move and your better than 100% accurate move because Magical Leaf never misses. Such synergy. You can always heal yourself with Morning Sun. We already discussed why that's bad. You think it's better than Nuzleaf? But Nuzleaf's actually in the game. Anything else to say? Weeping Bell gets sleep powder? Oh yeah. You can also spend... If you want to get sleep powder on Victory Bell, you can actually do that. While it's a Weeping Bell, you can pay 1,000 battle tickets, I think they're called Poke Coupons, to move Reminder Sleep Powder, which is very useful. And then you can Leaf Stone it to Victory Bell. That's kind of okay. Does it get extra points for that? Sure. It's more than a lot of other Pokemon can do. Look at these grass pals. Who weeps for Weeping Bell? Not us. It does reach the low bar. Shabok! You want to use... Shabok! Was worse Weeping Bell on your wish list? Wishes do come true. At least Beedrill has a dual type. What did Arbok do to deserve this? Can I have a stat that's good? Just one. At least give me 100 attack, please. Get Sludge Bomb upon Purification. That's the best move it'll ever get. At least it's Stab. Too bad it's the worst attacking type in the game. Glare is interesting. I think it's actually just better than Sleep Powder? No. Glare is interesting. I think it is just better than Stun Spore because it has higher accuracy. Not 100 though, so it's overall worse than like Thunder Wave, even though you can't glare ground types. Overall, it's like negligible utility. But hey, after you glare them, you could hit them with Bite for some para-flinch action off of that 65 special attack, non-stab, 60 base power Bite. Wow. Now you have two different ways to... Now you have two different ways to inflict status. But what if you get statused? You've actually got Shed Skin for a 30% chance to automatically heal your status. But let's say that you actually have Intimidate, the traditionally better ability, or you have Shed Skin, and you hit the far more likely 70% chance that the status sticks and cripples you for the next turn. Well, don't worry. Refreshed. One of my friends here, we often meet at Starbucks, and he always says, "Meet me at Starbucks," because I guess it kind of sounds like Starbucks. I guess they sell refreshments there. In Arbok's defense, It gets a lot stronger once it evolves into Seviper, but that's a pretty hefty level grind. You're not gonna reach that, so unfortunately, we just have to assume that it caps out at Arbok. Prime Ape. Prime Ape. Don't get mad. Get glad. Might be more accurate to say get bad, but very top of bad. Oh yeah, Rage Fist is pretty good. I guess we can redo that. Prime Ape evolves into Annihilape. Annihilape is an amazing... Prime Ape evolves into Annihilape. Annihilape is a pretty powerful Pokemon with infinite scaling Rage Fist. A very powerful tool. Unfortunately, we're getting to the point of the game where... you have to be very exceptional to escape bad, because this is the boss fight before Citadark Isle begins. So, Annihilape, I'm afraid, I can only award the very top of bad, especially because it's a little bit on the slow side. Maybe if it had a bit more speed... Oh, Prime Ape doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing is exactly the same in viability. It might even be better because it doesn't lose speed. These are Annihilape stats. Overall, way better than Prime Ape. I would definitely have... These are Annihilape stats. Overall, way better than Prime Ape. I would definitely choose Annihilape if I had the choice, but it does have 90 base speed, and Prime Ape has 95. So I guess when it calmed down, it lost 5 speed. 95 speed is good. 105 attack is good enough. I would rather use Zangoose, but okay. There are 4 moves shown here, but you really only have one. It's just Cross Chop. But we're actually at the point of the game where it might not be worth it to Purify, because this is the final arc. So from now on, we're probably going to be considering how good the Pokemon are when you don't purify them. And in that sense, Prime Ape is actually quite good, because it has Shadow Rush, which is decent. It's the mid-tier physical attack. It has Shadow Storm, which is actually the best special Shadow move. You might actually consider using Shadow Storm. It hits both enemies with super effective damage. I think 45 base power is worth. That's considering the spread penalty. That's not that bad at all, even though Prime Ape's not a special attacker. Focus Energy is worthless, you'd never use it. Reversal is worthless, you'd never use it, because you have to take a ton of damage for Reversal to actually out-damage Cross Chop. I think you have to be at, like, 1 or 2 HP to actually hit that threshold. Don't ever use Reversal, just use Cross Chop. Despite it being very out of character, you'd think Prime Ape would be an angry loner. It is actually a team player if you purified all the way. Primeape would definitely be in OK if you got it earlier. I think it's actually better than several of the Pokemon in OK, but we are really approaching the end game now. Arguably, all of these Pokemon coming up should be in Citadark Exile, but I'm going to be a little bit generous, and will rank it. Primeape, don't get mad. Get bad. But the very top of bad. Hypno. I was in awe when I saw Hypno's stats. And not in a good way. And then we'll compare this. We'll show the clip where we compare Hypno's and Primeape stats. At least Hypno. Somebody wake me up from this nightmare. Hypno. If I'm having a nightmare, please use Dream Eater on me. Please let this end. Hypno was... Oh. Hypno was actually okay in Gen 1 when it had 115 special. Absolutely murdered by the special split. Yet another Pokemon whose claim to fame is that it has a good special defense stat. Ledian has a good special defense stat. That's not a good Pokemon. In terms of moves, as a Shadow Pokemon, it actually has Shadow Storm, which is probably the best move it ever gets. That's not that bad. When you Purify, you do get Stab Psychic. Unfortunately, you have 73 special attack, and it is the end of the game. You can meditate, perhaps find enlightenment. Maybe you'll decide to choose a different Pokemon. That's what I would do. And you get non-stab Shadow Ball off of 73 attack. Sure. Hypno fails my criteria, but it does. Pass. Hypno is arguably better than some of the Pokemon that are in bad or low bar, but keep in mind, availability does matter, and Hypno is literally the last Pokemon before Citadark Isle. So it is getting pretty heavily penalized for that. Golduck. There's actually... Golduck. One of the things we can say about... Golduck. One of the things we can say about XD Gale of Darkness is that I think there is actually a pretty good balance of types. You do actually get quite a wide variety. You don't just get 10 useless water types. Speaking of useless water types... You do get at least one. Probably better than Hypno. mixed attacking and its consequences have been a disaster. Can I have some real stats, please? When you see all the stats being almost equal, you know you're in trouble. Shadow Rave is weaker than Shadow Storm. Like, it's just worse. But once you purify, you do get Waterfall off of 95 base special attack, and it is stab. That's not that bad. Charm. I don't know why you would ever use that. Psych Up. Only usable if your partner boosts, which will probably never happen. Or you can use it if the opponent boosts, which only happened because they survived, because you're using Golduck. So Psych Up is useless. Brick Break. Gotta put that 82 attack to work, I guess. It's not that bad, is it? 95 special attack, stab, waterfall. Put it up here. It hangs out in the low bar. Congratulations, Golduck. Not quite the gold standard, but at least it does clear the low bar. Wow. Duck you, pal. I guess I'll... Golduck you, pal. Ha! Rated PG. The music stopped. Any music requests, I guess? Because we've gone through the Fire Emblem Lo-Fi like 3 times. I'll have this play in the meantime. War music? I don't think we're at war anymore. Crazy Bus theme. From Arthur? Like, crazy bus. That one? That might get copyright claimed. We can go to Xenoblade, I guess. Crazy Bus is in the Crazy Bus game? I have no idea what that is. Is that like some Zoomer stuff? Is there Coliseum XD low? I think there actually is. It has, like, the Eeveelutions on the thumbnail. I'll look for that. Pokemon spin-off lo-fi. Here it is. Yeah, it has Umbreon. Very in theme. Orre. This is the right... This is the right orientation, okay. The SNES game Crazy Bus? Oh, I've never played that. So I guess it's not Zoomer. It's the opposite of that. Sableye. Sableye. In this generation, because there are no fairy types, Ghost Dark is actually... Sableye. In this gen, because there are no... Sableye. In this gen, because there are no fairy types, Ghost Dark actually has no weaknesses. And no weaknesses means it's invincible! Wow! One of the worst Pokemon in the game. It doesn't even have... Oh, I should change the aspect. It doesn't even have its signature ability. Stall. You'll have to make do with Keen Eye. Who thought this was okay? It has worse stats than Beedrill. What is this? What moves do we get? Shadow Ball. At least that's stab. Feint Attack. At least that's stab. Recover. It's like bootleg Morning Sun. I guess it's always a steady 50% HP. You know what's always a guaranteed 100% HP? Lemonade. Just use that. You're not actually going to be fighting with Sableye, but at least its partner can fight. Helped. I'll have to time that a little differently, sorry. Helped. There's a boss in order to make this thing usable, you would need to give it a massive stats boost, like maybe 100, and then give it some sort of crazy ability, like maybe like an automatic reflect of all incoming non-damaging moves. If you give it those two insane buffs, it might actually be pretty good. Think they'll ever do that? There's actually a boss in Final Fantasy XIV, the acclaimed MMORPG, called Nidhogg. He has a skill called the Sable Price. It disables a player, and then your teammates have to attack the... There's actually a boss in Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG that has a generous free trial. The boss is called Nidhogg. He has a skill called the Sable Price, which puts a player, like, in a prison, and then your teammates have to attack the prison to save you, and if they don't do it fast enough, you die. Would you pay the Sable Price? My teammates never saved me. I'm not gonna save Sableye. No, I will not pay the price. Dodrio! Hey! It's actually a good Pokemon. It's just better than Fearow, but you get Fearow earlier. So I guess Fearow's a bit better. This is Spear. I want Fearow. Wait, what? Why didn't it go to the stats? Hello? Either go base stats. When I say the Dodrio... Oh. When I say that Dodrio is just better Fearow, I'm not really kidding. These are Dodrio's stats. These are Fearow's. They're almost the exact same, except Dodrio has 20 more attack and 10 more speed. Oh, sorry. When I say that Dodrio is better than Fearow, I'm not really kidding or simplifying. Dodrio just has better stats. These are Dodrio's stats. These are Fearos. They're almost the exact same, except Dodrio has 20 more attack. And then in Gen 7, they buffed Dodrio, the better one. They gave Dodrio 10 more speed. They gave Fearo nothing. Why? But look at this. Fearo has 61 special defense. Dodrio only has 60. So I guess Fearo's better. And we can now add Fearo to the list of Pokemon ruined by prioritizing special defense. And hey, Dodrio actually gets Drill Peck. Thanks. Agility? I mean, you're already fast enough. You don't need agility. Tri-attack. Hey, that's your other stab. That's probably about as good as your move pool is going to get for Dodrio. Not bad at all. Wish was actually in the game. And hey, if you do decide that you need +2 speed on another Pokemon, you can go ahead and give it to someone else. Passed. Someone brought it up. Shoutouts to Dodrio for having Runaway in a game with almost exclusively trainer battles. I guess you could run away from the wild Surskit. Ooh. Nothing unkind to say about Dodrio. It's pretty good. I just wish it was in the game. I'm heading off to bed because I was able to catch a good amount of the live. Thank you. Hope to see you in the premium someday. The premium for the Teal Mask is like 2/3 of the way done. You'll see it next week for sure. Raticate. We're making a new Fire Emblem archetype, okay? People say that Fire Emblem has too many archetypes. I say it has not enough. We have 3 examples now, okay? Beedrill and Butterfree are both Negajagans. Here's our 3rd Negajagan. Raticate. Raticate is a Pokemon that is barely acceptable if it's the first Pokemon you catch. Yet they decided it was too powerful and they sealed it away until the final dungeon. Why? And even still, the Pokemon in this game are so bad that endgame Raticate is not even as bad as it gets. I think it is in the low bar. Here's Raticate's stats. 81 attack, 97 speed. And you don't have to evolve it, because it's already evolved. Wow. Hey, look. It has more than 400 BST. It's more than you can say about a lot of the Pokemon in this game. You might notice these moves are all gray. That means they're all normal type moves. That's not a good sign. Super Fang is your final move. It always deals half the enemy's health. That's actually kind of useful for catching, because you'll know that it'll never knock out the opponent, even if they damage themselves with a recoil move like Shadow End or Shadow Half. So that's actually kind of useful. You've got Scary Face. Don't know why you would ever waste a turn doing that. You've got Hyper Fang, which is your non-set damage stab option actually does okay damage. It's a lot better if you actually get it at the beginning of the game where it's ahead of the power curve. You can sort of think of it as the Silver Lance, but it's a Fang, and it's not silver, it's hyper. One of the best things about Raticate normally is that it is deceptively strong. Thanks in large part to one of its very powerful abilities, not Runaway, Guts. If you do manage to get a status condition on Raticate, it actually performs far better than you would think, because although its attack stat is mediocre, when you do have the Guts boost, you actually are going to be doing relatively respective deeps. But let's say that you're tired of being respective. Let's say you actually want to be treated as the garbage early game rodent that you're destined to be. Well, don't worry. You do have that option. Refreshed. You can think of it as the Gant Lance. We're definitely coping with that. Really digging the haircut. Handsome streamers refreshed? Thank you. Refreshed. With Golduck next to Raticate, they kind of look like they've paired up, right? That's a Fire Emblem mechanic. Look at that. Back to back. Golduck has no teeth, but don't worry. Raticate brought fangs for them both. Farfetch'd. This is literally a joke Pokemon. And they decided the final dungeon of the game would be a good time to tell a joke. A joke that even by the time of Gen 3 was several years old. I'm not laughing. Hey, look on the bright side. Strictly better stats than Snorant. In terms of moves, it's actually not that bad, right? It could be worse, right? You've got Slash, you've got Swords Dance, you've got Aerial Ace, you actually do have Dual Stab, and Farfetch'd does come with its exclusive item, the Stick! So the Stick sharply increases your crit rate, and combined with the Slash itself having high crit rate, you do actually have, I think, a 25% chance to crit. And if you crit, it's almost as if you're using a real Pokemon. Wow. And of all of the stat passing combos you have, Swords Dance is maybe one you would do. So in that sense, congratulations, Farfetch'd. Oh. Was I on the wrong size this entire time? You saw the stats, right? Uh-oh. I thought I fixed it. The stats, yes, but the moveset. The stats were okay, the moveset was at the wrong size. Is that it? I'll just redo the stats, it's easy enough. Stats were yes, the other screen was slightly off. Okay, okay. So I just have to do this part. In terms of moves, far-fetched moves actually aren't that bad. You do have Slash and Aerial Ace, so there's your dual stab. And Slash has synergy with its unique held item, its PRF, if you will, the Mighty Stick. So the stick gives you a very big crit increase. So combined with the stick and Slash's natural high crit rate, it's Swordmaster Farfetch'd. You're going to be landing those double damage crits, I think 25% of the time? So if you crit, it's almost as if you're using a real Pokemon. Wow. At least Swords Dance is... At least Swords Dance is one of the boosts you might actually want to give to a teammate. So you could Swords Dance and then... Passed. One of the areas where Farfetch'd unironically excels is in being mocked. If you're not clear on what the joke is with Farfetch'd, there's a Japanese idiom. If you're not clear on what the joke is with Farfetch'd, it's based on an Eastern idiom about a duck that comes bearing leeks, because you're supposed to cook the duck with the leeks. So if the duck comes to you with the leeks, it's too good to be true. Well, don't worry. It's not good. It's bad. The Farfetch'd you received in an in-game trade is named Ducks. More like sucks. And I'm not done yet. Farfetch'd. More like fart-fetched. Please subscribe. Okay, we got him. Altaria. Is it bottom of low bar? Let me look at Altaria's stats. Dragon Breath. Heal Bell. Ugh. $70, $70, $80. Okay. Altaria. It's a dragon type. Dragons are strong, right? Not this one. $70, $70, $80 offenses. It's not that bad. Unfortunately, it is the end of the game. Hey, 490 BST. That's almost 500. Altaria comes in at level 36. Shadow Break is actually the strongest physical shadow move. That's actually kind of okay. You get Shadow Rave, which is the AoE move. Solar Beam. I don't know why you would ever use non-stab Solar Beam after Purification. Aerial Ace is stab, but you have 70 physical attack. Aerial Ace is stab, but you have 70 physical attack. Heal Bell is Refresh Plus, and we know how much people... We know how much... Heal Bell is Refresh Plus, and we know how good Refresh is. Otherwise, why would they put it on all the Pokemon? So Heal Bell must be really good. Actually, considering that Altaria does get Shadow Break before Purification, which is an unconditional 80 base power, super effective move, can't possibly benefit from Stab. That's actually okay. And when I say okay, I mean that I think we can float up to the low bar. And Altaria is very cute. Oh, aspect ratio is wrong. I think we can actually float up to the low bar. Congratulations, Altaria. I guess dragons are strong after all. Hey, we know this song. It's from the trading card game. Kangaskhan! I did my best. I guess I could have given it more energy, but is Kangaskhan really worth it? No. It's a truck outside. Although I don't sound very enthused, it's not like Kangaskhan is bad. I mean, I'm putting it in bad, but that's mostly because of timing. $95 attack? 90 speed? Sure. It's actually your first Pokemon that actually gets Earthquake. Unfortunately, Earthquake is difficult to use because it is full power on the entire field, so it is going to hit and deal massive damage to your partner unless you use the appropriate partner, one that can actually dodge the Earthquake. Sing, 55% chance to sleep the enemy, 45% chance to do nothing. Tail Whip actually affects both enemies, but it's just worse than Shadow Down, because Shadow Down is a sharp defense drop and Tail Whip is only a one-stage drop. Never whip, okay? It's not that bad. And Dizzy Punch is your stab option. Has a chance to confuse. Sure. I think we can say that it's better than Raticate in almost every way. It's actually faster than Raticate. Wish this was earlier. Anything to say about Kangaskhan? Anything else? Pretty good, but too late? Yeah. Needs 100 more BSD? Yeah. Most of the... I think all of the Gen 1 and 2 models were lifted from Pokemon Stadium and slightly retouched, but they didn't treat them all equally. So if you look at Kangaskhan's model in this game, it is very chunky. I mean, it is hard to lose the baby weight. Kangaskhan is a Pokemon it's not bad at all, but in order to actually bring it to the top of the meta, it would need a huge buff. Maybe 100 BST and some sort of ability that makes it hit multiple times. Not for full power, that'd be kind of ridiculous, but maybe if it had, like, I don't know, bring your kid to work day or something, where the kid also attacked and did a bit less damage, that would be a really useful upgrade. Do you think they'll ever do that? There we go. Bonnet! Are you scared? I am. Hey, 115 attack. That's really good. And you can actually use it with your Ghost Stab, because Shadow Ball in this game is physical. We should have had more than 65 base speed, though. Why does it have 83 special attack? What region is this Pokemon from? What moves do we get? Faint attack. That's special, so probably don't want to use that one. Shadow Ball, hey, that's exactly the move we wanted to use. Curse. I'm going to almost kill myself to very slowly kill the opponent. No thanks. Very bad for catching, of course, because it'll eventually kill the Pokemon that's cursed, which is not what you want to have happen. Bennett is on the slow side, so in case Bennett's not going to get its action, it could choose to boost its teammate. Helped. Given Bennett's very powerful attack, given Bennett's very respectable attack stat, I think we can actually... It's got phasing, okay? So... no collision as it passes through all these Pokemon. I think I'd rather use it than Golduck, right? Big damage. And 65 speed isn't great, but it's not, like, the end of the world. It's okay. If you wanted to make Bennett really usable, you'd have to give it a pretty big stats buff. Maybe, like, 100, I would say. But I feel like they're very unkind to Bennett. So even if they were to give it monstrous offense, they'd probably give it some weird anti-synergy, like an ability that was powerful but required you to not attack. That feels like something they would do to Bennett. Think they'll ever do that? There we go. Panette. If Panette was a Fire Emblem unit, what weapon type do you think it would use? Probably axes, right? Yeah, I could see a character like that. Twice already I've said that. This is a PG-rated stream. Maybe I lied. It's Boober. Shield your eyes, kids. Boober. Boober evolves into Magmortar, who's got very, very good special attack. Maybe even too good. And a pretty extensive move pool that is also shared by Magmar. With the incredible offensive power of Magmortar, I think we can go ahead and put this pretty solidly in bad. probably a step up from Boober. I'd say that Mag Mortar is overall a step up from Boober. I'd definitely take it if I had the... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's exactly the same. At least Magmar is actually faster. These are Mag Mortar's stats. Actually really good, right? 125 special attack, really good. 83 speed. I guess that's fast enough? I wish it was a little higher. Oh hey, these are Magmar stats. And its speed is higher. Why does it get slower? 100 special attack is probably barely good enough. I guess it's okay. Why does it have 95 attack? Imagine if this was all in special attack. Wouldn't it be so much better? Magmar, in terms of moves, you've got Fire Blast, which does seem very exciting, but keep in mind you've been able to buy the Fire Blast TM for most of the game by this point. It gets Follow Me? Kinda weird to put Follow Me and try and draw enemies to your Boober. Do you think someone would do that in a tournament setting? Possibly illegally with a non-legit fake Boober? They'd never do that. You get Cross Chop, so I guess you can actually use that attack stat. Hey, that's not bad. And you get Thunder Punch. These are some pretty legit moves. Boober's not bad at all. I think it's actually better than Dodrio, right? Yeah. All you need to get ahead in this world is Boober. I should probably explain that Boober is its Japanese name. I've been saying it for a while. Pinsir. Pinsir usually lives in Heracross's shadow. Well, the shadows strike back, because Heracross isn't in this game. How good's Pinsir? It's pretty good! I say as I put it at the top of bad. You want good stats? Here you go. 125 attack, 85 speed. Great! You want good moves? Well, you won't find them here. Guillotine is your reward for actually purifying all the way. False Swipe. You have other false swipers, but Pinsir's not bad at it. Submission. Horrible move. I think it's 80 base power, 80 accuracy. This is before the buffs, and it has recoil. So why does it have 2 drawbacks? Why? If you decide that Pinsir alone can't do it, and maybe you just want to give the initiative to your teammate, don't worry. Helped. Pinsir is one Pokemon that I would say you should not purify. Don't do it, because Pinsir's best attacking move, the best one it'll ever get, is this one here, Shadow Break. Shadow Break is the best single target physical shadow move, and it's the best, and Pinsir doesn't have any better options, so just keep Pinsir in the shadows. And I don't think you'll be disappointed. Unfortunately, that means that Pinsir can never scale, because it can never level up as a Shadow Pokemon. It's stuck at level 35. But that's good for the rest of the game, which is about 10 more battles, unfortunately. But hey, for those, Pinsir's alright. Not too shabby a showing from Pinsir here, but it is still eternally in Heracross's shadow, since Heracross has the fighting dual type. If they really wanted to make Pinsir better, they would have to do something pretty crazy. Give it a bunch of extra stats, maybe 100. It would definitely need a dual typing, but not fighting, because then it would just be a Heracross clone. You can make a counter Heracross by making it flying, but then it's bug flying. That doesn't sound like a very good combo. You'd probably also have to give it a really good ability. Maybe one that gives it super flying stab. I think if you did all of that, it would be considered a pretty good top meta threat. I think if you did all of that, it would be considered a pretty good top meta threat. Do you think they'll ever do that? Rapidash. It's a fire type. That's pretty good. How do we say... I'm just so unexcited about this. I'd probably rather use it than Kangaskhan. Rapidash is actually a really late Evo. It's level 40, and Ponyta sucks, but you do actually start with Rapidash, so no problem there. And it's called Rapidash, so it's gotta be really fast, right? .105 base speed. Why is this so slow? It's literally called Rapidash. 130 base speed, please. 100 base attack, which is okay, but you're not going to be using physical attacks because you are a fire type. Enjoy your 80 special attack. With what moves? Solar Beam. It's coverage, I guess. Sunny Day? Hey, that boosts your Flamethrower, and Flamethrower is a good move. And you could then combo it with Solar Beam. Hey! You might actually consider doing that. It's not that bad. You have no moves that boost your stats, and yet for some reason... Passed. Its shadow moves actually aren't that bad. It does have Shadow Sky, which is actually useful if you yourself are using Shadow Pokemon, since remember, Shadow Sky buffs all Shadow moves by 50%. Trying to restore the... Here it is. This is really late in the game, right? Really late in the game. But Flamethrower is pretty good. Yeah, I think I'll keep it here with Kangaskhan. Now, although I don't think Rapidash is that bad, we do have two very creative college-educated insults, so we will say them anyway. No offense, Rapidash. Rapidash, more like rapid ass. Rapidash, more like Crapidash. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Okay. There we go. Let me see if I missed any messages. Wow, I've never seen a dude making a tier list of Pokemon XD for more than 7 hours on a Friday of dual release, one of the biggest IP of both Nintendo and Sony. I'm not sure what that means after the 7 hours part, but thank you for watching. Oh. We could have actually gone further beyond. We could have actually gone further beyond. I only have an undergraduate we could have gone further beyond. I only have an undergraduate degree. But if I had a doctorate, we could say crapid ass. There we go. Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Bros. Wonder? Didn't Spider-Man come out in like 2001? Why did they make Spider-Man 2 now? I'm like not really joking. What is Spider-Man 2? I thought Spider-Man 1 is from like 2002. Is this like a remake? The video game? Yeah, but didn't Spider-Man 2 the movie come out like 2 decades ago? Why would they make the video game now? The video game by Insomniac. When did they make Spider-Man 1? It's a different game, they put 2 Spider-Men in it? I guess that makes sense. Spider-Man 2 for the PS5. Seems like they're really behind the times. Spider-Man the movie, the game 2. Okay, that clears it up. Alright. Now, we've talked about 3 Nega-Jagans. Here's another archetype, the Slugma male. They saved the best for last. It's Macargo. That entire statement was a lie because it's not last, and it's definitely not best. And yet, I could unironically say, it is not the worst Pokemon in the game. Slugma into Macargo, you've got to be on that grind set for 38 levels. Bizarrely high EVA level. And you get these stats. 120 defense is actually pretty good. Unfortunately, you have no HP. It says 50, but it's actually 0. Because you died. Because you take quadruple damage from everything. Fire and Rock is a horrendous typing. You'll never get to utilize your incredible 80 special attack. Later buffed to 90. But in this game, it's only 80. What a shame. For moves, you get Heat Wave. Would be good if it didn't have the spread penalty. You get Earthquake. I guess that's supposed to be ironic because you always die to Earthquake, but now you're the one Earthquaking. You have 50 base attack, by the way. Same as Snorant. And then you have the move you would actually use, Flamethrower. Except you won't be using it, because you're dead. Because you're a Macargo. Horrible. Stats and typing like this, it's almost enough to drive you to drink. But you don't want to drink, because stats like these, it's almost enough to drive you to drink. Refreshed. Ah! Quadruple damage! Weak to water! I just want to point out how extra useless... Refresh is on Macargo. Because you can't be burned because you're a fire type. And you also can't be frozen because of the... And you also can't be frozen because of the mighty magma armor. So the only thing this can actually purge is either poison or paralysis. Amazing. But hey, Slugma males could be the very best, but we choose not to be. I mean, it's better than Sableye. How humble. There we go. Good morning, welcome back. Oxio Silas, thank you for 1 month of internship. Unfortunately, you can't actually send messages because the internship cost is too low. See? You get paid in exposure. I'm so generous. We're coming up on the rapid fire reviews here. I think once we get to Citadark Exile, we're gonna stop looking at the stats, probably just look at the moves. And we know they're all going to be in Citadark Exile, starting from Soul Rock. So 4 more real rankings, and then that's the end. Well, not the end, but the end of, like, full rankings. Hey, Cheese, I don't know your opinion on this game. I know you don't like at all Coliseum. Sorry if you clarified at the beginning of the stream. I joined kind of late to the stream. This is a real question. This is a real question. It's not bait. Because it is a real question, I do have a real response for you. Frank1095. Listen closely. I made this just for you.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For questions about my thoughts on Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, type XD. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. Did you know that the developers of Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, knew something about Pokemon? I think XD is better than Coliseum in pretty much every way, except for the protagonist. But it's not like Wes said or did anything other than look cool in the first minute of the game. Compared to Coliseum, XD has more Pokemon, more content, and less tedium. Overall, even though I think Pokemon XD is pretty good, I would still say that it's overrated and underhated, especially the music. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? Oh, the music actually stopped. We can do... I guess we'll take any requests, but in the meantime, we can do... Is this Kevis Colony? I like Kevis Colony. We'll do one round of Kevis Colony. Okay, where were we? We're about to talk about Hitmonchan, right? Just hear me out. I think Spinarak isn't Orre's finest. Ariados actually does well mid-game just with Signal Beam because it breaks through Psychic and Grass types. Denied. I've heard you. My verdict is that you are wrong. No one will come to your defense. You stand alone, okay? You actually might not be standing. In fact, I think it's the end for you. I don't stand alone. I have allies. And now I need their help. I tap 3 Patreons. Oh, this is super effective against Spinarak. And I cast Crux of Fate. Choose one. Destroy all viewers or destroy all YouTubers. Make your choice. I've made mine. Spinarak's really terrible. It's really bad. Oh, the nice music might have been playing during the angry music as well. Alright. Eeveelutions, the Hitmonchan. Pretty much strictly worse Hitmonlee. But Hitmonlee is pretty good. I would say that Eeveelutions just barely does clear the low bar and ends up in bad. .105 speed. Absolutely pathetic HP. Hello? Get back in the ring, buddy. What is this? 105 attack. Pretty good. 76 speed. Probably good enough. Wow. That's a lot of special defense. Can I have some attack, please? I don't know if I would actually consider this a Pokemon ruined by special defense, though, because it can actually use the special defense decently well. And it's not like it doesn't have an attack stat, so not ruined by special defense. Congratulations. Music is too loud? I can turn it down a bit. That's too quiet. What moves do we actually... What are our special boxing moves? Well, we've got Mega Punch, a very mediocre non-stab normal move. We've got Mind Reader. Now our Sky Uppercut will never miss. Sky Uppercut's a pretty good move. You should never Mind Reader Sky Uppercut because Sky Uppercut has a good enough hit chance anyway. And even though you're wearing gloves, I guess you could still lend. Helping hand. Is this the worst fighting type in the game? I think it is. But even that clears the low bar. Wow. Gen 3 is still part of the fighting type training arc, by the way. It's not until next gen, Gen 4, where fighting really starts to be a real type. And then in 5 is when they really started chugging the protein, and they actually had to be nerfed by the fairy type. I'm looking for something. I bought it yesterday. Oh, here it is. I actually bought this yesterday. Look at this protein powder. Am I a fighting type? I'll bring this back up when it's relevant, but keep this in mind. Hitmonlee, the Samuwara. It's better than Hitmonchan in pretty much every way. Kick him. Hey cheese, it's 2 AM for me, so I'm gonna go to bed. I would just like to mention Surskit one last time, since I feel Delcatty actually having no moves and no Intimidate makes it worse. But Delcatty is also guaranteed. You don't have to go through all of the hassle to go get a Surskit. Because Surskit is a chance. I think Delcatty does end up being better, although, really, this is an argument with no winners, right? Oh. Good night. Thanks for joining. Hey, wow. Great stats. Some of the best stats we've seen so far. 120 attack? Fantastic. 87 speed? More than good enough. Glad I have 110 special defense. I'm actually not kidding. It actually ends up being very useful. In Pokemon Stadium too. Imagine having special defense that actually does something. Wow. For moves, you've got the ultimate kicking move, high jump kick. For moves, you've got the ultimate kicking technique, high jump kick. Not yet in its final form, but it's still probably the best fighting move in the game. You've got Mind Reader just to make sure you always land your high jump kick. High jump kick, it's a bit more clear in Japanese. It's Tobi Hizageri, a flying knee kick. Which you've seen in Smash Brothers. It's literally the Falcon Knee. That's high jump kick. And then you also have Mega Kick, which you would never use ever, because it's a normal type move. Now, after a hard day, kicking the snot out of your opponents, you should kick back and relax with a protein shake. So, on this weight down protein powder that I bought, I think I can show it to the camera. Hopefully I can position this right. You can see here, it's got a 2-star rating. Okay, so 2-star rating on sweetness. 2-star rating on tartness, 1 star on creaminess, and I skipped this one. 2-star rating for sukkiri. What does sukkiri mean? Refreshment. It's all connected. Like, a third of this video is just gonna be drinking soy milk. a not insignificant portion of the edited video is just gonna be drinking soy milk. Why would you sell a 1/3 refreshment drink? This one has 2 stars for refreshment. Lickitung. Licky Licky is one of the most pointless evolutions ever because it doesn't really do anything. Even with Licky Licky's stats, you just end up with a slow, fake, bulky normal type that doesn't really do anything. Its main claim to fame is that I think it's one of the only Pokemon that actually has Stab Explosion. That's something. So your partner can protect, and then Licky Licky can explode, and that'll probably kill the enemies on the field. So at the very least, we have the... Oh, Licky Licky's not in the game? Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What? Wait, what? Wait, where was Baltoy? Oh, hang on, can I undo this? Oh no, it doesn't do anything. Where was Baltoy? The mouse is bugging out. Baltoy was like over here, right? It was very bad. Does anybody remember where Baltoy is, or can you travel back in time to find Baltoy? And then I'll restore Baltoy. We need time travel just to put Baltoy in its proper place. I know it was in Orre's finest. It was between Pineco and Mawile? Okay. There we go. Thank you. I think that does count as...
Research complete.
Research complete. I think we can go straight back to here then. Oh my god, this thing's horrible! What in the world? These stats are not very impressive. These are Licky Licky stats, by the way. You don't get these. You get these. 55 attack, 60 special attack, 30 speed. It doesn't even have 400 BST. Licky Licky is faster. It passes the Gen 4 Evo Don't Lose Speed challenge. And yet I still feel like we lost. What moves do we get? Double Edge. Hey, that's the strongest normal move. 120 base power stab. 55 base attack. Defense Curl Rollout. Oh, that's a combo. Causes instant death the same way the Toxic Leech Seed does. You should never attack with Lickitung. Good news, it has something else. Good thing there's something else it can do. Helped. Oh yeah, it has rollout. I guess we can do that then. Because we did that with Piloswine, right? Okay. Let's change the aspect ratio. I think we only have to redo this part, not the whole thing. Oh my god, this thing's... Are you sure it doesn't evolve? Look, it's got rollout. And to evolve into Licky Licky, you need rollout. Are you sure it doesn't evolve? Well, you are the trusted interns. Well, you are the trusted interns, so I'll take you at your word when you say that no, it doesn't evolve. Well, you are the trusted interns, so I will take you at your word and say that no, it doesn't evolve. Oh my god, this thing's horrible! Worst Pokemon in the game. We finally found it. And then we can patch that in and then talk all the other stuff we talked about earlier. So we just need a last thing to say about Lickitung. Yoshi, just want to say this has been a super chill and entertaining tier list. Made your shift at work fly by. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed. Thank you. Congratulations, Snorant. You are not the worst Pokemon in the game. But I'd be careful around Lickitung, okay? I think Lickitung is looking for some shaved ice. With as much syrup as you'd like. Stay safe, Snorant. Oh, I think the music's over. Alright, so probably the last music track. Any music requests? I guess while we're waiting, we can listen to Donkey Kong Country. Something about the mine. Mining Melancholy. And then I guess when this ends... Oh, Sticker Brush Symphony. We'll let this one play. Maybe it's too loud. I lowered it a little bit. The Battlefield... Oh yeah, we like Ulda. Okay, we'll go to Ulda after this. Alright. How's this worse than Togepi? Togepi is in the game. That's how. So Lickitung is not only terrible, it's like not even in the game. Alright. Here where I'm recording this in Japan, it is 3 p.m. So I think I can do this without facing repercussions. Deep breath. Scyther! I tried. Scyther! Really great move. Really great stats. Wish it was in the game. Your ears took quadruple from that? How loud was it? I can lower it in post, I guess. There we go. stats. Great stats! 110 attack, 105 speed. Perfect. It even has very respectable defenses. 70, 80, 80. And who cares about special attack? Wow, what a good Pokemon. Unfortunately, it's not all good news. Razor Wind is one of the worst moves ever. It's so bad, I'm going to read it to you. This is modern Razor Wind in its fully buffed version. 80 base power, 100% accurate normal move. In Generation 3, it actually had all of its buffs. Look at the turbulent history of Razor Wind. In Gen 1, it was only 75% accuracy. In Gen 2, they gave it a critical hit ratio. In Gen 2, they gave it high crit. In Gen 3, they took the high crit away. I guess it was too strong. And by the way, this is a 2-turn move. 2 turns. For this. You should never, under any circumstances, use Razor Wind. You probably also won't be using Morning Sun. Silver Wind is actually your best bug stab option, which is really sad. But hey, it's 60 base power, which is perfect. For that technician boost. Ignore this part. Why would you ever use Razor Wind? You literally have Slash. Slash is 10 base power less than Razor Wind. They both... Slash is 10 base power. Why would you ever use Razor Wind when you have Slash? Slash is only 10 base power less. Slash actually does have high crit. And most importantly, Slash only takes 1 turn. You know what? Slash sucks! Scyther is probably one of those Pokemon that you also should not purify, because it doesn't really gain anything. At this point in the game, you're probably not going to be leveling up at all, because the game is almost over. There's like 6 or 7 battles left. And if you purify, you then take super effective damage from enemy Shadow Pokemon, and you lose Shadow Rush, which is one of your best moves, because Silverwind sucks. So you probably shouldn't purify Scyther. Look at this. National Park Buddies forever. Good news for Scyther, though. It's really not hurt by its inability to evolve into either Scizor or Kleavor, because Scyther is the best one anyway. Imagine being able to evolve twice, and actually... Imagine being able to evolve twice, and it being optimal to not evolve. Eevee could never understand. I am talking about in-game, by the way. Obviously, Scizor and Kleavor have their uses in other contexts. I forgot about Kleavor's existence. So did Game Freak. Chansey! I tried. Chansey. Chansey! kind of okay. You've heard of Braki. Well, what about Raki? That's Chansey's Japanese name. Let me just say, I wouldn't go to the game corner anytime soon. Well, it's not gonna die to special attacks anytime soon. That's about all I can say. Shadow Rave and Thunderbolt are both special attacks. You have 35 special attack. That is 15 less than Snorant. You cannot attack with this thing. Blissey actually has pretty good special attack. Better than you'd think. I think it's 75, but you're not getting Blissey. Sweet Kiss is just bad Confuse Ray. Soft Boiled is just bad Lemonade. Although, actually, Chansey has a ton of HP, so you might actually use its healing move. Because using potions is ineffective since Chansey has such a gigantic HP pool. Skill Swap, I don't know why you would ever use this. If you can think of something, leave it in the comments below, I guess. If you want to actually attempt to attack the enemy with Chansey, you should probably purify it and then give it Seismic Toss. That's about all I can say. If you would like to attempt to actually use Chansey to attack the enemy, which is ill-advised, you could purify it and then go to some old hag in Agate Village who can then teach Chansey how to use Seismic Toss. It's about as good as you're gonna do. Now, you might say that I'm being unfair to Chansey. At least as a Shadow Pokemon, it can survive incoming hits. That's kind of true. Even with 5 defense, which is pathetic, you have so much HP, you might actually survive a physical hit. Obviously, you have no problem surviving special hits. The issue is that there are almost no fights remaining, and Chansey is almost immediately outclassed by a far better immovable Shadow Wall. We'll talk about that soon. Chansey is pretty close to useless in this game. It really was Raki's unlucky day because it's actually the last Pokemon we're truly gonna rank. All of the remaining Pokemon are part of the final boss rush, plus Dragonite. So they're all going to be placed in Citadark Exile. We will talk about where they might go. We'll probably also go over what moves they get. But I think at this point we're probably going to stop looking at their stats, aside from like mentioning whether the stats are good or bad. So get ready for the lightning round, since the rest of the tier list was so So get ready for the lightning round, or I guess the thunders round, or is that thunder round? Wow. There's actually 3 electric types we have to talk about. Ooh. Soul Rock. first edition Soul Rock. Did you like Lunatone? Yeah, it was kind of okay in this game, mostly because you get it early and it actually can use its special attack. Soul Rock is the physical counterpart to Lunatone. It's got better physical stats, but they're still kind of bad. For moves, you get Psychic, except you have worse special, so you can't actually use this. You get Sunny Day, which boosts none of your moves. Okay. And then you get Cosmic Power if you want to do a Martin. And you get Cosmic Power if you want to do a Martin cosplay, because everyone loves Martin Soul Rock. But hey, you can go ahead and give your worthless defensive boosts to one of your allies. Passed. Passed. I have to redo that, timing's wrong. Passed. Not very impressed by... I guess for those in Citadark Exile will imagine that they were available like much earlier. I guess for those in Citadark Exile will imagine we were ranking them maybe as if you got them at the beginning of Citadark Isle. So with that in mind, I would probably put Soul Rock at the top of like Orre's finest. Pretty incompetent attacker. And the support it offers is worthless. Starmie! A Pokemon that has very good stats, and very good moves, and a very good type. It's a very good Pokemon. I wish it was in the game. As a Shadow Pokemon, it actually has Shadow Storm, which is the best AoE Shadow move. It's actually pretty good. It even gets the best physical move, Shadow Break. Wow. You get Waterfall upon Purification, great. You actually get Ice Beam, amazing. And this is the master of regeneration. It can both heal its physical wounds with Recover, and if you try to attack it in a more... And if you try to sort of undermine it in a more... And if you try Subterfuge by trying to cripple it with status, that's not going to work either. No refreshment music. Refreshed. I think one of Starmie's abilities is actually Natural Cure, so I really don't know why they gave this thing Refresh. Alright, we can do old, music. I think it's called The Sultan Sleeps. I like this one. It's very relaxing. Sultana Dreaming. We can do Gridania, too. We'll do Gridania after this, I guess. Uh-oh. Did we say this was a PG stream? Although I did just say that Refresh is useless if you get Natural Cure. Make sure you actually get Natural Cure because its other ability was... Although I did just say Refresh is useless if you get Natural Cure. Make sure it's Natural Cure, because its other ability is Illuminate, which in Gen 3, particularly in this game, which has no random wild encounters, Illuminate is completely useless. It doesn't even have its amazing modern Kenai effect. Oh. If Starmie was available earlier, it would probably actually be an okay if it was start of Citadark Isle. If Storm was available earlier, it would definitely be an okay if it was at start of Citadark. If it was available earlier than that, it might even be an S. It's a really good Pokemon. I wish it was in the game. Swellow. Swellow. Bolstering the ranks of the proud Negajagan army, which includes such illustrious members as Butterfree, Beedrill, and Raticate. Here's an early game trash can Pokemon at the end of the game. Why? It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? As a Shadow Pokemon, it gets Shadow Break, which is actually excellent. Probably the best thing it'll ever do. It's got Agility. Why do you need Agility on Swellow? It's already the fastest Pokemon in the game aside from Electrode. And you've got Facade. Hey, that's Stab, I guess. And Swellow can have Guts, so if you get burned, that actually does end up doing a lot of damage. Wow. I guess the reason why you would use Agility is so that you can make your teammate faster, right? Passed. You probably should never purify this, because when you purify, Shadow Break gets replaced by Sky Attack, which is a 2-turn move, and that's not good, because it's my damage and I want it now. Swellow isn't that bad. If you got at the start of Citadark, I'd probably put it at the top of low bar. Maybe even at the bottom of bad. I think it would actually clear the low bar. It is a fast offensive Pokemon. It's just a little bit lacking on the offense. Fun fact, in Japanese, Sky Attack is Godbird. Swellow's no god of mine. I would not worship a god such as Swellow. Electabuzz, or as it's known in Japanese, Orre. Elaboo. Didn't we already talk about this? Well, here's the kid. For some reason, you can get Elekid and Electabuzz. This is not a mistake by me. They're both in the game. They're actually separate. Electabuzz is not a bad Pokemon. It definitely appreciates the massive stat bump when it evolves into Electivire. At this point in the game, you're probably not going to be purifying and then going through the effort to evolve into Electivire, which does hurt Electabuzz. Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Well, I don't have an exaggerated reaction because really nothing would change. But in case you were thinking that Electivire was strictly better than Electabuzz, it's not. Can you guess why? Here's Electabuzz's stats. A very respectable 105 base speed. Actually a very useful speed tier. Ties with Rapidash. And here's Electivire. You lose 10 speed. Why? Ah, but you actually gained 50% speed because you switched in on that Thunderbolt aimed at your Gyarados, right? Yeah, that's a strategy. Electabuzz's stats are totally fine. For moves, you have Shadow Break as a Shadow Pokemon, very good. Cross Chop, very strong. You can make opponents follow you. Probably not what you want to be doing with 57 defense, but, I mean, it's your life. You can throw it away if you want. Thunder Wave, very useful for catching. The Shadow version of this, Shadow Half, also actually very useful for catching, because you can have all of the opponent's health, so there's no risk of actually knocking them out. You get Thunderbolt, the best electric move, and you even have Shadow Storm, which is the strongest AoE Shadow move. These are some pretty legit moves. I think if you got Electabuzz at... Well, we don't really have to theorize about where Electabuzz would be if it came earlier, because... Well, there you go. That does happen. You get Elekid. But if this Electabuzz was just moved to the beginning of Citadark Isle, I guess I'd probably put it at the bottom of okay. It's very legit. I can see what all the buzz is about. I think 2 different people are going to sleep. Good night. Thanks for joining. We're obviously almost done here. Probably another 30 minutes or so till it's all over. Kabigon, the Snorlax. Well, when we mentioned that there was no point to using Chansey, this is what I meant. Here's Kabigon. Its moves don't really matter, but I guess we'll talk about them anyway. Shadow End is terrible. 60 accuracy, this will never hit unless you waste a turn to use Call first to raise your accuracy. Shadow Shed removes the opponent's screens. You don't care about that at all. You can Curse. Hey, it's Curselax. That's a good Pokemon. To boost your Body Slam, so you can actually attack if you want to. The main use that Snorlax has is staying as a Shadow Pokemon, munching on leftovers. Probably the best wall you could ask for in the final fight, when you have to catch 6 Pokemon in one fight. You can just put Snorlax on the field and just sit there munching its apple. It'll never die. Very useful. You do have to be a little bit careful though, because in the final battle, you do face the 3 legendary birds, and their shadow moves, Shadow Fire, Shadow Chill, and Shadow Bolt, they all have the chance to inflict you with a status condition, which would be very, very bad. It would be bad. If not for Refresh. And Snorlax has immunity, so it can't be poisoned anyway. Although, I don't think a single Pokemon in the remainder of the game can actually inflict poison, so that doesn't really matter. Very useful as a wall Pokemon. Probably the best. Very useful as a wall Pokemon. The second best Shadow Wall in the game. I wonder who the other one could be. As an actual attacker that you would use on your team, I mean, it's got good stats. I'd probably put it at the very bottom of bad. Very, very slow, but it does hit hard. And it is very hard to kill. Poliwrath. It's a water fighting type. That's a good dual stab. I think I said we weren't going to look at stats. Here's Poliwrath's stats. When all the bars are almost equal, you know we're in trouble. You actually get some okay moves. Shadow Storm, the best, You actually get some okay moves. Shadow Storm, the best, special shadow move. Becomes Hydro Pump when you purify, that's big damage. Got Rain Dance. You got Brick Breaks. You actually do have double stab. And you can pair Poliwrath with Hitmonchan. You both have gloves. And you can both help each other. Although I guess you probably don't want to both use Helping Hand on the same turn, right? Nestle PK member for 11 months. Nice rainbow badge. Extremely underwhelming Pokemon, but nothing to really be wrathful about. If this was earlier, I'd probably put it... Very underwhelming Pokemon, but nothing to be wrathful about. If this was earlier, I'd probably put it somewhere in bad. Usable dual stab. Sure. Mr. Mime. A horrible design that the series as a whole would be far better. Mr. Mime. A horrifying design that nobody in the... Mr. Mime. A horrifying design that has never been spoken positively by anyone at any point in the history of the franchise. They should delete this thing from history, and we'd all be better off. Stats-wise, it's perfectly fine. Nothing to write home about. 90 base speed is good enough. 100 special attack is probably good enough. And with that titanic 120 special defense, nothing's taking you down. That must be why they haven't deleted it from the series. And the helpful interns have reminded me, Mr. Mime is actually soundproof. And one of the shadow moves, Shadow Panic, is actually a sound move, so it does fizzle against Mr. Mime. Even though it has giant ears. For moves, you get the best special shadow move, you get Shadow Storm. Becomes the best psychic move when you purify, just becomes psychic. You can force everyone to focus their hatred on Mr. Mime. I would do this even if it didn't use Follow Me. You can give the enemy an Encore, probably not worth doing. And you get Thunder Punch, which is alright, although Mr. Mime actually can learn Thunderbolt, so I think they should have just given it Thunderbolt. Not the worst thing ever. It's alright. Despite all of the vitriol I've just flung at Mr. Mime, like, it's okay. I'd probably put it in bad if it was earlier. Probably can hang out with Boober. Pikahiri with a Marsh badge. 18 months of internship. Thank you. Quick question, why didn't they give the Mime Pokemon either Reflect or Light Screen? It really feels like something they should have done. Oh, that's not a Diglett. Now, this game loves giving you unevolved garbage, but at least in this game... Now, in this game, they love giving you unevolved garbage, but at least in this case, they skipped the Diglett and went straight to the Trio. Dugtrio. Super fast, will almost always go first, and it actually does hit you with an 80 base attack, Stab Earthquake. Hey, that's not bad. Modern Dugtrio has 100 base attack. Modern Dugtrio has 100 base attack, but Dugtrio in this game only has 80 base attack, which is more than we can expect from most of the members of this cast. Its shadow moves are Shadow Break, the best physical shadow move. That's good. Becomes Earthquake, amazing move once purified, although at this point in the game, in terms of moves, it gets the best physical shadow move, Shadow Break, very nice. When it's purified, it gets Earthquake, which is the best ground move, but unfortunately, the main Pokemon Earthquake is going to be hitting at this point in the game is your partner, because look at how many remaining Shadow Pokemon there are. If you look at the remaining Pokemon in the game, the majority of them are Shadows, and a ton of them are flying, right? Salamence, Lugia, Moltres, Exeggutor resists it, Articuno and Zapdos and Dragonite are all immune. And the rest of this trainer's team, this is Mirror B, by the way, he has 5 Ludicolo's and a Dragonite, so... This Earthquake is really not as good as it seems. It's got Charm. They do have very cute noses, so yes, I would say I am charmed. Sandstorm's terrible. Tri-Attack is non-stab. I don't know why you would ever use this, but it is 80 base power. Good status. Dugtrio's not a bad Pokemon at all. If it was earlier, Dugtrio's not a bad Pokemon at all. If it was earlier, probably be top of bad. Earthquake is really powerful. You just have to be careful not to quake your teammate. But because of Dugtrio's unfortunate timing, it has no real quake targets. At least none that are on the enemy team, which is probably the one you want to be hitting. Manectric. This franchise has a lot of electric dogs. Manectric's one of them. I think it's almost strictly worse than Jolteon, except that it gets Flamethrower, which can be kind of useful. Jolteon really wishes it could do that. Manectric comes with Shadow End, which is a terrible move, but you wouldn't use physical attacks with Manectric anyway. Becomes Thunder when purified, which would be very shaky, except you can actually set up Rain Dance, which is nice. And you get Bite, 60 base power non-stab, but hey, you might flinch them because you are faster. Keep in mind, this is a Gen 3 game, and electric types only became immune to paralysis in Gen 5, so you can still get paralyzed in this game, which is not a problem. Thanks to access to refresh. Overall, despite being great value Jolteon, it's kind of okay. If it was available at the start of Citadark Isle, I'd actually probably put it near Dodrio. Pretty fast and strong. Wish it was in the game. Salamence! Incredibly strong Pokemon! I don't think I need to show you the stats. You know that they're really good. For moves, we get Dragon Claw. Unfortunately, it is still special in this generation, so you can't actually use it off of Salamence's colossal physical attack, although its special attack is still 110. That's 1 point higher than Charizard, who is usually thought of as only a special attacker. You've got Dragon Dance. Of all the Pokemon in the game, this one does not need a boost. It is definitely strong enough. Aerial Ace. Oh yeah, we should... Aerial Ace. Pretty sad that it's your best physical... Aerial Ace. Pretty sad that it's your best flying stab option, but hey, never misses. You have a zillion attacks, so the enemy might still die. Now Salamence is really strong. It doesn't need to be any stronger, but if you were trying to goad consumers into buying a new product, maybe you could make a really flashy new Salamence form. You could give it a bunch of extra stats, maybe like 100, which would make it 700 BST. That's almost legendary. I don't really know how you would distribute it. You can put a little bit into attack, but it doesn't really need more attack. I think I would mostly make it faster. And actually, I would give it a bunch of defense that you couldn't Ice Shard it to kill it. You could still stop it by burning it with Will-O-Wisp, though. If only there was a way to counter that. Delicious refreshment. Of all the times we've refreshed so far, this is the only time where it's not actually a joke. People did use specifically the XD Salamence explicitly, YouTube don't ban me, because it had refresh. Because Mega Salamence was a Pokemon that was so disgusting, it could kill you with only one attacking move. It only needed Return, because Aerial Aid turned it into an absolutely killer flying move. So you would run only one attack, Aerial Aid, and then if the enemy tried to stop you by burning you, you would unironically refresh and then win the game. So finally, the developers' obsession with slapping refresh on everything actually did pay off in the competitive meta 3 gens later. Salamence, in terms of actual tiering, ridiculous Pokemon. Probably the single strongest Pokemon in the game. Unfortunately, it's not really in the game, so held back by availability, but I would go ahead and probably put it, depending on how early you got it, varying distances from the top. I think if you got at the start of Citadark, I would actually go ahead and put it maybe in like the middle of okay, because it is an insta-win option for the final dungeon, which is like a third of the game. Pretty good. Marowak. Marowak. Stats-wise, it doesn't look too impressive, but don't be deceived. It says 80 attack, but this thing's thick. It comes with the Thick Club, which doubles not just its base attack, its entire attack stat, so it actually hits incredibly hard. The issue is that it comes at a point in the game. This is literally the third to last battle. The only remaining battles after this are Lugia and the final boss, Greevil. So you actually don't want to do tons of damage. So Marowak's kind of useless. Shadow End's terrible, but when you purify it, does get Earthquake. That's great. Unfortunately, not quite that good, because for all the same reasons as we just discussed with Doug Trio, not really anything left to Quake that's hostile. You get Sing, 55% chance to put the enemy to sleep, 45% chance to do nothing. You get Swords Dance, you don't need more attack, you have enough. And you do get Rock Slide, which actually is super effective against the majority of remaining Pokemon. That's not even an exaggeration, right? Because it's super effective against Lugia, and the 3 birds, and Dragonite. So you actually do score majority super effective hits, which is exactly not what you want to do, because you do want to catch them. So Marowak, actually pretty close to useless in the remainder of the game. If you got it earlier, probably put it in medium. If you got it earlier, I'd probably put it in mid-bad. It's very, very slow, so although it will almost certainly kill the opponent, you're going to get hit first. Very annoying. Yeah, somebody asked what a Marowak song would sound like. Probably be pretty sad, right? Maybe a dirge. Is there a Cerberus in this game? We have multiple dogs. We could make our own dirge of Cerberus. I'm sure that was a good game. That's a Final Fantasy game. We can change to what'll probably be our last song today, which I think will be the Gridania. I like Gridania one. Gridania OST. I want day and night. Gridania night ambiance. Gridania day and night mix. Ah, we got it. Lapras. Lapras, I believe named after the gem Lapis. And unlike the Fire Emblem character Lapis, it's actually blue. Wow. Why is it so smug? This music is too quiet. This guy again. I hope I don't get demonetized. For moves, you do get Shadow Storm, the best special shadow move. Becomes Hydro Pump when it's purified. Rain Dance doesn't have any synergy with Blizzard, but it's not like Hail has synergy with Blizzard anyway, right? And hey, you get Heal Bell. It's Refresh Plus, and we know how good Refresh is. Lapras is a defensively leaning Pokemon, so not going to be doing much damage, which is actually okay, because you don't want to damage the remaining Pokemon that much anyway. In terms of walling, Kabigon does it way better, but Lapras isn't bad at it. If this was earlier, I'd probably put it in high-low bar. Very slow. Very slow. Lugia! Oh, before we do that, let's actually talk about, I want to say something about Manectric. Manectric, I don't even think was used by Watson in original Gen 3. He only used it in Emerald. It's like such a forgettable Pokemon. Justice for Manectric. I think they should buff it. They'd have to give it a bunch of extra stats. Maybe like 100? It'd have to be way faster. But I don't really know if that would even save Manectric. If they gave it that buff, would anyone even use it? Do you think they'd even buff it like that? Oh, maybe... What ability does it even have? Intimidate? It has a lightning rod. Yeah. I think they'd have to really overhaul Manectric to make it usable. They'd have to give it a ton of extra stats. Maybe like 100? That's a nice even number. Give it a very good defensive ability. Maybe like Intimidate, so people might try experimenting with it in doubles, I guess. And then maybe like really crank up the main Ectric part of the design. And even then, I don't really think people would use it. Although they wouldn't do these buffs anyway, right? Okay, there we go. Lugia. James Turner's ultimate creation. Broke out the purple fill bucket for this one to create XD001. The perfect shadow Pokemon that cannot be purified. Unless you've actually cleared the unless you've actually cleared the purification minigame, in which case it purifies instantly. Very evil. Maybe it had a noble heart yearning to be freed. Most of the shadow Pokemon in this game have actually been made easier to catch compared to their appearances in other games. However, Shadow Lugia, I guess because it's just so evil, it actually has its original very low catch rate, so it's actually very hard to catch. Good thing they give you a Master Ball, and they pretty much tell you, hey, Master Ball Lugia, please. You definitely should, because then you instantly win the battle, which is only against Lugia. And then it'll be at full health for the next fight, which is the fight against Grandmaster Greevil, who has 6 Pokemon, all of whom are Shadow. So you can only use Lugia in literally one fight, but hey, it's the best Pokemon you could possibly use in that fight. That's pretty good. So you can only use Lugia for literally one fight, but it's the hardest fight in the game by far, And Lugia is the best Pokemon you could possibly use in that fight. That's really useful. So Lugia here is almost tailor-made to be used in that final 6-catch encounter because all of its moves here are great at that. You've got Shadow Blast, the edgy Arrow Blast. You can use it to do a little bit of damage to the enemy because they resisted because they're a Shadow Pokemon. You can use Shadow Shed, which actually does nothing because they don't set up any screens. Okay. You can use Shadow Down, which reduces their defense. You can then do more damage with Shadow Blast. Or you can use Shadow Storm, the best special Shadow move. Lots of ways to chip your enemy down. And you don't have to worry about dying yourself. (106 HP with 130 defense and 154 special defense. And you can quadruple these values because you resist all of the opponent's moves because they're all shadow moves. Yeah, you don't have to worry. You cannot die in the final battle. Not sure what a theoretical ranking for Lugia would be, but you definitely will be using this because, hey, it's in the final battle. I don't know who else you would field. I guess Kabigon in the others. I guess Kabigon the Snorlax in your other slot to actually weaken the enemy and also contribute by not dying. The guaranteed Lugia use is a lot like the legendaries from Gen 5, where you're supposed to use them in the final battle. Very cool. I wish they did that more often. Don't they give you the option of putting Lugia in your party before the battle, though? I don't know if they do. Rhydon, Moltos, Executor, Tauros, Articuno, and Zapdos are all part of the final battle. And the way that snags work in XD, I guess we're mentioning this now, 9 hours in, is actually different than in Colosseum. In Colosseum, you could use snagged Pokemon immediately, but you have to actually win the battle to actually utilize your snags in XD. So these Pokemon are kind of unusable because you don't actually get them until you win the battle. However, we will talk about them because you can actually lose to Greevil and keep a Pokemon, which is normally not the case. So you can keep rematching him until you get all of his Pokemon. I guess we can go to... We can go to a different area. Rhydon! We may as well just put all of them here. And then talk about them all at once, right? Because this is all theoretical. You can't actually use these Pokemon in, like, real battles, unfortunately. Rhydon! Great stats? Mega Horn, hey, that's a good move. Scary Face, hey, that's not a good move. Earthquake, wow! The actual best Earthquaker that they give you in the game. Too bad there's nothing left to quake. They really spam you with Earthquake at the end here. Wow. Can we get this Pokemon earlier? Now, Earthquake is a move that you really want to have boosted by your partner, but Rhydon is maybe too much of a team player because he's the one who tries to do the boosting. Helped. I don't know why you would have Rhydon's amazing attack stat and then choose to use Helping Hand. No way. Moltos, the first of the 3 legendary birds. They all get extra sensory as their special gift from Genius Sonority. Thanks a lot. Morning Sun's okay, but I'd rather just use a healing item. Will-O-Wisp, useful and competitive, I'm sure. And Flamethrower, hey, that's a good move. And Moltos has pretty good stats. Wish it was in the game. Executor. Really, really good special attack. Comes with Shadow Storm, which is the best special shadow move. You've got Psychic, which is your best, You've got Psychic, upon Purification, which is the best possible Psychic stab. Shadow Shed, if you want to waste your time and not remove the opponent. Shadow Shed, if you want to waste your time and attempt to remove the opponent's screens. Hypnosis, wow. This whole time we've talked about how Sing has a 55% chance to put the opponent to sleep, 45% chance to waste your turn, but now with Hypnosis, you have a 60% chance to put the opponent to sleep, and only a 40% chance to waste your turn. That's worth it, right? And for some reason, you get Ancient Power. It's a physical move, but I think Executor actually has 90 physical attack. That's not that bad. And let's say the opponent manages... Now let's say you used Hypnosis, but you whiffed, and then the opponent countered with their own status move, which didn't miss. What are you gonna do then? Refreshed. Tauros. Pretty good stats. Nice and fast. Good attack. Ooh, it's got Earthquake. They really wanted to make sure that Earthquake was available at the end game. You can Tail Whip. Reduce the enemy defenses by 1 before you Earthquake them? I guess. I wouldn't do that. You got Body Slam, which is probably Taurus's most famous... Yeah, Body Slam, which is probably Taurus's most famous use. You got Body Slam, which is probably Taurus's most famous move. Tauros and Body Slam. Name a more iconic combo. I'll wait. I won't actually wait. We're going to keep going because we're almost done. They actually didn't know, despite the fact that Earl's Academy in Pokemon Stadium 2 tells you about the special interaction between Gen 1 moves being unable to apply secondary status if the target shared the same type as the status move. I know that sounds really confusing, but basically meant normal type Pokemon in Gen 1 could not be paralyzed by normal moves such as Body Slam. That doesn't really apply to Gen 3. If you get Body Slammed, you might actually get paralyzed. What do you do if you get paralyzed? You can always refresh. That is all 26 refreshments for Coliseum. That is all 26 refreshments for Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I've actually managed to drink about half of this. It's like lukewarm by now. Finally. I would have turned this upside down to like show that there was nothing in it for like dramatic effect, but it is still like halfway full, so I can't do that. Articuno. Another unfortunate murder victim of the Gen 1 special split. I don't need 125 special defense. Can I have special attack, please? Extrasensory. Haze. Haze is pretty useless. Just eliminates all stat changes. Ice Beam. Good stab. And hey, Heal Bell. Why have Refresh when you could Refresh Plus with Heal Bell? Zapdos! You've got Extrasensory. You've got Metal Sound. I think it sharply drops the opponent's special defense, but it has a miss chance, so Fake Tears is better. And Thunderbolt. Hey, that's a good move. Well, you can drop the opponent's stats, which is not something that can be transferred to your ally using... Baton Pass. Why did they give this thing Baton Pass? And no boosting moves. What? And last, but not quite least, Dragonite. Dragonite is post-game. You have to catch all of the other Shadow Pokemon, and then you can go get Dragonite. It's actually a legal level. It's level 55, so despite the fact he's owned by a criminal, they actually play by the rules more closely than law-abiding champion Lance does. Ooh, someone should do an investigation. You get Hyper Beam. By this point, you get Hyper Beam, a move very heavily associated with Dragonite because Lance and his Dragonite spam Hyper Beam. Absolutely terrible, you should never use this. You get Dragon Dance, hey! You don't really need it because you get Dragon Dance, hey! You don't really need it because you're already really strong and fast, but maybe you could patch up the speed against the 0 remaining fights. And hey, I'll take another Earthquake. Sure. Can I have a dragon move, please? No. You can have Heal Bell. It's better than Refresh, right? It's Refresh Plus. I guess we can go ahead and put Dragonite here at the bottom. Obviously, all of the Pokemon from the final battle are really strong. They would perform really well. None of them really have any caveats to them. They all just have really good stats and really good moves. Except they're not in the game. What a shame. Have fun using Snorant, I guess. Snorant is in most of the game. Okay. We did it. It only took us 9 hours and 20 minutes to rank all of the Pokemon available in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. And I never once called it Pokemon Coliseum XD because I cut all of those out of the premium edit. At long last, it is over. We'll record the outro in a little bit, but before you guys start filtering out... Filter decent ability, by the way. Be sure to... wait as I look for this graphic. Be sure to smash that like button to help increase the reach of the VOD. And thanks, as always, to the generous Patreons. Eevee did very well on this list. And here's the most powerful Eeveelution of all, the Patreon. The ones who make this entire operation possible. I do have a question for all of you. It has nothing to do with Pokemon, but while you're here, I did want to ask you this. I have to go to my real job tomorrow. That is not this. We have to talk about... You've probably heard of the area Shibuya. It's in the real world, the one that you live in. So, there's two questions. One, have you heard of Shibuya? And two, if you were to visit Japan, would you visit Shibuya? And why? That's way more than two questions. So I guess... Uh-oh. All of the questions are, have you heard of Shibuya? Would you like to visit Shibuya? And if so, why? So this is like actual research. I'd go because why not? Went last time twice in a week? Okay. No, there are demons there. I think that's a video game. Do they sell lemonade? They actually do. Yes. I'm not kidding when I say that they do. They just opened a new fruit juice shop on my way to work. I saw it yesterday. So unironically, yes, they sell lemonade. Source Shin Megami Tensei. Okay. So as I suspected, just a bunch of weebs. I'd visit Sendai. Why Sendai? Well, I guess Sendai's not that crazy a destination. It's up in the north of Japan. I just woke up and missed the whole list. Well, here's the list on screen right now. They sell lemonade on your way to the chair. There is a lemon drink available in the vending machine outside my apartment. I'd like to see what it's like. It's not bad. I'd like to visit just to visit Japan in general. Okay. Well, Japan is nice, although general's a terrible class. Allegedly, the restaurant I went there last time was overpriced, but I didn't notice because someone else paid the bill. Wow, your treat, right? No way, it's your turn. Yes, I'd go there if I went to Tokyo for some reason, but I'd rather go to other cities. Okay. I guess Tokyo is a little vanilla when it comes to Japanese cities. There's nothing really that crazy to see in Tokyo, except Shibuya, I guess, so that maybe is one place you'd know. I'd rather visit Japan in Paladin. I feel like the commute would be faster. Probably true. I'd like to visit Hokkaido and Okinawa. Those are on exact opposite ends, right? And they're both equally far from Tokyo, as in, as far as you could possibly get. So, if I do this reversed correctly, Hokkaido is here, Okinawa is here, and Tokyo is here. So, can't actually go there. Okay, all the hand gestures were wrong. Alright. I will have to present these findings tomorrow. I have to go to a workshop. The main thing is that Shibuya Halloween is really popular, and it's kind of out of control. That's where you can find shadow humans. They cause mass destruction. We need to figure out a way to stop that. The fact that none of you mentioned Shibuya Halloween is actually very useful. That is...
Research complete.
Thank you for your contributions. Alright, so now we need an ending line for the tier list. At least we have nice music. I think in the end we can say this is worse than Coliseum, right? This roster is really bad. Overrated and underhated. The scariest thing this season is this roster. I was in Japan last month and they were already selling Halloween tat. I'm not sure what tat means, but I guess I can go find them now because it's almost Halloween. Half the roster is Johto's finest. Something about being in the darkness too long. Yeah, we should probably make it... We should probably make it... Could do another Warcraft 3 intro. This entire roster must be purified. Could do that. We're too late. This entire roster must be purified. There's got to be some other way. Oh yeah, this thing's horrible. After our hours, so after 9.5 grueling hours of research in the YTC Institute labs, I think we can say, yes, this roster is worse than Pokemon Coliseum. In fact, I'd say that, oh my god, this thing's horrible! Ugh! It's probably the last thing we'll see, right? I guess the last thing we can do is maybe we can also, like, refresh. We'll do that. There's a trope in the YouTube... Oh, there's a motorcycle outside. It must be Miraidon. There's a trope I really hate in the YouTube meta, where whenever somebody is doing some sort of review of something that's traditionally considered, you know, bad or underwhelming, they always have some sort of fake alcohol that they swig throughout the review to pretend that they've turned to drinking to cope with what they're seeing on screen. But I'd never do that to you, okay? I'm a creative person. Thanks for watching. That'll probably be the last thing in the video. Refreshed. Alright, I think that actually is it for stuff that's actually going to be recorded. I think probably the thank you to the Patreons will be, like, added at the end, I guess. Alright, 9.5 hours. I think that is it. I am going to go ahead and sever the stream and end the recording. If you have anything you would like to say, speak now or forever hold your peace. And by forever, I mean until next weekend when we play Detective Pikachu. What a great stream, how kind. Let's see, wow, it's only 4:30. Oh, that means it's not too late. I want a divorce. It's coming up, right? Looking forward to that. Very awesome stream, got you through the day. Thank you everybody for joining. How did you guys know? How did you guys know? Emotional support Jolteon and Gigadweeb both know exactly what I'm gonna do. Lando D, what did I miss? If you had more than 2 move, you might have actually made it to the tier list. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I do have to turn the camera off because I'm gonna go jerk. You guys don't need to see that. I'll post a picture on the Discord later, okay? Look forward to that. You want an explanation? Check the Discord. Link in the description. For now, I'm out of here. If I can actually find the button. I can't resist the call of the jerk. Live stream severed.